you. We'll get to petitions. Merci. No problem. Daily routine of business. Affaires courantes ordinaires. I think tabling of documents.
It is my duty to table, pursuant to subsection 5 on the Auditor General's Act, the Spring Reports 2022 of the Auditor General of Canada.
Order 1083G. These documents are deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 2 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Thank you. Dépôt de projet de...
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de...
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for King's Hands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 4th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, entitled Main Estimates 2022-2023. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Presenting
Thank you.
From committees, I see the Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages.
Keep going. You're good.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, entitled Differential Treatment in Recruitment and Acceptance Rates of Foreign Students in Quebec and the Rest of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci beaucoup. The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 2nd report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the status of persons with disabilities with respect to the motion adopted on Thursday, April, called Disability Support Benefits.
Okay, very good. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture du projet.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Sénat. Motions. We have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Honourable Member for Thornhill put forward a Conservative Opposition Day motion on ending COVID-related restrictions on travel, consistent with my prior 2 votes on February 14th and March 24th in favor of ending all vaccine mandates and COVID restrictions. I logged into the app to vote in favor of this motion and in favor of ending COVID travel restrictions. I did attempt to make the vote, but for technical reasons, the app did not register the vote that I made. I believe it had something to do with the uploading process, but somehow that vote did not get registered. So I'm asked that the House update the record to show that I voted in favor of the member for Thornhill's motion to end COVID travel restrictions. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The member for the intervention, as there are a number of other options to be able to log in, and unfortunately maybe we didn't have that happen. We do have to ask for unanimous consent to allow to change in that record. So I'm going to say all those opposed to the honourable member moving that motion to let his vote stand will please say nay. Nay. We have a number of nays, so therefore cannot proceed. I apologize to the member. Nay. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Sanders Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just parenthetically say to the honourable member for Carleton that I didn't object, but I think he's made his position well known, so perhaps he can rest assured. On the subject of my petition, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of residents of Kitchener Centre, I'm presenting a petition sponsored by the honourable member for Kitchener Centre to call for a review and immediate changes to Canada's voting system. The petitioners point out that the current voting system, known as first past the post, is almost unique in the world of democracies of presenting results that are perverse, where the public will is distorted in the seats that occur in the House following. They point out that in the 2021 election, the percent of the popular vote and the number of seats was quite disparate. They call for proportional representation as a system that ensures that any government elected with a majority of the seats actually entertains a majority of public support. They call for the immediate move to a proportional representational system to bring credible representation to Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to present today on behalf of 1,391 Canadians, including many of my constituents in New Westminster Burnaby. And these petitioners are drawing the attention of the House to the following: that the shock collars used to train and manage pets can often cause severe pain, suffering, and distress, and that many studies have shown that electronic and shock collars can actually lead to further behavioral issues, including aggression, endangering both pets and society at large. And so these petitioners, 1,391 in total, call upon the House of Commons to amend the Federal Criminal Code, cruelty to animals legislation, to specifically include wording that bans the sale and use of electronic shock collars for use on domestic pets. And these petitioners further ask that legislation include handheld remote-controlled shock devices and anti-bark shock collars. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it is, as always, an honour to be able to rise in this place and share a petition. This particular petition signed by more than 100 folks from across Canada regarding that call upon the House of Commons to, one, protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis, without discrimination on the basis of political or religious values, and without the imposition of another, quote, values test, unquote, and to affirm the rights of Canadians to freedom of expression. Madam Speaker, this is certainly an issue that I hear often about from constituents, and am pleased to be able to present this petition on behalf of more than 100 Canadians in the House here today.
Presenting petitions. Presenting petition, no? Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Question 461 to 463, question 475 and 477. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 464 to 474, 476 and 478 to 488 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Yes, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And finally, Madam Speaker, I ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, business of supply, opposition motion with respect to Canada Research Chairs Program.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Blanchette-Jonca, seconded by Mr. Terrien, moves that A, the House denounce all forms of discrimination. B, in the opinion of the House, 1, research is necessary for the advancement of science and society in general. 2, access to the Canada Research Chairs Program must be based on the candidate's skills and qualifications. And C, the House call on the government to review the program's criteria to ensure that grants are awarded based on science and not based on identity criteria or unrelated to the purpose of the research. The Honourable Member for Rimouski Nejet Témiscouata Basque. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to inform you that I will share my time today with my honourable colleague from La Prairie. Madam Speaker, I rise today to start an important debate. It is both important and necessary for the future of science and research in Quebec and in Canada. Historically, the criteria guiding research funding has always been excellence. Scientific research helps our knowledge and requires an individual to have a variety of skills and qualities that are extraordinary. It's even essential to direct our limited financial resources to individuals having the most expertise and being the most promising. We try to maximize our financing for all of society. But over the past few years, under the impulse of the federal government, the system has been upset by a new set of criteria with respect to equity, inclusion, and diversity. That means that funding is based on identity. While there are some equalities that have to be corrected historically, and we do not doubt that these exist, but we have to note that the way they were implemented are somewhat strange. This trend has been seen within the Canada Research Program, and strict rules were imposed on universities, and they weren't able to have input into the topic. At the House of Commons has never had its say on the topic either, because this policy comes from a decision from the Commission. While the effects of the implementation of this policy are starting to be felt, we were able to see on several occasions that the somewhat absurd and abhorrent situation has occurred, with some candidates being excluded outright despite them being very competent. There are representatives from some groups that are accepted, and it is high time for members of this House to look at this issue, and that is why the Bloc is tabling today a motion so that this House can denounce all forms of discrimination and recognize that research is necessary for the advancement of science and society in general, and that to offer more benefits, access to the Canada Research Chairs must be based on candidate skills and qualifications before anything else. And for this, Madam Speaker, we need this government to review the research chairs criteria with respect to equity, diversity, and inclusion criteria as indicated in the program, as this interferes with Quebec's sole jurisdiction in this area. It hinders the autonomy of our universities and their academic ability. Allow me to give you a constitutional review of history. In 1867, the Constitution Act made education Quebec's exclusive jurisdiction, and research, rather, should be treated by both levels of government. And with respect to funding of research, the federal government launched the Canada Research Chair Program. We were just funding research, said the federal government back then. But when you look at the program closely, we have realized that research chairholders are immediately hired as professors. And this program thus determines who will teach at Quebec universities and at universities in other provinces. So requirements with respect to equity, diversity, and inclusion, as established by the Canada Research Care Program, is also a flagrant interference into university activities. As specified in the program, we can see that there are policies that mean that a university that does not meet its diversity and equity targets will only be able to have a new candidate if they are part of one of these 4 designated groups. The 4 groups are women, visible minorities, Indigenous peoples, and peoples with disabilities. We have noted the consequences of these policies on Quebec universities. Laval University recently offered a job saying that only candidates with the required criteria and self-identifying as one of these 4 groups would be selected. And the university is forced to ignore certain candidacies despite their skills or the relevancy of their research product. And this is just the beginning. Establishments that do not reach their targets with respect to equity by the deadline of December will see a reduction in the number of research chairs that they hold. And they will be held hostage by this threat from the federal government. They will not receive some of the funding that they are owed or have these prestigious chairs. So the independence and powers of universities to select their professors will be hindered because of this federal process. We cannot tolerate this. The third issue because of the policy is academic freedom. Scholars have the right to teach and study any topic or theory without having to fear reprisals or discrimination. But the various administrative requirements imposed on researchers in all disciplines means that they have to present a plan that meets some of the theories of social science, which are not unanimous in the university sector and society in general. Such requirements do not respect the freedom of researchers if they want to hold a research chairs. Therefore, Madam Speaker, imposing these criteria for research chairs hinders several principles and is in itself has to be reviewed. However, when we look at these requirements, we see how they do not meet this policy. As I said earlier, universities have to reach targets with respect to representation, and these final targets are very strict and universal, and they're applied to all Quebec and Canadian universities. And they are based on the Canadian average for the 4 underrepresented groups. And for visible minorities, the target is 22% for all universities. And it respects the average of all universities in Canada according to a census in 2016. But what we've ignored is that the population is not homogeneous across the country. In Toronto, for example, visible minorities represent 51% of the Canadian population. In Quebec City, they only represent 6.5% of the population, and this percentage corresponds to the representation that is currently in place at Laval University. In Rimouski, in a remote region of Quebec, visible minorities represent only 2% of the population. Yet, people who are visible minorities should be represented 10 times more in these chairs through this program.
Ignore les spécificités régionales et force les universités situées en région.
This ultimately leads to regional universities recruiting abroad rather than developing local expertise. This goes against common sense and the Quebec University model, which is centered on developing expertise and competencies throughout the territory. I repeat, we need to review the federal government's policy, which is based on ideological mathematics that don't work in reality. We need concrete and common sense solutions. increasing R&D funding. Canada is the only G7 country that has reduced those investments in recent years. We need to increase our investment in master's and doctorate programs. This funding hasn't been increased since 2003, nearly 20 years. And finally, I just like to point out that this isn't about affirmative action in general, but about this specific, badly planned federal policy, which is also interfering with Quebec jurisdiction.
Questions et commentaires? L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du leader du gouvernement en chambre.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, at first brush, when I listen to the member, I have a grave concern in regards to how important it is that we recognize the diversity that exists in Canada. And by recognizing it, it goes more than just acknowledgement. That you have to have policies in place to ensure that there's a higher sense of fairness and a more level playing field. And I'm wondering if my colleague could provide his thoughts in regards to the importance of diversity to the province of Quebec. He makes reference, for example, to Quebec City, but you could equally make reference to the city of Montreal. And how important from that member is diversity of population in the province of Quebec?
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigé-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Madam Speaker, I think my colleague didn't understand my speech quite right. This debate is not about the importance of diversity. Of course, we recognize that. We recognize the importance and necessity of inclusion and equity. But what we are saying is that the basic criterion that needs to count when candidates are being selected for research chairs is excellence and not a matter of people's identity. An identity that in many cases has nothing to do with the context of some research.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. But as somebody who spent almost 20 years teaching in academia, I can tell you the last thing we need to be fighting for is more white males in power. In fact, I would argue that we didn't get the best and the brightest because all the focus and certainly prestige was given to white males in power. I would say that, you know, we're at a time in history where we need diversity. We certainly need gender parity. And I would argue why the Bloc is fighting so fiercely to keep white males in positions of power with the exclusions of others. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable député de Rimouski.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigé-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Madam Speaker, I think this debate is taking an unhealthy turn. That is not what the Bloc Québécois wants today. We are saying that what should really count when recruiting candidates for Canada research chairs, we are saying that the main criterion should be excellence. For example, in Quebec, in our university policies, we have made sure, for example, that there are more women represented. That wasn't because the federal government stuck its nose into Quebec policies. We understand the importance of equity, diversity, and inclusion, but we are saying that with all other things being equal, if, for example, the competence level is equal, then we can promote certain groups. But we also need to ensure that it is not identity, but rather excellence that should matter when picking candidates, when people are applying for grants from the federal government.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm happy to sit with a colleague on science and research. We're studying top talent right now in Canada. The job market, we're short 1.03 million jobs in Canada right now. My question to the member, as we're studying this important decision and talking about talent, do we have a shortage of talent for research chairs in Canada? Do we have a shortage of talent in Quebec right now? Thank you.
Député de Rimouski-Neigé-Témiscouata-les-Basques.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigé-Témiscouata-les-Basques. I'd like to greet my colleague. I'm very pleased to sit on the committee with him. And we know that we do have a labor shortage problem. But coming back to the main debate today, I think it really has to do with the grounds for selecting candidates for research chairs in universities in Quebec and Canada. Right now, an identity-based criterion is being prioritized due to a federal program which aims to improve the representation of 4 groups identified by the federal government. What we want is for that grounds to be withdrawn and consider excellence rather than identity as the grounds for choosing candidates. Because some research chairs cannot even find candidates to fill the positions because the criterion doesn't take the socio-demographic reality into account, and that does not ultimately end up promoting research and development in universities or society. Resuming debate, the honourable member for La Prairie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Madam Speaker, this is a very important motion, and I'd like to thank my colleague for introducing it. You know, in our economy since 1929, we have rethought economic interventions. We consider them short-term. After the Second World War, the Canadian school said that if you want to stimulate, the Keynesian school of economic thought, rather, stated that more money could be spent to stimulate the economy. This went on until about 1973, and then there was a gradual change in economics departments. And Madam Speaker, I know you very well, and I know you love economics. But, as I know, because I taught for 20 years, more and more people started talking about long-term economic growth. More and more people stopped thinking that it was important to fix short-term problems like unemployment, but rather that one should aim to create long-term growth over a long period. And that's much more complicated. And so, economists decided that the best way to help a society prosper is to do actions that leave traces in the middle and long term. And this was a new concept. This matter of long-term economic growth and its determinants. And at the very top of the list in these determinants was research and development. If you want to improve the fate of all of society, everyone, regardless of their origins, if you want to increase the wealth of a society, its knowledge, and if you want to increase prosperity without creating inflation. And as my conservative colleague was saying, we have a labor shortage. A good way to do something about the labor shortage is to ensure that each employee is more productive, not more effort, more production. And how do we accomplish that? We do that by improving the knowledge that will enable the employee to become more productive. And in that way, we will be able to stop inflation and reduce the labor shortage because our people will have more knowledge, regardless of the source of this knowledge. Knowledge is like the fruit of a tree. You don't eat the tree, you eat the fruit of the tree. And so we need to invest in R&D. And where is R&D done? Well, I know that you know that, Madam Speaker. It's done in universities. And that is what I want to discuss in today's topic. Canada has a reputation for not investing much in research and development. We're not investing in our future. While other countries are sprinting, we're like, it's as if we were doing a potato sack race. We're just hobbling along. Because trying to hop along in a potato bag is quite hard. And so, we know that we need to encourage research and development. Well, today's motion would enable that. It would enable knowledge and wisdom to accumulate significantly to improve our fate in the middle and long term. Now, Madam Speaker, you know what I'm going to say. That takes money. We need government action, but that's an area of provincial jurisdiction, Quebec jurisdiction. The federal government has its role. Its role is to give Quebec and the provinces money. In order to help universities produce the people who have the knowledge that we need. And of course, increasing competencies in research is not so easy. It's not like flipping burgers. Not everyone can do that. It takes a great deal of study. There's a lot of competition between towns and universities and countries, in fact. Well, Madam Speaker, you will have guessed that I'm going to say that at the very heart of research, we have to favor finding the most competent individuals. And that's what we need to do. I think every country in the world does that. So once again, the federal government is interfering with areas of Quebec jurisdiction. They're saying they will hand out money. They will hand out money, but with strings attached. The government noticed that some minorities were less represented in research chairs. They chose 4 groups: women, Indigenous people, people with disabilities, and visible minorities. And I don't think that's a bad thing at all, not at all. They noticed that, and it's a good idea to underscore that that's happening. And we should try to do something to fix that problem. But now the government is saying the money we give you will depend on the number of people in these groups that you hire. And that universities will have to consider these identity matters rather than pure competence. Otherwise, the money will be cut. And the problem is that there are people who are not part of those categories who will find themselves excluded, even if they are remarkable. These people will not be able to get into the universities, even though they have such excellence in their knowledge that they could increase the pool of knowledge available for community improvement. These people will, in some cases, be by far the most competent, and they won't be able to exercise that within the university. Because we know that some particular candidates of any origin are particularly competent, but in some cases they will be excluded. So, do we stand for equity? Of course. Do we stand for diversity? Of course we do. Are we for conclusion? I'm sorry, not conclusion. I'll get to my conclusion later. Do we stand for inclusion? Yes, of course we do. But here, the government is trying to correct an actual problem with more discrimination, which doesn't actually fix things. Madam Speaker, it's just like anything else. If you go to the doctor looks at the symptoms you have. The doctor can help treat your symptoms. There's the symptoms. For example, you're feeling very itchy. But what's the real source of the problem? You need to actually try to address the real source of the problem. So if there's a lack of diversity in research chairs, we need to look at the root causes of the problem. Not downstream, but upstream. That's where we could really be effective. And that's where universities might find themselves saying there are more and more people from these groups, and that's great. Because if there ends up being more diversity, that might mean more and more knowledge accumulates in Quebec and in Canada, and that's what we want. My colleagues spoke about women in Quebec. There are more and more women in research chairs. Of course, we're not perfect, but why did this happen? Because we work upstream. I do that with my children. I have 3 daughters. I started my daughters out young, telling them, you can do anything you want in life. It's important for people to understand that anything is possible for them. We need to open the doors of universities to them from the very beginning, when they're students. For example, do people from these groups have income or have issues making ends meet? Well, in that case, we need to help them and offer them more grants and scholarships. Are there issues with with accessibility or accessing the university, well, then we need to help them. We need to ensure that the people from these groups are able to go to university and succeed from the very beginning. From the very first moment when they first walk through the doors of the university, that's a real victory, and that's where we need to work. And that's where the Bloc Québécois is proposing a solution, but not the Liberal Party's discriminatory solution.
Oh, members, I'm sorry. The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to the member's speech and I found it quite interesting. I agree that we need the right talent in Canada in order to innovate, in order to grow our economy, and Quebec is no different. But the concerns raised by the member lead me to think that perhaps Quebec is having an extra strain or an extra hardship in finding talent amongst diverse groups. I'm wondering, as the member had spoke about finding solutions to the root cause of this problem, whether he could shed some light as to what might be the root cause and if this problem is worse in Quebec than in other provinces.
Le député de la Prairie.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. And when it comes to the root cause, it's about access to universities. We need to ensure that these people aren't prevented from accessing university like everyone else. Is it a matter of income? Then we need to offer scholarships to help people from all groups to access these studies, advanced studies. If it's a matter of being from a remote community, as may be the case for some First Nations people, well, then we need to do something. We need to help people so that they can access university training. That's what we need to do. We need to ensure that these services are brought to a point where populations can access them. And then they can go to school and they're not blocked by an access or an income problem. That's what we need to do. We need these people in our universities. We need to help everyone access university. And when I was a teacher in a university and I would arrive in a classroom, and that my classroom was very diverse, I thought that that was wonderful. It led to fascinating debates. And that's a great way to prepare for the future.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Bay of Quincy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. From what I understand from this debate, the CRC is getting funding. The government's handing funding to Canadian Research Chairs. And that funding is based on a lot of different criteria, but some of it is based on some inclusivity and diversity requirements. So can the member just give me in Quebec some examples of what they're seeing for job postings that is part of this motion? So what exact examples are we seeing for postings that is excluding some or including others? Thank you.
Honorable député de la Prairie.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. I'd like to thank the member for his question, but I'm afraid I don't really understand it. If we're talking about job postings, research chair postings, when you're looking for researchers, when you're searching for researchers, if I may make a pun, well, there's nothing more important than competence and skill, and that's what we need to promote as much as possible. The people, for example, who discovered the COVID vaccine, it doesn't even matter to me who they are, but I have that shot and I'm so thankful. That's an example of excellence.
And I'm a Ladysmith.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, et merci à mon...
Thank you very much. And thank you to my colleague. In university communities, there is discrimination that reinforces prejudices that are deeply rooted. And we need measures to correct them. Instead of measures to help women, why does the member want to maintain these obstacles? The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague, both for her question and for her French. Well done. But perhaps I wasn't clear. You know, when I probably didn't express myself clearly. I never said that we need to maintain barriers so that women can't teach or do research. On the contrary, I want to tear those barriers down because we need women. They constitute half of the population of Quebec. And so obviously, if there were no barriers to entering into these programs as students, I have 3 daughters, Madam Speaker, and I'm doing everything I can so that those women will never experience any barriers to what they want to do in life, and I'm working very hard on that. In the way I raise my children, I make sure that there is no barrier to their ambition, and I wish I wanted to be like that everywhere.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister, to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm honored to rise in the House today to participate in the debate on the Bloc Québécois motion about science and research in Canada. Madam Speaker, I'd like to begin by stating my unequivocal agreement with the notion that science is foundational to our economic prosperity, our well-being overall in Canada, and to, in fact, the quality of life for all Canadians. World-class research and scientific excellence are a critical foundation of Canada's social, health, and economic well-being. These talented individuals include countless in my riding of Halifax doing their work at Dalhousie University, the University of King's College, St. Mary's University, the Nova Scotia College of Art and Design, on and on. These researchers in Halifax and across the country are our primary engines of discovery and innovation and new knowledge that help us advance our country. Science and research supply knowledge to develop new technologies, solve complex and persistent problems, and generate innovations with real economic and social value for Canadians. Such research touches upon all aspects of our daily lives, including the challenges we face in protecting our environment and moving to clean growth, and how we recover from major crises like COVID-19, and how Canada can be an effective player and role model in the shifting geopolitical context. Madam Speaker, the federal government plays a very important role in providing the framework and funding that supports and enhances Canada's performance in scientific research. Since day one, our government has put science and research front and center and prioritized evidence-based decision-making in all that we do. After a decade of neglect under the Harper Conservatives, our government has brought science not only back, but it's now at the forefront of our decision-making, and our scientific community looks a lot more like Canada does right now. In keeping with our commitment to evidence-based decision-making in 2016, we set up a blue ribbon panel of experts to advise on the ways to improve federal support of the Canadian science ecosystem so that our investments in the sector can be strategic and effective. I'm proud to say that we've responded to almost all of the recommendations in that report. Madam Speaker, this approach has been buttressed by historic levels of funding. In fact, since 2016, our government has committed more than $13 billion to support research and science across Canada. Through Budget 2018, for example, we announced nearly $4 billion in new funding to support Canadian research and researchers. This included the single largest investments in discovery research in Canadian history, $1.7 billion over 5 years, as well as ongoing funding after that to support researchers through Canada's world-class granting agencies and research institutes. Within this investment was funding to create the New Frontiers in Research Fund, which supports research that is international, interdisciplinary, fast-breaking, higher risk, and higher reward. This is an agile and responsive program that is unleashing some of our best minds to tackle important domestic and international challenges. Budget 2018 also included significant new funding for the Canada Research Chairs program to better enable it to attract and retain younger, emerging research leaders in Canada while increasing the diversity of nominated researchers. This was done, Madam Speaker, because the COVID-19 pandemic also brought home the importance of science and research to Canada and to the world. Canada's science and research community responded admirably to the challenges brought about by the pandemic, and Canadians can rightly be proud of our scientific and research community. Our scientists and researchers have shown profound resilience throughout these challenging times, playing a huge role in unprecedented mobilization and ramping up of international collaboration. Indeed, if there's a silver lining to this pandemic, it is that the world has been reminded of the power and of the importance of scientific research. The true value of our investments in science have indeed been brought into sharp focus. The enduring strength of Canada's science and research capacity meant that we could get to work straight away with Canadian business to develop vaccines and therapeutics, as well as to help produce ventilators and personal protective equipment. That strength also meant government and health authorities were able to connect with expert, evidence-based advice through bodies such as the Vaccine and Therapeutic Task Forces and the Industry Strategy Council. As we begin to pivot from the pandemic to a post-pandemic economic recovery, a Made in Canada plan will help to anticipate the challenges and opportunities that may lie ahead for our country. Cutting-edge government investments in life science research and biotechnologies will be a key part of this. Strength in these areas is not only critical to our health and safety, Madam Speaker, these are also emerging growth industries that support well-paying jobs and attract investment. Our government is taking steps to grow a vibrant domestic biomanufacturing and life sciences sector. This includes foundational investments to build and support Canada's talent pipeline and research systems, as well as to encourage the growth of Canadian life sciences firms. And that's why through Budget 2021, our government allocated $1 billion to the Strategic Innovation Fund to support promising life science and biomanufacturing companies. $500 million to the Canada Foundation for Innovation for a new bioresearch infrastructure fund in support of infrastructure at post-secondary institutions and research hospitals. $250 million to increase clinical research capacity through a new Canadian Institutes of Health Research Clinical Trials Fund, $250 million for a new Canada Biomedical Research Fund, and investments in the stem cell network and regenerative medicine research, and in ADMAR bioinnovations to support company creation, scale-up and training activities in the life sciences sector. To continue, Madam Speaker, through Budget 2022, we continue to provide new funding to attract leading researchers and advance Canada's critical research priorities and strengthen the security of research institutions. These include $38.3 million over 4 years and $12.7 million ongoing to add new Canada Excellence Research Chairs to attract and retain top-tier global researchers. $40.9 million over 5 years and $9.7 million a year ongoing to support targeted scholarships and fellowships for promising Black researchers. $159.6 million over 5 years and $33.4 million ongoing to protect federally funded research from foreign threats, and $100 million over 6 years to support post-secondary research in developing technologies and crop varieties that will allow for net zero emissions in agriculture. Madam Speaker, I'm very proud to represent a riding as diverse and as thriving as Halifax. Moreover, I'm certain that my colleagues on all sides of this House would join me in recognizing that Canada is a tremendously diverse country and that diversity is a source of strength and resilience, innovation, knowledge, and growth. It is this diversity that drives our very success as a society. In that vein, the importance of equity, diversity, and inclusion in supporting research-based innovation is well documented. Studies show that capturing diverse cultural and social perspectives contributes to scientific impact. Highly diverse teams outperform in innovation, critical and creative thinking, problem-solving, productivity, and ethical conduct. And a lack of diverse thinking is actually a barrier to innovation in the Canadian economy. Despite this, many Canadians continue to face systemic barriers to full participation in our society and our economy, including in science and research. Our government has recognized the importance of inclusivity and diversity in science since the outset, Madam Speaker. Budget 2018 tied new funding to federal research granting agencies to establishing clear objectives and plans to achieve greater equity and diversity in federally funded post-secondary research. Since then, government has continued to improve the representation of marginalized and underrepresented communities in Canada's research ecosystem to address deeply entrenched systemic barriers and biases to enable all talented individuals to participate in research if they wish to. To oversee this and other work, in 2017, we instituted the Canada Research Coordinating Committee with a mandate to improve the harmonization and coordination of the granting agencies, as well as the Canada Foundation for Innovation. Under the direction of the committee, the agencies have launched a cohesive tri-agency Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Action Plan that outlines measures to increase equitable and inclusive access to granting agency funding opportunities to address systemic barriers that limit full participation of all talented individuals. It has instituted the Dimensions Canada pilot program, a made-in-Canada adaptation of the internationally recognized Athena SWAN program, which aims to remove systemic barriers and improve equity, diversity, and inclusion by providing a structure for universities and colleges to transform research culture. And further, it has provided capacity-building programs to post-secondary institutions to tackle challenges and barriers faced by underrepresented groups in career advancement. We've also taken, Madam Speaker, a broader view with regard to realizing equity, diversity, and inclusion across the economy and society. In Budget 2021, we announced funding for academic research into systemic barriers that diverse groups face in our country. And earlier this month, our government announced an investment of $19.2 million to support 46 community-based and community-led research partnerships through Race, Gender, and Diversity Initiative. This initiative is led by the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council, or HoC, in partnership with the Canadian Institutes of Health Research, or CIHR, whose investment is helping fund projects that have a focus on health. These funded partnerships will draw on the collaboration and mutual learning to foster the co-creation of new knowledge, capacity building, and knowledge mobilization on issues related to systemic racism and discrimination of underrepresented and disadvantaged groups. In that same spirit, we have also instituted the 50-30 Challenge, which challenges businesses and other organizations in Canada to increase the representation and inclusion of women and other equity-deserving groups in their workplaces. And finally, Madam Speaker, this government provided new ongoing funding in 2019 for the granting agencies to offer extended paid parental leave for students and postdoctoral fellows so that these promising young workers can take the time that they need to start families without having to worry about their career paths being adversely affected. We need these minds working for our country, Madam Speaker, and affording them this leave will help us to retain them here in Canada. And to close, Madam Speaker, I'd like to speak to the importance of the Canada Research Chairs program to our country. Created in 2000, this program stands at the center of a national strategy to make Canada one of the world's top countries in research and development. Budget 2018 added 285 new positions to the program. There are now over 2,000 chairs available and providing early career researchers with a new $20,000 annual stipend. The program has its own equity, diversity, and inclusion plan, which is yielding results with record proportion of women nominees in recent competitions, as well as increases for members of other represented groups. In the most recent round, women accounted for 53.2% of nominations, with 29.8% racialized minorities, 5.9% persons with disabilities, and 2.7% Indigenous peoples. A research ecosystem that looks more like Canada itself will deliver better results for Canada. This is our country's flagship research program, and we must ensure that all talented individuals who wish to participate have a chance at obtaining these prestigious positions. Earlier this month, the Canadian Science Policy Centre hosted Science Meets Parliament here on the Hill. MPs were paired with Canadian scientists from across the country, and I was lucky to be paired with a constituent of mine in Halifax, Dr. Rachel Chang, a Canadian research chair in atmospheric science and assistant professor at Dalhousie University. She, like all of the representatives who met with MPs of all parties, represents the best of what our country has to offer in research and discovery, and our government is committed to supporting their work. I want to take this opportunity to thank Rachel and all the delegates who came to Ottawa to share with us their perspectives. I'd also like, Madam Speaker, to thank the opposition member for his insightful question and assure him and all my parliamentary colleagues that this government continues to work hard to keep Canada a world leader in science and research while making opportunities available to all qualified individuals in the interest of driving new knowledge and innovation to the benefit of all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, Honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nechette, Basque. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would urge my colleague to reread the motion from today and to specifically look at the criteria for recruitment of to CRC, which are currently based on identity. but at the very end, the colleague said that he is very proud that Canada is a leader, a global leader in R&D. I might remind him, Madam Speaker, and I would ask him to read the Naylor report. In Canada is one of the countries, the only G7 country that has lost researchers over the past years and has underinvested. So that's not a global leader, Madam Speaker, far from it. Here's my question. Does he agree that there are people who are competent, who have good projects, who have talent, but who are not funded by CRC because they don't respect certain criteria that are identity-based? And despite that, if you look at their competences, those people are not taken into account because of the voluntary targeting of certain groups by the Canadian government.
I thank the member for his question, Madam Speaker. Just to begin to answer with regard to the Naylor report, I have read the Naylor report quite carefully and have had extensive discussions with researchers in my riding about it over a number of years since it was completed. In fact, they're often reminding me that one of the key findings and recommendations within the Naylor report is to improve diversity and equity and inclusion, and of course that's what we're focused on doing. But to come to the point of researchers being left out, look, it's very clear that from some of the studies that I mentioned in my remarks that innovation, our ability to innovate, our ability to conduct world-leading research is improved when we have a much more diverse and inclusive research ecosystem in Canada. That's what the Tri-Council is focused on, that's what the Naylor report prescribed, and that's what our government is working hard to accomplish.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his question, for his speech. My question is quite simple. Does he believe that the most qualified people should be the ones receiving grants, or does he believe that positive discrimination is the best way forward? Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I thank the member for the question, and she mentioned discrimination, and of course the very intention around my speech and my response to the Bloc Québécois Opposition Day motion is to eliminate any kind of discrimination. As I've said, our work to innovate, to face the greatest problems facing our country and the world today are improved by the participation of equity-seeking groups, of women, of people from all backgrounds and all nationalities. This is the strength of our ecosystem, and we're building on that strength to address the future.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, many years ago, actually in 1988 to be precise, I was recruited by the absolutely spectacular scientist who headed the Royal Society of Canada, which is Canada's premier scientific body, Dr. Digby McLaren, because he realized they had a problem. The Royal Society had fellows, and they happened to be mostly fellows. And they asked the question, why do we only have such a high proportion of men? This was the beginning. It's hardly diversity and inclusion to recognize that white men dominated everything. Bringing in more white women, well, that's an improvement, but our society has overwhelmingly failed to have institutions that look like Canada. My question to the Parliamentary Secretary is, in the context of this debate, the research councils, the tri-councils, have made a priority to look at diversity and inclusion. Was that their decision, or was it politically dictated, as some have suggested in this debate, by the Liberal Party?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for her question and for her remarkable advocacy for science and research in Canada, and I thank her for her friendship as well. The Tri-Council themselves have a posture of seeking to improve the equity and diversity within their ranks. As the federal government's role in this is to fund their work, to offer some supportive direction, and that's what we're doing. So I guess my answer to the member would be that we're working together with the Tri-Council to achieve mutual goals that will improve outcomes for all Canadians.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to hear what he has to say about the following question. We all agree that we have to increase the representativity of visible minorities, women, and disabled peoples within our institutions, but we have to do this the right way. Positive discrimination based on criteria with comparable skills where certain candidacies are preferred is the objective, rather than excluding from the get-go certain candidates. With all due respect, I think we have to look at this fundamental issue. It's the exclusion of certain people right from the outset that is the issue. We don't want to create one injustice, fix one injustice by creating another.
Well, I agree with the member that the ultimate goal is to get the best researchers possible in place and achieve the best possible outcomes. I think the notion of positive discrimination is a very tricky one. We are operating in a research, let's say we're operating in a Canadian society that admittedly has systemic barriers to the advancement of people that don't look like me. Let's just say it that way. We need to change that because it is the diversity of peoples from all backgrounds that will strengthen our research community, and it's incumbent upon us to create those pathways. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the things that I've noticed over the years is often it's the appointments of minorities, whether they be of ethnic, women, people with disability, and their appointments that will often inspire younger people in those different areas, Madam Speaker, to get engaged and be more inspired to do what's before them. And I'm wondering if my colleague could provide his thoughts in regards to how, as a society, we benefit when we get the types of appointments that reflect our nation and the inspiration that is provided directly and indirectly to future generations, which enriches our nation.
Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the member for the excellent question about youth. Madam Speaker, I've mentioned a number of the fine research institutions in my riding: Dalhousie University, St. Mary's, NASCAD University, King's College. I've spent a great deal of time at all of those. In fact, some time on the faculty at Dalhousie University. And one thing is absolutely clear. We have to be extremely intentional and open-hearted and open-armed about inviting young researchers and youth into those university programs. They are literally the future, and the ability to create a future for all young Canadians, including newcomers, is to be found in the work that we're doing with the Tri-Council around diversity and inclusion. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canada's science and research ecosystem is extremely important, and it's important for economic development in Canada, and we must ensure there's equal opportunities for all Canadians and international talent who wish to work in Canada in order to fill a shrinking labour pool and to fill an enormous and important growing future in Canada. We've never seen a moment like this in history in terms of the amount of change that has already started with 5 innovation platforms evolving at the same time. You have to go back to the early 1900s to see anything like it, where we had 3 platforms then. In the 1900s, we had the telephone, we had the automobile, and electricity. Today, you have DNA sequencing, robotics, blockchain technologies, energy storage, and AI. All of them are exponential growth and converging with each other in profound ways. Over the past several months, those of us in Science and Research Committee have been studying the state of science and research in Canada and found a few fundamental conclusions. Actually, we found 3 of them. 1, Canada is leading in several key areas of research worldwide, including genomics, DNA sequencing, biomanufacturing, and AI and quantum physics. We have an incredible genomics program in Canada. When it comes to AI, University of Waterloo and the Kitchener area is doing incredible things in quantum. We lead the world in quantum computing, which is all fascinating and far above what I sometimes understand. But we're failing when it comes to not only funding for research and specifically private business research funding, but what we call the valley of death. We give a lot of money to universities who develop intellectual property, and then that intellectual property gets shelved and it stays in a drawer and we don't commercialize it. That valley of death is costing us a lot of money. The measure of science and research in Canada is intellectual property. We call it the currency of innovation. Patents, trademarks, copyrights, and trade secrets, but we are following behind the world in getting science and research out the door. Dr. Bell stated that the question of how to attract and retain top scientists should therefore be rooted in how science innovation can be fostered in Canada right now. Translating that IP and then commercializing it and accelerating Canadian companies and then Canadian GDP should be paramount to our whole strategy of how Canada develops and attracts talent. If we compare ourselves to the United States creates 169 times the IP Canada does, despite only being 10 times our size. They have $6.6 trillion of IP. And nearly 90% of the growth of the United States can be contributed to the generation and commercialization of IP. What that means to Canada is that we attribute just 5% of GDP growth through innovation and research and development. That would equate to over $80 billion in GDP and thousands of high-paying jobs. Of the recommendations from the first report that we submitted from the Science and Research Committee, the first report, and I want to thank the Chair, Kirsty Duncan, for starting this committee. It's very important to Canada, is the aspect that Canada is lagging in attracting and retaining top talent with research and innovation, much parallel to the crisis we have with the shortage of skilled trades and workers across this nation. This is a main barrier, alongside bridging the valley of death, to unlocking Canada's true economic potential. We have an acute labor shortage right now in Canada, to add to our acute housing crisis and to add to our acute inflation crisis. And they are all converging at the same time, causing massive economic peril to our nation. We are short 1.03 million jobs in this country right now. And it's risen 150,000 jobs in just a few months. Help wanted signs are all over Canada. I don't think there's a riding that's spared from the perils of employers who are looking for employees. And the cost of that, we haven't spoken very much in this Parliament. The cost, according to the Conference Board of Canada, is $25 billion. Now compare that to our tourism industry in Canada. The tourism industry are trying to get back on pace. That industry is worth $35 billion to Canada. So the cost of not having talent in Canada is costing us $25 billion a year. It's costing employers, it's costing companies. When companies can't scale and they can't grow, that costs Canada money. And it costs us that money that we need to grow this country and to ensure we're becoming the best country we can. When it comes to top scientists, Dr. Thomas Bell stated in committee, he's a professor at the Imperial College in London, top scientists are attracted by top science. The best scientists will not come to Canada and will not stay in Canada if they feel their science will suffer. Dr. Bell stated that the question of how to attract and retain top scientists should therefore be rooted in how science innovation should be fostered in Canada right now. Dr. Bell also spoke to how attracting scientists and retaining scientists are two separate issues. You know, when you're trying to attract a scientist, there are significant academic costs in moving labs. It's hugely disruptive. Packing up and reassembling a lab takes time, often resulting in months of inactivity. Moving to a new university means relearning all of the internal systems and ways of doing things, and moving countries is no doubtedly disruptive. Scientists moving to Canada for the first time need to learn how funding and hiring works and how to attract students. And they need to build their collaboration networks from scratch. Many will have young families and would need to learn how the school system works. The cost of moving is therefore very high for a scientist, so attracting the top scientists to Canada is more difficult than retaining scientists. If you want to attract the top scientists from outside the country, these significant additional costs would be considered. We spoke to many different witnesses in the Science and Research Committee, including the Chancellor from the University of Waterloo, who stated that we're losing 75% of our software engineering grads to the US. So retaining top talent is something we're not only striving for, but we're failing at. When it comes to attracting top talent, Canada starts at a disadvantage. In particular, we need good Canadian research chairs to oversee major development and research in intellectual property. But overreach of government policy are leaving applicants out despite their well intentions. Diversity targets set by the government are unrelated to the research, but only to fulfill targets of inclusivity rather than included in as a criteria that includes merit. This new practice is called target ad postings, meant to fill diversity, equality, and inclusive targets, and they were created to tick boxes off as per government quotas or lose government funding. Examples of targeted ad postings for CRC positions included a Queen's University posting for an engineering chair was only open to women. Men, no, not apply. That means that if a black man of equal merit were to apply, it didn't qualify. A University of Waterloo Faculty of Environment position exempted men from applying. That meant if an Aboriginal male applied, he was not considered despite any merit he might have. All these institutions were following guidance and diversity targets laid out by the Tri-Agency Institutional Programs Secretariat, which is the government body responsible for administrating the CRC program. The promotion of diversity, equality, and inclusion allows CRC program job postings to exclude applicants if they don't meet diversity targets. And that is wrong. Target postings need to be reviewed so that diversity, inclusion, and equality are key pillars in hiring. But the practice of exclusion needs to be reviewed immediately as it sets a target for equality of outcome and instead of providing all candidates with an equality of opportunity. Only an equality of opportunity will ensure we both look at breaking down barriers that exist with inclusion and diversity while still ensuring we see top talent hired where we need it. Only by ensuring there is equality of opportunity do we ensure we don't practice inclusion by excluding someone else. Additionally, because we are also striving for equality of opportunity for all our institutions, Canadian research chairs should always maintain excellence as their primary criterion. We are simply not seeing enough talent. And what that means by equality of opportunity is we break down barriers that exist. And let me tell you, it's not going to be easy and it's going to be quite hard, but we have to do that. Especially when some smaller institutions are lucky to get any applicants and are under threat to meet quotas or lose fundings. By all means, let's work together towards improved opportunities for everyone. But let's not pretend that targeting hires doesn't, by design, put other criteria ahead of excellence or put some institutions ahead of others. As Professor David Wolf has noted from the Monk School of Global Affairs from the University of Toronto, talent was important 20 years ago, and it's 10 times more important now. If we don't support and nurture that talent and put it into the local labor market, we don't have the base either to grow our own domestic firms or to attract other firms into our regions. The CRC program was launched in 2000 to fund 2,000 research chairs, although there are now 2,285 of them, to attract and keep top academics in Canada. Tier 2 chairs are for 5-year terms, and they're worth $100,000 in annual federal funding and are awarded to emerging researchers. Tier 1 chairs reward award-leading academics with $200,000 annually over 7 years. The research chairs are Canada's effort to recruit top talent from around the world and enhance our competitiveness. We need more than one demographic, though, or 2 groups to do that. With the 2022 deadline looming, universities are acting on their EDI plans. UBC, which has 199 chairs, has filled 60 CRC positions to 2020, which is great. But they're all targeted hires. And Mauro Quayle, is the Vice Provost and Associate Vice President of Academic Affairs, said, "We've been more successful with white women, but now we're over that target, but we need to now work on people with disabilities." Great, that's fantastic for UBC. But now white women are going to be excluded. And at the same time, we look at that across the nation, when we have a lack of talent that's able to apply for these institutions. And we look at areas like Quebec, who have smaller institutions in smaller areas, we're eliminating huge sections of the population instead of looking at the barriers that exist for those individuals to apply and to get into the programming. And I think when it comes to this motion, that's all we're looking at. A review of the program and the motions, or the criterion, to ensure that anyone that wants to get an education and become a Canadian scientist or work with our innovation sectors in Canada, which are going to grow, by the way, to 2.25 million jobs by 2026, which is 11% of the whole workforce population. And those jobs, by the way, pay over $80,000, $90,000. You know, anyone who wants to be a scientist should be afforded the opportunity to do just that. And our government, when we're looking at 1 million jobs short and all the jobs short in our science and research industry, should be looking as best we can to ensure anyone who wants to join the industry has the opportunity to do so. Anyone from any creed, any background, and any community. We're doing it all wrong, and this practice is not only excluding candidates in the name of exclusion, it's not a one-size-fits-all across the nation. Each region in Canada has its own talent needs. What I love about the college system, there is a college within 50 kilometers of 95% of Canadians. So 95% of Canadians have a college system within 15 kilometers. Through our research for top talent for SRSR, science and research, we have found that universities and colleges are located if they're located in a certain region or city, it encourages students to enroll there and enables people in the labor force to go back to university to develop their talent if they so wish. Furthermore, follow-up data on graduates shows that students who have studied in the region generally pursue careers there. For nursing talent, the universities of Trois-Rivières, Rimouski, and Abitibi-Témiscamingue offer nursing programs. And we learned this in science and research. Did I mess that name up?
Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Abitibi-Témiscamingue, thank you very much. Between 80% and 90% of professionals trained by those universities remain and work in those regions. So those universities are training nurses who are working in those same regions which desperately need nurses. Madam Speaker, we are 60,000 short in nurses in Canada right now. The work of inclusion and diversity would include, in this instance, not just hiring qualified applicants from diverse backgrounds, but ensuring that colleges break down barriers and enroll students from all backgrounds. But colleges need funding, and not all funding is equal. So if we want to talk about quality of opportunity, let's go and look at the funding. It's well known that 15 universities in Canada receive over 72% of research funding. Let's just think about that for a moment. There's over 380 colleges in Canada. 15 universities receive 70% of all research funding. Colleges receive 2.5% of funding. And what's been awesome in this committee is that when we look at what colleges do, especially when it comes to commercializing IP for existing companies, they're doing that work. They're engaging with companies and they're doing such great things. My point is, setting diversity targets follows funding that is absolutely lopsided to a few than to the many. And I'm talking about another problem, which is where Canada, you know, we spread the peanut butter a little too thin across the country. But when we look at programs, research and development that needs extra funding that can attract many Canadians to participate in innovative prospect Canada, we need to ensure we look closely at where funding is going, how we're attracting talent, where the talent is needed, and ensuring we're developing those programs in the science to make sure Canada prospers, and Canada will prosper from that. We need to work more on breaking down barriers for equality of opportunity. That means more work, not less. That means that we make diversity a top priority, not cherry-picking the results we want. JP Morgan in the UK, for instance, is pushing for more inclusion of black diversity in the finance industry, which recently held its first EMEA Black Advocacy Program with about 200 people from institutions across London gathering to discuss how progress can be made. The bank in the UK has increased its black UK employees by 45% by breaking down barriers and ensuring that black people see themselves in roles and seek to obtain the education for the roles for what they want to do. It involved mentorship. It involved making sure that there was community promotion and inclusiveness. It made sure that there was internship programs and co-ops. It meant breaking down a lot of barriers that existed in those communities. It did not mean, for those 45%, that those positions were posted only for black men for JP Morgan. That's not how it was done, nor how it should be done. In Canada, we see barriers broken every day. The Alpine Club of Canada just appointed its first female leaders, Isabelle Degnaud, the first female president, and Karine Salvi, the first female executive director. The Alpine Club is an organization based in Canmore, Alberta, that manages a network of cabins across Canada's remote backcountry and has worked to educate people in the world of mountain climbing. It was a big barrier, and it took many years, but how great and how much we can celebrate that that barrier was broken. Amita Kuttner is Canada's first trans person, the first person of East Asian descent to lead a major Canadian political party, the Green Party, which is very important, and a major glass ceiling that's been broken. We have Major Guntur, who is a major and an F-18 fighter pilot in Cold Lake, Alberta. How amazing is that to have those barriers broken? And in my own riding today, I'm sad, Madam Speaker, to announce that our own Loyalist College CEO, Dr. Anne-Marie Vaughan, is resigning to become Humber College's first female president and CEO near Toronto. So, of course, we're sorry to lose her, but how great is it that she is breaking barriers and moving on. Our university college and polytechnic system has been a critical provider for many of our technical skills shortages for technology clusters across Canada in the last 2 decades, and we are so happy that she has been a leader in our region for that. You know, at the end of the day, you know, we really have to look at what this motion is and what it isn't. You know, this motion is about looking at equality of opportunity for all Canadians. And what I think this motion and the parts that I like about it is that we're going to review a program that ensures that we're making sure that the barriers that exist are going to be broken down. And then the other side of it is we make sure that we do things the right way to ensure that when we're funding research in Canada, we're getting the best and brightest, as well as having an inclusive and diversive policy. And that means not posting jobs that say for women only, for a different sector or diversity only, that we include that in decision making and policy making and interview processing and barriers to education and funding. You know, Madam Speaker, I believe as a parliamentarian, as a conservative, as a Canadian, in equality of opportunity versus Canadians versus equality of outcome. Canadians are each unique, innovative, creative, entrepreneurial, competitive. And as long as we focus on breaking down barriers, we focus on that equality of leveling the starting blocks from which we start. Equality of outcome as a goal skips the part where as Canadians, we can do the work ourselves, and it is a utopian fantasy that often ends as a dystopian outcome, excluding someone else in the name of inclusion. We are a great nation. We have so much to achieve. And as we work through the work and reporting and new science and research in India, I look forward to the policy that not only build the future, a policy for a government that embraces this new era to which Canada has the opportunity to leap and bound, but it ensures we break down any and all barriers for the future leaders in this country and for all that will find this country home. Let's not practice inclusion with exclusion. Let's break down barriers to include everyone and provide equality and opportunity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Bay of Quinte for his speech. He talked about equality of opportunity. I share that value. And as the critic for the status of women, I'd like to bring a feminist perspective to the issue. In Quebec, we have worked hard to better integrate groups to our research chairs. My colleague for La Prairie discussed the importance of working upstream and asking questions. For example, why are women still considered underrepresented in the country? For example, during the pandemic, we know that many women weren't able to complete their research program because they were at home with children, for example. And so how can we better create work-life balance policies so that women can be both a parent and a research chair, instead of using criteria that exclude people? For example, white men of a certain age. How can we instead attract upstream these underrepresented groups?
Thank you very much to my honourable member from Quebec. And, you know, as I've noted in my speech, I think we have to look further downstream to how we attract those individuals into our education and how we then ensure that those people have equal opportunity when it comes to the jobs, which means breaking down those barriers. I know that we can all agree that any Canadian who has the opportunity and the education has the merit and has the ability to get themselves into a position they want. That's, as I've mentioned, what I love about individualism is that all of us as Canadians have the ability, the competitiveness, the drive, the work ethic to be able to do that, and that's all Canadians. And I think what's been really great, as we've seen lately, is we have women, for instance, breaking down those barriers. We have people of different ethnic backgrounds breaking those barriers. We're seeing it happen. We just have to ensure, I think, that those barriers that exist in the beginning, whatever they may be, we have honest discussion of them. We speak about them, we break them down, and we ensure that everyone has that equal opportunity to achieve what they want to achieve. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Teacher.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the member made reference to research shares from, I think it was UBC, where he said that more than 50% are now female. And I think if that was the case, what he was trying to refer to, it kind of sets the example. It proves the situation where, as a society, we need to do what we can to ensure that there is a higher sense of equality and fairness, that you have to take actions in order to encourage that to take place. An example, I would just look in the front benches of government, where we now have, for example, 50% of cabinet that are female. And it's a specific action. And when you see that wider participation, whether it's females, visible minorities, people with disabilities, it does inspire others to take on that larger role. In particular, I'm focusing on young people. And if he could provide his thoughts on that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To respond to the member, I think the difference between women who have earned their place and women being appointed to their place is paramount. And I think from women that I've spoken to, they hold offense to the fact that they have to be appointed in order to make it to a position rather than earning their place as they should, and they do. And I think the difference with that is we're jumping a couple paces or a couple steps on that. Eliminating barriers allows women to, that any barrier they have or anyone with an ethnic diversity, get through that barrier in order to earn their own place on the podium. But when we jump that and we say, well, we know there's barriers, but we're just going to appoint you anyhow, we eliminate the systemic problems that exist in the first place. UBC, who appointed 60 positions, and what they did is, it's not appointment, they target added, meaning they posted a job for women only to apply. The problem when you do that and you fill a quota, the next ad would say, well, only people with a disability apply, and women are excluded. We can't exclude those in order to get others ahead. What we have to do is break the barriers down, to your point, so we have more women who want to enter politics who can, and then are able to then do it on their own merit, because we know that.
Just a reminder to the Honourable Member that I didn't make any point. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for his intervention. If I could speak quite frankly, I'm very disheartened that this is a debate that we are having today, and quite frankly, am feeling that many of the comments made in the previous intervention were insulting to many. I'm standing here today and want to express that there is a big difference between equity and equality, and it is clear that that concept is not being understood. We have so many systems that were built by white men for white men, and to say that we should not be providing equitable opportunities and looking at these systems to ensure that everybody has access to these systems is clearly inaccurate. I would ask the member to please take a moment to look at the Conservative Party and to share today whether this theory of equality is working well with the Conservative Party, with currently only 18% representation of women within the caucus. And clearly this is this shows here the evidence that we need that this equality theory that's being proposed today is not effective in ensuring equitable access to everyone to these systems made by white men. Thank you.
Member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm a little confused on the comment. It's equality of opportunity for everyone. I think everyone in Canada would like that. But if she talks about the Conservative Party, you know, we have members from all different sects of this country, from all certain. We had the first female Prime Minister in this country for the Conservative Party, and the only female Prime Minister in this country. You know, we have members who represent our gay community, that are ethnic, that have different backgrounds. It's not about us. It's about Canadians as a whole having equal opportunity. And I have a daughter who's 4 years old, and I understand the rest, but I think for all of our daughters and anyone across this country, all we ask for is equal opportunity for those children to get an education, to ensure they're included and inclusive, to ensure that they have opportunity to work hard and achieve what they want to achieve. We look at barriers in our institutional systems, in our schools, in our communities themselves. I think what we're all saying here is when it comes to funding should follow exactly what we're practicing in Canada, what we're trying to strive to, is that everyone should have the same opportunity as everyone else, and those that work hard and achieve that and get to this place or others have done it on their own accord and not because someone else told them to do it, it's because they did it. I think that's really important. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich, Go Filings.
Yeah, to my honourable colleague from Bay Quinte, I think that it's unappreciated by some in this place that the barriers to entry for women are quite significant and that they won't be broken down unless the first step is to ensure what used to be called affirmative action. And that's just recognizing women like me, who are women of privilege by the color of our skin. If we're going to also want to ensure diversity and inclusion and equity, we need to do more. I am reminded of one of the really good things that this Prime Minister did, which was appointing a gender equal, balanced cabinet. And I recall him vividly. The conservative media commentators, by conservative I didn't mean capital C conservative, that wasn't a partisan comment, but some of the commentators on the national news saying, oh, are we now going to have less qualified cabinet members because the Prime Minister is forced to find 50% of them as women? It was so insulting, but it was so ingrained that the cabinet ministers in this country, the members of Parliament, are all supposed to be white men, and they were from 1867 until Agnes MacPhail was elected.
The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
And she was a conservative. Well, Madam Speaker, I'll start with, I'm not going to take a lot of lessons from this leader, considering how the last leader of the Green Party was treated. I think at the end of the day, at the end of the day, we have to look at breaking barriers down, right?
The Honourable Member for Saanich Go Filings on a point of order.
The heckling that I just experienced was a personal attack to my personal integrity, and I take personal offense and ask the Honourable Member to withdraw those remarks because they are untrue, unfounded, and based on malicious gossip, and he should be ashamed.
Particularly partisan issues are not the business of the House and should not be dealt by the House. So I'd like the Honourable Member to please address the Honourable Member.
To the member for comment. But, at the end of the day, I don't understand when we're talking about quality of opportunity and especially breaking down barriers, would the Honourable Member would rather have been appointed to the position she holds in this Parliament rather than earning it as she rightfully has and rightfully has done so? And at the end of the day, when we talk to women and to people across Canada, should they have to be appointed in order to break down barriers, or can they not break them down on their own accord? Equality of opportunity means that we break the barriers down so those individuals can do just that. And that's all we're talking about. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me start by saying that I will be sharing my time, and it's a great honor, with my remarkable colleague for Nunavut. I'm looking forward to hearing what she has to say. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to mention that here in Ottawa, we are on unceded Algonquin territory, and that as a member for Montreal, I represent as well an unceded territory, a territory which was a meeting point for different nations. I think that's very important to raise, especially with the kind of debate we're having today. I'm not surprised to hear remarks about individual responsibility and unbridled individualism from the Conservatives, but I'm a bit more surprised to hear the Bloc Québécois going down the same path. In my opinion, it's just another way we can notice that the Bloc Québécois is taking a bit of a conservative turn. We're seeing that again with this motion today. Although, intellectually speaking, this motion does raise interesting questions. Questions that have to do with equity. sociology, social determinants, systemic racism, the representation of diversity in our institutions, and public and private institutions that represent our society, which should be as diverse and inclusive as possible. I think that it is important to be able to think about these important issues. Now, did it merit an entire opposition day? Well, I certainly think that's a valid question, although of course it's up to the Bloc Québécois to decide. But just to give a bit of context, after spending an entire day of parliamentary work to talk about the prayer in the House of Commons, now here we have a motion which is all about how white men aren't going to be able to get positions in federal research chairs. Is that really the biggest problem we have right now? Is that really the Bloc Québécois' priority? Wow, I just feel so sad for those white men who just aren't going to be able to get into positions where actually they form a crushing majority and always have. We're going through a housing crisis. Some people haven't gotten their EI check for months. Some people can't make ends meet. Some people are stuck in a terrible immigration backlog. Some people aren't able to get their passport. Of course, there's a climate crisis right now. We know that this summer is going to be full of heat waves, severe storms, forest fires, and so on. And yet, the Bloc Québécois wants to talk about the poor white men not being able to access positions, even though in many cases they fill 80% of positions. Here we're seeing a small effort made to make it easier for women, Indigenous people, visible minorities, and people with disabilities. A small effort is being made to help them access these positions. But no, according to the Bloc Québécois, this is unfair. It's discriminatory. Listen, we're talking about affirmative action to create social change that doesn't happen on its own for historic and sociological reasons. I could give so many examples of the fact that there is still sexism and systemic racism and discrimination, bias towards immigrants, First Nations, and so on. But apparently that doesn't count because we live in a perfect meritocracy where every single person is responsible for their own success or failure. It's just that simple, apparently. Well, that's pretty sloppy, Madam Speaker. Let me give an example. In this Parliament, about the role of women in the House of Commons. In 2011, when I arrived, there were 24% women. In 2015, 26%. In 2019, 29%. Last year, 30%. So that's an average of 1.5 to 2% per year. That's how quickly women's role in our Parliament is increasing. That's in a G7 democracy. That means that our Parliament will be balanced on the basis of gender in 40 years. My daughter, Marianne, will be retired when we reach gender parity in Parliament. If we don't take action, sometimes coercive action, then it just doesn't happen. We could also talk about unemployment. In January 2021, unemployment among Black people in Quebec was more than twice the Quebec average. The Black community has more university diplomas on average, but their employment rate is 5% lower than the average. And on average, they earn $4 an hour less than white people.
In February 2021, a month later, the unemployment rate was at 0.6%. For Latin Americans, you know what the unemployment rate was for the same month? 4.5%. For the Black community, 5.5%. For Southeast Asians, 7.6%. They are more unemployed. They earn less. They have more trouble finding a home. even though they're better trained and better educated than the average Canadian. If that's not proof of a systemic racism and barriers that need to be broken down, then I don't know what is. At Laval University in Quebec City, and this was a scandal, the average number of women or the average percentage of women is under 40%. And what about professors who are visible minorities? 6% at Laval University. The average number of Quebecers who are visible minorities are 13%. So that's only half of the objective achieved. What about people with disabilities? 1% of professors at Laval University. With regard to Canada research chairs, in general, it's just about the same figures if we look at the average across the CRC. 34% of women at Laval University. Visible minorities are 6%. For people with disabilities or people from First Nations, it's so low that it's not even taken into account. The data is not available. And then you're telling me that we don't need measures that will ensure that for this time, for this position, for this research position, we're going to give a chance to someone who does not usually have the same opportunities in life to increase those percentages that are shameful right now. And these positive action measures, they work. We've seen it in many countries, including the U.S., where it was absolutely necessary. And I know that the translation in French is positive discrimination. And of course, we say, well, you can't solve a discrimination problem by adding discrimination on top of it. Now, that's a poor pun, but who said that first? We can't solve discrimination with more discrimination? In 2019, the new head of the Conservative Party, it's really sad to see that there were 10,000 subjects that could have been raised today, and here's a motion that's going to... It's not who's speaking. Sometimes I think so hard that I can seem to hear you. But we have to examine our conscience. On boards of directors in Canada, women represent 20%. Executive positions, women represent 25%. There was a report published by Osler. They looked at 2,000 positions of executives in Canada, and out of those 2,000, there were 6 people who are disabled and 7 people who are Indigenous. There are 56%, or rather, women of visible minorities are 32% less represented than everyone else. These gaps are gigantic, and it's absolutely logical to make a small effort to change things to ensure that women, Indigenous people, people who are disabled, and people who represent visible minorities, they need to be better represented in universities and across society. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no questions for the colleague because I doubt if he'll answer. But I would just like to say that when he lists all these statistics on professors, he's talking about people who were hired in 80, 78, 89. And I come from the university circles, and I'm a university professor, and I'm worried that in this House there are people who don't know how to count. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-Petite-Patrie. I'd like to thank my colleague from Mirabel for his excellent question, and I'm just going to give him one example at the University of Moncton, where for years the majority of students are women, and we learned recently that within the science faculty at that very same university, the average number of women who are professors is 15%.
Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the member. And what I think of is that there has to be a will to see the changes that we want to be able to see in terms of society evolving. And in many ways, we see very progressive-minded people taking policy initiatives that will, in fact, achieve, hopefully sooner as opposed to later, a wider participation in our chairs, so it does incorporate minorities, whether they be women, people with disability, ethnic minorities, because it's important for society as a whole that it needs to reflect the Canadian population, Madam Speaker, ultimately these chairs. And I'm wondering if he can provide his thoughts in regards to how important it is to have the will to see that take place.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And yes, indeed, progressive movements have always worked to achieve equity and equality, and sometimes that requires measures that are almost coercive. But that's okay, because what I'm hearing from the Conservative and the Bloc right now is I think I'm hearing Thatcher. Individuals, but that's not how it works. And I think that as parliamentarians, as elected officials, we have to take responsibility and make sure that we take significant action to make social progress and have better representation of diversity in our society.
Member for Skeena-Buckley-Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my wonderful colleague for his remarks. I wanted to pick up on a theme we heard from a previous speaker about this apparent distinction between equality of opportunity and equality of outcome. And I can't think of how we define progress if we don't look at outcomes. I think often equality of opportunity is used as an excuse for not doing anything. And I wonder if my colleague could think of any institutions in Canadian society that have achieved diversity that is reflective of the population without proactive equity measures.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And he's right. If we say that we don't need to look at outcomes of these equity measures because we've put them in place, well, that simply means that people have forgotten about these outcomes because we have to take measures, proactive measures, positive measures to put these guidelines in place. My colleague also mentioned that we need Indigenous women, visible minority women to act as role models, and that will allow us to achieve genuine equity, not just put measures in place.
Questions and comments? The
Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Madam Speaker, I'm going to try and refocus the debate because, once again, we need to respect the debate. Madam Speaker, my colleague from Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie tried to reduce this debate. What we're saying is that the first criterion, the primary criterion that should be used to recruit researchers to the CRC program should be excellence. And currently, Madam Speaker, the number one criterion is based on a matter of identity. And Madam Speaker, I would just like to quote researchers who are from visible minorities who have said, I don't care about the color of the skin. I want to hire someone who is competent and who has the skills required. And that's someone from McGill. I would like to hear what my colleague has to say to that quote. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie, quickly, please. Well, it's unfortunate. If only 6% of researchers can be excellent when they come from visible minorities, then I wonder why all the excellent researchers are white men.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Inuktor lunga pigi ako mavunga sakit tito magako tamanna tukserak taoyok ilain naksiok titi nyang ninginit amaru amisunit amma agagonet kayo sa titaurok semayut sukat taw na yang ninganne uvanga tutiak lunga namin tukisi yung inuktor tilunga manaoyok uvani iksibak tiluta tanna ilain naksiok ninga aksawang nakutaw na yaktok inutu kisiani iman na sakyayak titi yumayunga takwa ilay naksiyongin ng mit, piliri katiging ng mut, aksuro te karumadlunga. Okaktitiye, I wanted to start my statement in Inuktitut to portray the impacts of what could happen if this motion were to pass. It would allow for a lot of exclusion. In addition, it would diminish the years of hard work that the Canada Research Chairs has done to increase equity, diversity, and inclusion. I turned to speak the rest of my statement in English because I know just how important it is to work collaboratively and to work towards a common understanding. Having been educated in a colonial system, I have learned that Canada is proud of its history. By this point in our society, we espouse inclusiveness, diversity, and equity. Allowing this motion to pass will see results as catastrophic as the Franklin expedition. I am sure that I do not need to remind my colleagues in this House and to those listening to this debate that Sir John Franklin perished in the Arctic. When Franklin left England, I am quite sure that he was selected for his skills and his qualifications. After all, his research and advances to achieve navigation could benefit travels across the North. For years, academics and researchers searched for the demise of this expedition. For years, academics and researchers ignored Inuit knowledge passed on from the 1800s. As much of our knowledge still is, in many aspects, ignored, impacting our Inuit lives. It took 165 years. Only with the knowledge and guidance of Inuit was the Franklin's ship found. In this history, Canadians can thank Louis Kamukak and Inuk from Joe Haven in my writing. It was his talk on the Inuit knowledge that led to the wreck finally being found 165 years later. I seriously question the Bloc who have decided to use their opposition day on this matter. Why are they so adamant to protect white male privilege? Why are they looking to remove the equity, diversity, and inclusion objectives that address the underrepresentation of women, visible minorities, people with disabilities, and people from Indigenous communities in federally funded research chairs? Why have they not focused on important matters requiring our attention? We are experiencing a climate crisis, housing crisis. There are Indigenous people who are being deprived of their rights. Inuit and First Nations are questioning the Bloc position on the French language laws and the lack of commitments towards promoting and revitalizing Indigenous languages. Indigenous people in Quebec are often excluded as the Bloc continually debate their nationhood in Canada, a place they settled on, a place they took from Indigenous peoples. This motion, to me, reeks of All Lives Matter, a slogan associated with the criticism of equity, diversion, and inclusion of the Black Lives Matter movement. We must not try to hide that Canada is still a place of discrimination, that legislation and policies protecting equity, diversity, and inclusion are still very necessary. We hear the need for them every day in this House. We hear every day about the atrocities experienced by Indigenous women who continue to be targets of violence, leading to the need for the National Inquiry on MMIWG to have been created. We hear weekly how much the federal government says it funds initiatives to make improvements on Indigenous people's lives. Yet, because of the systemic racism, we still hear about violent deaths of Indigenous women. As recently as last week, another Indigenous woman was murdered. We must do better to increase these existing figures. 40.9% of women hold research chairs. 22.8% of visible minorities hold research chairs. 5.8% of people living with a disability hold research chairs. 3.4% of Indigenous people hold research chairs. All these figures are just too low. The only way to continue to advance Canada as a society is to use the criteria, is to continue to use the criteria to keep equity, diversity, and inclusion.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I listened closely to my colleague's speech. I have a very simple question for her. There are competent, skilled researchers who are part of a visible minority community and who don't have access to funding under the Canada Research Chairs program because they do not meet the criteria or they don't want to list those criteria. So how can we conclude that it should be otherwise? So my simple question is, there is already discrimination for people who are underrepresented and they are not accepted in the CRC program. I would like to hear what my colleague has to say on that, please.
I thank the member who made the motion as well for his question. I think it is his statement that absolutely makes it necessary why we need to keep those legislation and those policies, because that discrimination exists. We need to make sure that these policies are used to open opportunities for people who are Indigenous, that have disabilities, that are invisible minorities. It's the reason why we need to say, let's not pass this motion because we still have too much systemic discrimination in Canada.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and my honourable colleague as well. I have the same thoughts, that you shared about this motion. And with such limited opposition days, it's quite interesting to me that this one was selected as the issue to be debated today. And I feel, it is a bold move to make such a statement about who you want in these positions. And I think it's really, can we all agree that these are highly educated, highly experienced individuals who made this decision to ensure equity and diversity is included in this process. And so are we kind of jumping, ahead of ourselves here, not letting the outcomes, potentially, really beneficial outcomes for these institutions be seen before we criticize it, before we kind of look at, again, these concepts of a dystopia. I think that was mentioned in a different version, as if there's going to be a reversal of A Handmaid's Tale should we allow these kinds of actions to take place. So just wondering if the member could comment on that, and perhaps, why are we sounding the alarm before we even know how beneficial this could be? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
To the member, I enjoy working with her in our standing committee. It's a difficult question, but I think it's an important one. With all that's going on in Canada, with all that's going on in research, I know that in the Arctic for sure that a lot of the academics are starting to open up to the idea of the importance of using traditional knowledge, Indigenous traditional knowledge, so that academia and Indigenous traditional knowledge are used in parallel so that they're not separate from each other. I think that in Canada's time, I think we're moving towards a greater future where there is inclusivity and where it's necessary to make sure that we're keeping these opportunities open and making sure that it's the relationships that we focus on when it comes to people who have ability to make decisions about what research will happen. These chairs have important positions, and the themes and the guides that they provide to the rest of academia will be very, truly important. And so making sure that those groups of chairs are diverse is very important in Canada.
Brief question, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Madam Speaker, earlier today, a member from the Conservative Party had spoken a little bit about the importance of what he referenced as individualism and the importance of ensuring that those who are accessing positions in educational institutions have earned the right to be there. And I'm wondering if the member, and thank you, of course, the member for her speech. I'm wondering if the member could please share a little bit on her thoughts as to why that narrative is extremely problematic in having equitable access within our systems. Thank you.
To answer from the member from Nunavut.
To the member for her important question. And I just wanted to draw back as well to the importance of identity. I think that identity does play a huge role in Canada. We are quite proud of ourselves as Canadians who support each other, Canadians who are the most generous when it comes to charity. And so the importance of just really not being an individualistic person who only serves to promote itself as a person is not something that is a very Canadian, I think, part of our identity. I think most Canadians would prefer to be known as generous, as caring, as inclusive, as we hope that we will be.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be pleased to share my time today with the member for Saint-Hyacinthe. We're talking about funding of research in provincial jurisdiction. And here at the federal parliament, we're talking about this. So you can also see there's an issue. And what's even more problematic is that these criteria for the research chairs are not democratic lessons. We set them up in 2000, and this is the first time we're debating them in the House. And regardless of what the NDP that doesn't want to debate them, well, and since we've never looked at these issues, what we're hearing today shows a lack of knowledge of the university and academic world. And I hope, well, let's look back in history. Let's look at the general criteria that Paul Martin set up for funding. What did they do at the time? They cut health transfers. They cut transfers to social programs from the 80s and the 90s. And so much so that the provinces were so much in hot water that they had a hard time funding their services. Health took a growing portion of the transfers, but funding of higher education and primary school took a back seat. So what Ottawa did is put the provinces in hot water. And then in the middle of the 90s, there was a referendum, and half of Quebecers said no to Canada, Madam Speaker. So what did Ottawa do? They decided to step into provincial jurisdiction in several areas. And it continued with the Millennium Grants, and they created squabbles there with Quebec. They had to get involved there as well. And what they're telling us, well, since you're having issues, we're going to cut your funding, and then we're going to create these research chairs. It's the old Liberal reflex. It's typical. You put the provinces in hot water, and then you step in to save the day, and you create conditions. You impose condition after condition. You set up criteria, and so that 22 years later, here we are today discussing this issue. And these criteria, well, we're not really talking about inclusion or not. It's in terms of jurisdiction, and it's none of their business. And then the courts get involved. But if they stuck to their own business, the courts wouldn't have to get involved. And now here we are today with all sorts of criteria for hiring professors that goes against such academic freedoms. In terms of professors and researchers, I have to tell you, I am a university professor. I am part of these assemblies that hire professors, and it's so difficult to hire them. Even HR departments at universities don't get involved. At Laval or Toronto University, these HR departments don't get involved. But we have NDP members who like to say how we should be hiring researchers, and they don't know anything about this area. So I'd like to tell you how we do hire a professor. At UQAM, we open up a position if we have a need, for example, in health economics. So there we receive 300 applicants. We look first at those who speak French. And unlike the Liberals, we think it's important to have professors who speak French in Quebec. And then that leaves 100 or so applicants. And some people apply in areas that we don't need, such as macroeconomics, so we have to sort them. And then we are left with some 60 applicants who are excellent. And then there are 50 or 60 that we interview. There are some who fail the interview, and then there's a short list of 20 or 25 applicants that make it. We take the best of them, and we do a flyout with 7 or 8 of them. We ask them to present their research projects to the researchers who are in the know in these areas. And at the end, we select a professor. And then we make them a job offer. And you know what happens, Madam Speaker, when we make this? They refuse it. They refuse it because our public services are poorly funded and we can't help them, support them. So they go to France, they go to the UK, and the U.S., and even Quebecers who are francophone, who have been long underrepresented in the academic sector, want to leave Quebec because we're having a hard time paying them. And then we go to the second and third candidate, and we do the best we can. And finally, we get 1 or 2 candidates on the short list that we can hire, and that's the reality of the situation. So we have people here who think that if we add extra criteria and make the process even heavier, it will make it easier to hire people with skills. It shows a total lack of understanding. And I'll tell you something else, because I was in that area, and many of my colleagues have been there as well. I've been an academic for many years, and every time we hired someone, the gender equality criteria or multicultural criteria were central. And every time we were able to hire one, we did. But we didn't need the federal government's intervention or the CRC program to do so. We didn't need their conditions. What the Liberals are doing with these criteria it's moral narcissism. They think they're better than everyone else. So what happens in the short term when we try to impose criteria like this? Sometimes when there are visible minorities or a woman, there may be a few candidates who will be qualified for the position. But because of their criteria, all the universities want them. So how come we can't hire them? Because we don't have the means to increase their salary. Because the funding is in Ottawa, and because Quebec has been underfunded historically. So we do the best we can, Madam Speaker. And then this is the reality of the situation in Quebec. We have a vision of diversity and inclusion. But you know, Madam Speaker, for example, in Rimouski, we have a department of sea science, or we have universities across Quebec where it's difficult to recruit people. And these criteria make it even 2 or 3 times as restrictive. They impose conditions, but they don't pay for them. And what does the federal government do? They tell us to reach diversity, we have to have all universities that meet the average. And what they're telling us is diversity means leaning towards what is normal or average. But these conditions, what they do is they substitute appearance for skills. that's how they chose their prime minister, the Liberals. But our universities have to be independent. And it is these rules that gave us the research that we have today. But all universities and departments across Quebec and Canada are already taking action in this area. And what they're telling us, it's not about diversity, really. They're telling they don't trust us in our own area of jurisdiction in education. There is criteria to include diversity, but it's up to Quebec to establish these criteria, not the federal government. What should we do now? The universities have to continue to work on inclusion. But what should the federal government do? They have to stop getting involved in research because they don't know this field. They're incompetent. Even in my areas of expertise I don't know, I don't get involved in. So we have to get rid of these costly regulations for the government of Quebec and for universities. They're not efficient. They infringe academic freedom, and they cause conflicts. They set fire to our climate at universities. And I can tell you, I have been taken part in these hiring assemblies for new candidates, and I can tell you it's not easy to hire someone. So we have to work upstream, increase grants. And when I'm at university, if I want to hire someone, we need a large pool of competent people and have all sorts of the options. But the narcissism of the Liberals and the NDPs won't lead to better research. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I heard my friend's opposite speech intently, and there's some underlying concerns that I have. And first and foremost, I think the implication is that when you look at diversity and inclusion as an issue, it precludes those who are qualified and those who are intellectually capable of that job. So I think there's a premise that I reject. But what he's trying to say, I believe, is that there should be no measures put in place at any level, whether it's the academia, whether it's government jobs, that can set particular criteria, whether it be someone who's Indigenous, someone who's racialized, women. In the case of the Government of Canada, when we hire people who are bilingual, those may not be criteria that we set forth. So I'm wondering if my friend could just reflect on that and tell us why he fully rejects the notion of any form of personal characteristics being incorporated into the jobs.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Sorry, we have to leave time for other questions as well. Madam Speaker, my colleague is saying things that I didn't say. I'll repeat. I am an academic, and we find a great number of open and educated people there. They're aware about diversity. But it's false to say that we're against inclusion criteria, but it's not. We're just saying it's not the federal government's business. Education and funding of research is part of higher education, and that's how we find doctorates and masters. It is, well, the Liberal Party's vision is if the criteria don't come from them, then they shouldn't exist. And that's what they don't understand. The honourable member from Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for his statement. I wonder if there is a common misunderstanding of how the hiring process works. Should not the focus be on improving that process rather than breaking down the years of work that has been to keep discrimination at bay?
The honourable member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, once again, people are saying something I didn't say, perhaps because my speech was excellent. Getting rid of these rules doesn't mean that we'll destroy years of work. There is a will to include people and to integrate them in Quebec. Every day of my career Well, every province is responsible for funding their own education at universities, and it's not up to Ottawa to step in. If my colleague wants to get involved in that, they should sit on the provincial government. The member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Mirabel for his speech. And he has reminded us that once again, it's a question of federal paternalism. But this is not what my question is about. He explained that very well and what's happening right now. This morning, I explained that to have more women in the academia, as my colleague explained well, we have to work upstream. And how come women aren't running or applying in some sectors? During the pandemic, women had a hard time doing research because they were at home with a great mental load. And how can we work upstream to make it easier for women to have a better work-life balance, for example? We have to think about the issue before, because I don't think it's really an issue of criteria. The honourable member for Mirabel has 1 minute. We're talking about all sorts of averages in Canada, but research departments do not necessarily represent the whole society. There are traces of it. It's hard to apply averages here and there. It doesn't work. My colleague is right. For many years, it was hard for minorities, for women, and we set up grant programs, and we were more aware about conclusion, and that was the case in Quebec and our universities as well. And there is still progress to be done there. Yes, Madam Speaker, we have to work to make sure we have other Marie Curies and other Nobel Prize winners as well. But it's not by imposing conditions today and preventing Quebec universities from hiring professors that we're going to improve the quality of research. And they're just playing politics with inclusion. And we're not doing this because they're trying to integrate people long-term with this. They're dedicating their energy to the wrong area. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Pégot. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to speak today during this Bloc Opposition Day with respect to federal funding of research and the conditions that are related to this and that are dictated to us. Our objective is clear: to make sure that funding is done without discrimination. It should be done based on the qualifications and the skills and the merit of a candidate and not based on identity criteria. It's called true equality. And this motion is particularly dear to me because I've had a chance to work in the university sector for some time. And in Quebec, as a student in political science, I attended the University of Montreal. And then as a student in sociology, I attended UQAM. And then I was able to teach at University of Laval and University of Quebec in Chicoutimi. And then I was able to see what happened on the other side of the ocean. I was able to do my doctorate in socioeconomics of development at a school in Paris. And I have wonderful memories from my university life. However, there were a few shadows. Unfortunately, when you are a young student or researcher or teacher, you see that there's a hegemony in research chairs to the detriment of teaching. Today, there is a hegemony in Ottawa as well, because it wants to impose its own themes and terms that are ideological. And we know in social sciences, this is particularly the case. There is radical ideology that comes directly from U.S. campuses. And then researchers have to conform to this. They have no choice. Otherwise, they'll be marginalized. The CRC program was created by the Chrétien government 20 years ago against the backdrop of Ottawa taking Quebec's funding and stepping in our jurisdiction. Education being provincial jurisdiction, and Ottawa said at the time that it would create research chairs and not intrude because it was the exclusive domain of Quebec. But now we have seen that this research chair program is a direct infringement of our jurisdiction.
Université, les conditions d'embauche des professeurs.
Ottawa ends up being the one that actually lays out the requirements for hiring professors. This needs to change. We need to ensure that Ottawa stops using its spending power to take up all the room in funding research. Money is so important in this area, and it gives a lot of control in changing the way our universities work. And that's what we're seeing here with the Canada Research Chair program, specifically with the, in our opinion, unreasonable equity, diversity, and inclusion requirements. Ottawa is not respecting universities' autonomy with these requirements. It is unjustifiable for Ottawa to be dictating what the conditions should be to hire professors. If Ottawa really wants the power to spend in education, it should do so without strings, but that never happens. As my colleague from Mirabel was saying earlier, we're seeing strings attached here, and yet not enough funding. That's always the same. It's unacceptable that Ottawa is imposing targets under threat of punishment on Quebec universities. After all, these universities are independent and have the ability to create their own programs for fostering diversity and inclusion without having conditions imposed on them by Ottawa under threat of removing their funding. That's unacceptable, Madam Speaker. Ottawa's requirements are unacceptable and illegitimate obstacles. Under Pauline Marois' Quebec government, when Pierre Duchesne was the Minister for Higher Education, the Quebec government wanted to free the education system in Quebec from Canadian ideology by creating Quebec research chairs, and that was a good idea. Now, although I'm criticizing the research chair program, we are in favor of permanent and increased funding for scientific research. But Canada is not a leader in this area. In fact, it's a real dinosaur. For years, and I think this is an excellent example, because this isn't an example from 1950. It's recent, from the 2000s. For many years, the Minister of Science and Technology was openly creationist. That gives you a real idea of the way that the government valued science. The underfunding for scientific research was flagrant. The Naylor report clearly showed that cuts in funding to research and development over the last 20 years had serious repercussions. And we saw that at the beginning of the health crisis that we're barely coming out of now. We didn't have a pharmaceutical industry. We didn't have medication, equipment, or vaccines. We didn't have any way to structure funding adequately in order to develop everything I've just mentioned. There was no capacity to develop the sector quickly. And when you think about the Armand Frappier Institutes, which were the pride of Quebec in this area, they were completely abandoned by Ottawa. And that leads to real consequences in what the Prime Minister has proudly called the first post-national country. Canada should try to exit Jurassic Park instead of dictating the nature of what kind of scientific research is authorized. Now, of course, we believe in inclusion. We believe in diversity. Of course, diversity is not good or bad per se, it's a reality. It reflects contemporary society. And in the past, the Bloc Québécois had the first Latin American person in this parliamentary institution, Osvaldo Nunes, as well as the Indigenous MP Bernard Clery, an MP of Haitian origin, Vivienne Barbeau, as well as Eve-Marie Taitilac. who was of Vietnamese origin, and so on and so forth. So, taking myself out of it, we still have a great deal of diversity. But ultimately, these people were all highly qualified, and that's why they were elected. When people are equally skilled, then it's an excellent thing to correct some flagrant injustices of the past and that still exist today. But it's very important to not impose restrictive conditions beyond competence. For example, recently at the University of Laval, there was a position where it wasn't stated that if you were from a diverse background, you would get the position if you had equal skills. Instead, it said that it was reserved for people from a diverse background. When I think about the veterinary medicine faculty in Saint-Hyacinthe, it's the only veterinary teaching institution in the French language in North America, and it attracts talents from everywhere in the world. And recently, the Natural Science Research Council sent out a poll to scholarship candidates, and they had to fill out this poll, and they were asked to reveal their sexual orientation. Madam Speaker, can anyone explain to me why someone's sexual orientation has an effect on their ability to dissect a dead bird? Or their ability to learn more about bird flu in the laboratory? There's clearly nothing that links the two. Academic freedom is a very basic fight, which has to do with the most basic principles of freedom of conscience, with being able to reason. We have been saying for a long time that the goal of education is to learn to think, rather than being told what to think. But this system here with the research chairs is telling students and teachers what to think. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, one member of the House earlier indicated that it's unfortunate that the Bloc have brought forward this particular motion, maybe even suggesting that they could have used a different motion for today. I look at the motion a little bit differently. I see the motion as something in which, at the end of the day, I don't believe is in the best interest of Canada, primarily because I see the true value of Canada's diversity. And often when we get the type of appointments that are necessary, it can be inspirational for younger generations. It allows us to build a healthier and richer society. And I'm wondering if the member could reflect on the province of Quebec in its entirety, and I think of whether it's rural or the city of Montreal, and does he believe that his attitudes towards ignoring women as minorities and other ethnic diversities.
Ask other questions, and I just would ask people, individuals, to mind the time, and it should be questions and comments. About 45 seconds would be good, but you people have been expending it past 1 minute. L'honorable député Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Well, there's so much to say about all that. Well, first of all, I'm touched to see how much the other parties care about our choices for our opposition day motions. I mean, ultimately, for the other parties, for the government, it doesn't change anything for them, no matter what we do. And ultimately, the way they see Quebec seems to be Montreal surrounded by a bunch of fields. That is very outdated. I represent a rural riding which was represented by the first Vietnamese person in the history of this House. And so we should stop trying to caricature people from the rural regions. And she was elected due to her competence. Quebec does have affirmative action measures. I'm not going to use the word discrimination, positive discrimination. And I am in favor of affirmative action, but only among candidates who are equally skilled.
Une autre question, questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his remarks. I can't imagine, Madam Speaker, that he opposes the idea that Canada's research chairs should reflect the diversity of our country. And yet I didn't hear him spend any time in his remarks talking about the many barriers that Indigenous people, people of color, people living with disabilities, all of these groups face in Canadian society. I'd like to give him the opportunity to elaborate on the many systemic barriers faced by those groups in institutions like our Canada Research Chairs.
L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Well, my colleague would like us to improve scholarships to favor more people entering university, more people from First Nations. If that's what he was suggesting, rather, I would completely support that. In fact, there are programs where tuition fees can be paid on behalf of First Nations students. That already exists. Of course, measures can always be improved. We need to fight the racism that still exists against First Nations. But like I said, we need to do that upstream. Universities should not discriminate against people based on their identity to the detriment of their skills. A brief question. The honourable member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, let's be very clear. Education funding is an area of provincial and Quebec jurisdiction. What the other side of the House is telling us, if I understand correctly, they're telling us that if Ottawa doesn't impose these conditions, there will be no diversity or inclusion in Quebec. From their point of view, letting Quebec do its own work would lead to exclusion and racism. What does my colleague think of that attitude from our government colleagues and their attitude towards Quebec? The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Let's remember something. The first Jew ever elected in the British Empire was in Quebec. So we will not take any lessons from Canada about diversity.
King's hands.
Merci, Madame le Président, et c'est comme normal, c'est un absolu.
Madam Speaker, as always, it is a great privilege to be here to talk about an opposition motion. And I would just like to say that I will be sharing my time with the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge. Madam Speaker, in general, when I receive an opposition motion text, it generally occurs the evening before the day of debate. It generally happens when I'm in my hotel. So I generally go and I read the motion. 2 weeks ago, I received the text of today's opposition motion, the Bloc Québécois motion on the prayer in this House of Commons. And when I made my speech about that, I raised a point from my perspective. And my perspective was that this issue just wasn't that important, considering that there is the war in Ukraine, climate change, affordability, and all sorts of other important things that should be debated in this House. Today, well, actually yesterday, when I received this text, I felt that the exact same problem was occurring. Of course, it's not really a problem because it's the Bloc Québécois' privilege to raise questions in this place. But once again, when I read the text of the motion, I felt that it was very far from the real concerns of Canadians and Quebecers. When we look once again at the war in Ukraine, currently the Agri-Foods and Agriculture Committee will be studying the importance of food safety, the importance of supporting our allies, like Ukraine, and Ukraine is very important for grains and commodities. the Russians are targeting crucial infrastructure. So this is a critical issue. The matter of how the government of Canada and our allies in Europe and the United States in NATO, the best way for us to address this problem. But yet, today, we're confronted with this motion about the Canada Research Shares Program. And of course, the research program is very important for innovation. It's important for science, for various programs to improve our economy. I agree with that. But I would just like to read the motion. A, that the House denounce all forms of discrimination. I agree with that principle, and I believe all members here and all Canadians agree with that. B, that in the opinion of the House, research is necessary for the advancement of science and society in general. Of course, I just explained my perspective. I agree with that. It's very important for the future of the country. Then the motion continues. Access to the Canada Research Shares Program must be based on the candidate's skills and qualifications. Yes, I also agree with that principle. And in fact, I'm interested by the Bloc's position. Because in this text, it is suggesting that some research shares at the moment in Canada, it suggests that they already have the necessary qualifications. I think it's important that members of the Bloc Québécois who are rising to speak here, well, I think it's important for them to actually rise here and explain their perspective. Do people think that some Canadian or Quebec research shares, do they think that they're qualified? I personally am confident that the skills and qualifications of people in those positions is adequate, but perhaps the Bloc doesn't agree. And then the motion says C, that the House call on the government to review the program's criteria to ensure that grants are awarded based on science and not based on identity criteria or criteria unrelated to the purpose of the research. Well, Madam Speaker, I do think that it's very important to evaluate people's skills and understand their research objectives, the importance of their research within society. Yes, I agree with that. But I also think that diversity and finding certain people to ensure that they have opportunities in this place, or rather in universities, that's very important. And Madam Speaker, I think it's very important to consider the history of the program. It was established in 2000, and it's at the very heart of a national strategy which aimed to make Canada one of the strongest countries in R&D. It invests about $311 million a year to attract and retain a diverse group of researchers, first-line researchers, in order to create excellence in post-secondary education in Canada. In 2017, a court ruling ensured that the Canada Research Shares Program had to meet mandatory objectives in the area of equity, diversity, and inclusion, stemming from a Canadian settlement agreement on human rights in 2006. So in a certain way, the government, well, yes, the government supports these kinds of measures, but also a court decided that something needed to be done, that there were problems, and that we needed to change the way the government was choosing our research shares.
Rezultat.
And outcomes are very important, Madam Speaker. Between 2016 and 2021, the percentage of women who received funding from the CRC program rose from 28.9% to 40.9%. The percentage of visible minorities rose from 13.4% to 22.8%. The percentage of persons with disabilities went from 0.3% to 5.8%. And the percentage of Indigenous recipients went from 1.3% to 3.4%. So, yes, absolutely. These statistics are telling, but we're also talking about human beings, people, for whom this provides an opportunity. So it's not just about numbers. It's important for diversity and for equal opportunity for everyone across Canada in order to achieve, to ensure that these positions are open.
Madam Speaker, it's important. I mean, research shows that diversity can lead to better results in terms of this. So, yes, we can put a lens on diversity and inclusion and trying to be equitable, but we also want the best results from what we do. And as I mentioned earlier in French, Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois motion reads as though individuals who are currently being appointed to these chairs are not qualified. I take issue with that. The parliamentary secretary before me said the same thing on that same vein. And I think at the end of the day, as has been illustrated, diversity is important to leading to teamwork, to be able to drive better results. I see I'm close to the end of my time. I wish I had more, Madam Speaker, but perhaps I'll leave it at that and I can add in addition when I get some questions from my colleagues. Thank you.
The Honourable Member. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I'd like to congratulate him on his excellent French. It just keeps getting better and better. Now, he seemed to be wondering what the problem is with our motion today. Now, sure, we could have brought forward another topic, but we get told that every single time we have an opposition day. So I'm going to lay out the problems for my colleague, and then I'll ask him to react. The first problem that we're raising today is that the federal government, and we're just talking about in general, the federal government lays down conditions in an area of jurisdiction that belongs to Quebec, and we always denounce that, and the Bloc always will. It's in its DNA. The second problem is this exclusion, because we are all for diversity, for positive action, but we are denouncing the exclusion of certain candidacies from the outset. That's the problem. The Honourable Member for Kings Hands. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. So, for me, I'm still a bit confused because when I read the motion, I didn't see any principles regarding areas of provincial jurisdiction. And for me, I would likely expect that the province of Quebec would respect diversity and inclusion as principles. So if the matter is about working together with the province of Quebec to incorporate the principles of diversity and inclusion into the CRC program and in research in general, then that's fine. But that is not within the text of the motion that I can see. So I do appreciate his explanation, but it's not actually in the text of the motion today.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for his speech. Some groups experience multiple discriminations at the same time. For example, women from Indigenous communities who are underrepresented in academic settings. That's just one example. Therefore, an intersectional approach is essential to understand and address the barriers and biases that exclude underrepresented groups. Does the member believe that removing affirmative action may reinforce these biases and further exclude underrepresented groups?
Honourable Member for Kings Hands.
The way I'll respond to that, Madam Speaker, thank you to the member opposite for the question, is a couple things. Obviously, as I mentioned, the tribunal had suggested that the government had to do a better job of actually trying to drive diversity inclusion. She takes note that some people have the double challenge, as she mentioned, perhaps women and Indigenous groups. I think at the end of the day, what I take notice of this Bloc Québécois motion is it almost reads that there is some type of form of discrimination by actually encouraging individuals who are underrepresented to actually have more status in these chairs. I disagree with that principle. I think it's also extremely important for universities and the culture to play an important role there. I would like to commend Acadia University. They're doing really important work in this domain. They have great research chairs, some of which are supported by us, some of which are being driven by themselves. So to answer her question, institutionally it's important, and I think to her point, these types of principles need to stay.
Brief question. Questions commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the issues that I've been raising, Madam Speaker, is the issue of young people and how young people look to the important positions that are in society. University chairs, research chairs, and how it can be very inspiring, especially for a youth that's of a minority, whether it's ethnic, a disability, or female. And I'm wondering if my colleague could provide his thoughts in regards to why it's so important that as we diversify, that the young people see that these important positions are reflective of Canadian society.
King's Hands, a brief answer.
Madam Speaker, I think the Parliamentary Secretary has hit it right on the head with the question, and I'll certainly just elaborate a little bit further, which, regardless of what profession one might seek to take on in the future, you want to see yourself reflected and have mentorship in that role. So whether or not that is diversity that the Parliamentary Secretary talked about, whether it be Indigenous communities, different, I mentioned some handicap individuals that are finding their way here, that is extremely important. That matters in research chairs, that matters in politics. That's why we're certainly trying to get even more women involved in politics, more women involved here in Parliament. It extends far beyond the research programs that we're talking about, but he does make a very good point.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to participate in the debate on the Bloc Québécois motion and to have the opportunity to speak to the Government of Canada's commitment to supporting Canada's best and brightest minds and to highlight Canada's efforts to attract and retain global research leaders. Madame la Présidente, les personnes talentueuses.
Madam Speaker, talented people who work as part of research chairs provide us with knowledge. These people play an important role by ensuring that Canada has the capacity necessary to make discoveries and to meet research challenges. The government is helping Canadian universities attract the best and brightest and to keep them.
Research Chairs programs aims to position Canadian universities at the leading edge of discovery, building long-term research strengths in areas of strategic importance to Canada. These prestigious awards are supporting important research in areas such as global food security, which we know is of paramount concern today, Madame la Présidente, big data, green technology, and artificial intelligence. A former chair, Dr. Michael Houghton, was jointly awarded the 2020 Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine for the discovery of the hepatitis C virus. Madame la Présidente, it is clear that supporting top research talent benefits Canada and all Canadians. That is why in Budget 2022, we announced an additional $38.3 million over 4 years, starting in 2023-24, and $12.7 million ongoing to expand the Canada Excellence Research Chairs program. Le gouvernement a reconnu.
The government has recognized that that it is crucial to take measures that help researchers with highly qualified personnel, which is essential to our country's development.
High risk, high reward, and interdisciplinary research. The New Frontiers in Research Fund supports early career researchers by design. The proportion of awards granted to early career researchers equals the proportion of applications that are submitted by these emerging scholars, an action that levels the playing field for those who have not yet established an extensive record of research achievement. The Canada Research Chairs program supports exceptional emerging researchers in kickstarting their careers, awarding 5-year grants valued at $100,000 annually. Each of these early career Canada Research Chairs comes with an additional $20,000 annual research stipend for the first 5-year term. The Canada Research Chairs program allocates proportionally more chairs to emerging scholars over established scholars who have had the opportunity to establish a record of research achievement. Further, I'm happy to say that when Budget 2018 announced the creation of 285 new Canada Research Chairs, the majority were allocated to emerging researchers, Madame la Présidente. Madame la Présidente, le gouvernement valorise le rôle essentiel des...
Our government values the valuable role of future researchers of Canada in producing knowledge, discoveries, and innovation that contributes to building an excellent future for Canada and the globe. Through this federal funding, the government makes significant investments to support students and scholars, including for higher education, making it accessible for those who seek to acquire skills needed for the knowledge-based economy.
Canada's next generation of researchers is more diverse. This diversity includes trainees who are at different life stages, including parenthood, recognizing that research trainees receiving federal scholarships are unable to take advantage of parental leave benefits offered under the EI system. In Budget 2019, we expanded the duration of paid parental leave coverage for students and postdoctoral fellows funded directly or indirectly by the federal granting agencies from 6 months to 12 months. This investment is making a real difference for research trainees, supporting their pathway to careers as highly qualified personnel in Canada. Le gouvernement a reconnu le rôle vital.
The government has recognized the vital role that qualified personnel play in research and the importance of keeping on talented personnel as well as support staff. Thanks to research subsidies. That support future researchers. Madam Speaker, the government recognizes that these activities are essential to ensure the reserve of talent that is part of new discoveries and innovation to develop databases that we need to tackle major problems with which the world is confronted.
And encourage. We understand and cherish the value of scientific freedom. That is why the government is working to provide support to research trainees affected by Vladimir Putin's unjustified invasion of Ukraine with the creation of a special response fund for trainees. We have established this measure as a way of demonstrating our support for Ukraine and to help Ukrainian trainees working in Canada to continue their important work. This year, this action contributes to Canada's diverse and inclusive research community, a goal that our government is fully committed to. Madame la Présidente, s'il ne fait aucun...
Madam Speaker, a diversified and inclusive community of researchers helps improve or helps Canada reach its full potential. And some people must deal with systemic barriers that prevent them from participating in this community. To underscore the government's commitment to building a more diversified and fair research community, the budget announced new funding to ensure that underrepresented Canadians will be able to participate. We consider that these investments are crucial to welcoming these people into this community so that Canada remains an inclusive society.
We are committed to supporting Canadian science and all the talented individuals belonging to the Canadian science ecosystem. Going forward, the government remains committed to gathering the ideas and talent in our research community to help address the opportunities and challenges we face. Madame la Présidente, in closing, we must continue to build a more inclusive and stronger Canada, and one way of doing it is through the Canada Research Chairs program. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Vaughan Woodbridge, and his French is improving. And obviously, we believe that the government should not impose these criteria. So how would the member react if there was a similar criteria based on these 4 criteria in your own sector of activity? How would the colleague react? I hope that the honourable member is going through the chair and not addressing the member directly. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles for his question this afternoon.
Madame la Présidente, in society today, we must recognize there are obstacles or systemic barriers for people in advancing and receiving opportunities, and we must continue to break down those barriers that certain communities face in Canada. And at the same time, we must encourage diversity within our Canada Research Chairs, and there are ways of doing that, and we have identified ways to continue to diversifying that while we continue to break down the systemic barriers that exist for in particular communities that are marginalized here in Canada. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
Honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and for his efforts in French. I think that we're kind of talking across purposes here. People think that we are pushing for, against discrimination, but we do want the representation of underrepresented people, obviously. But the problem is that there is an exclusion of certain candidacies from the outset in these recruitment processes. Why shouldn't we trust institutions? They should allow people to, we should allow institutions to accept the candidacies that they wish. So I'd like to have my colleague's opinion on that, please. The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge. I'd like to thank my colleague.
The motion that the Bloc Québécois has brought forward in denouncing, I agree with denouncing all forms of discrimination. We all agree on all sides of the House that we must always confront and denounce and condemn all forms of discrimination, whether it's anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and so forth, and the systemic barriers that exist, for example, against Black Canadians here in this country. With that, we must continue to put in place programs that reflect and look at the way the Canadian society is and where we're at today, and ensuring that people have those opportunities to succeed and have those opportunities to do groundbreaking, innovative research. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nanaimo Lady Smith. Quick question, please.
And thank you to my colleague. People with disabilities face multiple barriers, including that of a research chair like we are debating today. In order to make academic communities more accessible to people living with disabilities, positive action is needed to improve accessibility. Does the member believe that abolishing affirmative action will undermine the long-standing efforts of people with disabilities?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge has 1 minute to respond.
I thank the honourable member for Nanaimo Lady Smith for their question. What I would say is, just looking at the statistics this morning, that the percentage of persons with disabilities who are now participating in the Canada Research Chairs has risen to almost 5%, I believe, looking at the number, to over 5%. I think that is great efforts. The actions to make sure that the Canada Research Chairs reflect what Canada is about and who we are as a country must continue. We must put in those parameters that ensure that we have representation from all groups, and that this groundbreaking research that these individuals are doing are allowed to continue, and they are provided the resources and the tools to continue doing their great work. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Resuming debate. Resuming debate. The honourable member for... the honourable member for... I don't recognize you often. Bellay-Chambly. What a wonderful opportunity to pay tribute to the electors of my riding, and to say that I'll be sharing my time with the wonderful member from Drummond. We're beginning a debate, and not just here today, but in general in our society, after a few years that were somewhat turbulent in this respect. And we have to start a crucial debate that calls into question centuries of evolution in scientific knowledge, which is behind almost everything we're going through daily in terms of health, transportation, our ability to adapt to the demographic evolution of our society. And I'd like to point to a certain number of issues. Some people will have suggestions in their answers, but my duty is to give you my opinion. The Bloc this weekend is organizing a seminar on the freedom of expression that will be focused on the topic of academic freedom, freedom of research and instruction. And we will have a seminar on the freedom of expression, and we'll be giving the right to speak to many people without restrictions. Yesterday, we tabled a bill on strike measures. It was a bill that looks at collective rights, and it's important to talk about such rights. It is the collective representation of our society. We have to make sure it's not broken down into individual rights outside of institutions, particularly state institutions, meaning they become an obstruction to progress rather than enhancement of it. Collective rights were progress for many years. It was the emergence, and we saw this for several decades, of a nation on a wave of the destruction of the Soviet Union, or we had nations that took form that identified as groups. And this happened without denying individual rights. These rights must always be preserved. And the best way to do so, it's not to split them. It's, on the contrary, to build a bridge of solidarity between people that form groups because they have common interests. And sometimes when we're rushing, we deny institutions their rights. We saw a member in another parliament, an elected official, boast about the work of people that took very aggressive approaches And they said that we're proceeding by excluding people and denouncing the rights of researchers and the theme of research. We're proceeding by denouncing the content of what's being taught and denouncing a supposed ideology and choosing between the right ideology and the wrong one. And then they're concluding high-level scientific research before such research has even been conducted. And this is a danger in terms of knowledge and for science and for the very basis of our society. And when we look at the government getting involved in this and supporting this, there's a serious risk. Therefore, we have to debate this. We have to make sure, like my colleague said, that is the nature of the research that allows us to make selections and not criteria. And with this in mind, we have to think about science. Science doesn't want to lie. Of course, it's imperfect. It can be wrong. Scientific truth 30 or 130 or 230 years ago may no longer be the case today because science evolves and research will challenge a certain number of ideas that we took for granted. And this need for progression means that in the past we had targets or choices or results that are no longer valid. But science remains the best path. It has saved lives during the pandemic. But it shouldn't be perverted. In social science, as I said at the beginning of my speech, our societies have to adapt to the speed of technological evolution that is phenomenal, and also the speed of our demographic evolution with the multiplication of many contacts, including health contacts. And this means we have to pay particular attention to social sciences, whether it's in terms of the real phenomenon of racism or all types of discrimination, and the very notion of systemic racism compared to science or politics or ideologies, the desire to impose a silence on others, on their potential research topics, or training in silos where we just reinforce our own convictions and are not open to other ideas. The idea of a language or a culture being stronger than another, all of these are tributary to science. And we can't lie by writing the conclusions before we even conduct such science or research. And that is the case, I believe, that is very serious. History no longer talks about scientific methods. It's often rewritten by those who conquer other nations. And yet, history must still bring its experience and knowledge to light. Lying is never a good thing. And lying to yourself is obviously dangerous. And believing yourself is even more dangerous. Science cannot lie. Let's give science all the opportunity based on the quality of research projects and curriculum, and let's allow science to express itself and remain open to progress. But Ottawa's current policies and its complacency in some cases is discriminatory to some talent. It draws conclusions and does not protect researchers and teachers or professors. It endangers the very essence of what science should be. And by doing so, it hampers our whole society. In the name of democracy and knowledge and science and diversity itself, benefits have to have a basis on science and be strongly grounded in it. We're asking the Parliament to review this.
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars that comes from the federal government to literally well over 2,000 jobs, very important jobs, dealing with the issue of research and technology and so forth. And when you take a look at Canadian society being as diverse as it is, Madam Speaker, there is an expectation that the government will try in its best ways to be able to ensure that it reflects, these appointments reflects the population. And I'm wondering if the member could provide his thoughts on the importance of society be properly reflected in many different spectrums of our communities, including our post-secondary institutions with respect to research chairs.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. I can entirely share the vision under which institutions of all nature must be representative and reflect the extraordinary diversity of the society in which we evolve. That today's debate is not on inclusion. It is on the need to resist exclusion. It is on the need to refrain from discriminating, even with the best possible intent, people who are able to provide a significant contribution to science and the well-being of our society. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What I heard today from the leader of the Bloc Québécois was more or less as a speech, a way. I think it's more or less is about. He mentioned demographic evolution. He mentioned scientific evolution. He spoke about social evolution, and all this amalgamation of all philosophies together and the impact on a society and a country like Canada. I would like to just ask him a specific question about how does he see ideology in the world we live in and is evolving to basically compete with science, evolution, and others in order to change societies.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. If I may humbly, I would like to say that ideology is not a competitor of research or science. It follows research and science because an opinion has to be based on a minimum of knowledge. Science and research and teaching ideas means that you create an opinion and a mindset, and in some cases it becomes an ideology. Our point is simply that ideology is beneath knowledge. Questions and comments. A quick question from the honourable member for Nanaimo Elizabeth. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. The underrepresentation of marginalized groups cannot be corrected by itself. Active measures must be taken so that the academic milieu is more inclusive and representative. Why does the member refuse to attack the root of this injustice? The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Saying that I refuse to attack the root of this injustice? No, what I want is a positive approach and a negative one. I want our approach to bring people together, around this diversity. I want there to be a set of measures, financial or other, that allows us to be more representative of our extraordinary diversity. And the current path of discrimination or intimidation or attempts to exclude people from certain faculties or preventing certain research projects, I don't think this leads to anything positive. Thank you. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to speak today after my distinguished colleague and friend, the member for Belleuil-Chambly and leader of the Bloc Québécois. Madam Speaker, I'd like to pay tribute to the exceptional work of my colleague from Rimouski-Nejet-les-Basques as on the research chairs for today's opposition motion. The motion states that the House denounce all forms of discrimination, a very frequent expression in Quebec. We're not talking about something easy. It's simple to accept, rather. B, that in the opinion of the House, research is necessary for the advancement of science and society in general. Once again, it's hard to be against that. And 2, access to the CRC program must be based on the candidate's skills and qualifications. And finally, that the House call on the government to review the program's criteria to ensure that grants are awarded based on science and not based on identity criteria or unrelated to the purpose of the research. Madam Speaker, I think that these are reasonable proposals. And I'd also like to say something very clearly right away, because I see already many insinuations and pernicious attacks creeping up. We are not against equality or diversity or inclusion. We are not against the principle that underpins such measures. In fact, we're in favor of finding solutions, of implementing policies eventually that will lead to the objective at hand, namely equity, diversity, and inclusion. Some are good projects, some are imperfect. We always can do some more to improve things. That's the spirit of our motion today. But first, how do we get here? Spontaneously, we could say that there's a movement that is working hard to reestablish some social justice. But we have to look a bit further. We have to go deeper. We have to do our research, Madam Speaker. Back in 2003, there was a university group that tabled a complaint, a human rights complaint. And it said that the CRC program was discriminatory towards protected groups under the Canadian Human Rights Act. There was an agreement that was proposed in 2006. It said that the program should establish measures to allow for an increase and a better representation of people from 4 groups: women, persons with disabilities, First Nations, and visible minorities. This didn't seem to work because despite the agreement that was in place, in 2017, they did not feel, they decided rather that there should be an order. Madam Speaker, when there is a crack in the foundation of a house, you can try to patch it up, but it's the very foundation that has to be repaired. But in my opinion, to solve the issue of underrepresentation of these groups in research, we need to take time. And I think we often forget these days that some things do take time. And for some things, and to achieve certain targets, there are no shortcuts. It's the wrong way to go. And in the current case today, this work means that we have to make it easier and promote access to post-secondary studies for these underrepresented groups. We have to gain interest from people from different milieux to get involved in research. Yes, it will take time, but we will get to a much more lasting result, a result that we will see improvements over time. And it will lead to a method that will allow for ongoing improvement. And we will eventually be able to have greater diversity in our research areas. We will not see positive discrimination, as I said earlier, which is nothing but a shortcut, and it only makes issues worse in the very near term. Madam Speaker, the proof that we're putting the cart before the horse with these objectives is that there are more calls for positions that don't even require doctorates for university positions. And that, Madam Speaker, should be enough of an argument to show that we're not on the right path, that we have chosen the wrong approach.
Clearly, we need to think about this more. We need to realize that there are better, more effective solutions, more sustainable solutions. Another problem, in my opinion, is the obstacle this poses to university autonomy. Universities are places where knowledge needs to be developed. They're also where one can develop critical thinking. There need to be free discussions. There needs to be absolutely no space for censorship. We know that there have been some negative trends in this area recently, but that's not what we're talking about today. What we're talking about is this overstep from the federal government into an area of Quebec and provincial jurisdiction, and also an overstep to post-secondary institutions. Let's say this very clearly. The Canada Research Chairs program is a way for the federal government to impose its views on the entire university milieu. Professor Yves Gingras published an article on April 2nd in The Devoir. The article was about universities that suffer from provincial underfunding, so they can't afford to turn up their nose at the money offered by the program, the Research Chairs program. The executives at these universities face a certain financial reality, and in some cases they need to close their eyes to certain things and accept the money along with the requirements, which they may or may not agree with. And in some cases, I'm certain they don't agree with it. So very quickly, this ends up being a vicious cycle. And there will be a high price to pay. The other problem generated by this measure is the recruitment pool. Coming back to the situation in Quebec, there is a network of universities of Quebec in various different regions, Rimouski, Chicoutimi, Trois-Rivières. And I'm proud to say we have a nice campus in Drummondville. And my colleague, the leader of the party, is quite familiar with that campus in Drummondville. But imagine the challenge it poses for establishments that are not in large urban centers like Toronto's. Imagine how hard it is for the hiring pool if there are criteria based on diversity. It can create real issues. Jean-François Lisée drew a parallel on April 7th in The Devoir. It's very easy to find on the internets. He said that the ratio of Francophone professors in Canada should represent the proportion of French speakers in Canada, 23%, or else universities don't get funding. Imagine that situation as a thought experiment. Imagine if universities in Western Canada, or even not really in Western Canada, imagine what a challenge it would be for them to find 23% Francophone professors. That's a good example. It's all very well to consider pure virtue, but we also need to consider reality. And we can't start creating criteria, hiring processes all over the place that are one size fits all and just lead to overnight equity. There are processes in place that are challenging and lengthy. So, Madam Speaker, we are favorable to the principle of equity, diversity, and inclusion, but we believe that it needs to be done in a thoughtful manner, not as a reaction to activist pressure, who feel that the issue must be addressed immediately without considering whether it's actually effective. Promoting inclusion can be done by, for example, giving a preference to candidates who are from underrepresented groups, but only when there are equal skills involved. That's been done in all sorts of locations, for example, in university, in order to reach gender parity. There's still a long way to go, but the work has started. Perhaps it's not a perfect solution, but it's a solution that does work. And we need to actually think about solutions that work rather than utopian objectives.
For Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and merci à mon collègue pour son discours aujourd'hui. I'm just wondering if the member could provide me perhaps with his idea of what systemic racism looks like, and how we address those barriers without concrete measures like this. This is an example that the university, took upon itself to take a concrete step towards ensuring more diversity and inclusion. They're going to see how it works. I think we should give them that space as an autonomous institution to do that work. But I'm just wondering, what does your understanding of systemic racism look like, and how do we address it without measures such as these? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
To address the questions and comments through the chair and not directly to the member, l'honorable député Drummond.
Merci à ma collègue.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question, Madam Speaker. And I think here we're talking about two different things. My colleague mentioned systemic racism, and I think that's something that can be addressed separately. Now, in my colleague's question, there's also a very important notion, the idea that universities need to be able to manage their own professor hiring. We can set objectives. We can tell universities, please reach a certain level of representativity. Leave space for underrepresented groups. We can tell universities that it would be good to promote greater representation of candidates from these groups. But imposing criteria is a very slippery slope.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rivière.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille. Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask my colleague for Drummondville the following. Apart from the criteria that the government will be imposing, if we put aside all the identity facets here, beyond the Liberals' interference, isn't there major danger when we see the government trampling on universities' independence, which is so important? The honourable member for Drummond. I'd like to thank my colleague and friend for Rivière-des-Mille for his question. And he raised an important point. Universities' independence is fundamental. It's absolutely essential, in fact. Because an establishment where knowledge is shared, where we need to develop the critical thinking of the leaders of tomorrow, should not be influenced by any type of influence, especially not by a government. So these type of criteria, which are being required here, and these criteria must be met or else funding is withdrawn, so it's serious. So these aren't just vague goals to meet some kind of ideal. No, there are major financial results for universities. So my colleague's question is extremely relevant. This is an extremely dangerous path. It's very dangerous for a government to be imposing objectives that have to do with financial penalties. I think that's extremely concerning.
Questions and comments. The honourable member from Nanaimo Ladysmith. Brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As of right now, there are few people from racialized communities and Indigenous groups on Canadian university faculty. This is unfortunate. And because of a history of systemic and colonial practices. This underrepresentation is real and caused by barriers that prevent access and participation by academics from these groups. If these symptoms are to be corrected, equity measures must be taken to change the culture and the academic environment to make it more inclusive. Why is the member opposed to the steps needed to remove these systemic barriers to ensure that these groups have access to these positions?
L'honorable député de Drummond a 1 minute pour répondre.
Merci, Madame.
The honourable member for Drummond. 1 minute, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think my colleague's question is pernicious. No one should be saying that our party is against meeting equity objectives. That is not true. That is not the right angle for the question. As we have clearly said, we agree, we completely agree that we need to put in place measures that will leave space for underrepresented groups. We completely agree with that. In fact, we actually think we need more measures, but measures that are actually effective and sustainable. And I said that in my speech. Shortcuts in a context like this one are harmful, and they will actually lead to the exact outcome that we don't want. What we need to do is create measures today to give more access to youth from these underrepresented groups. We need to give them better access to post-secondary education so that they can access programs that lead to these research chairs. And that is how we will create an environment where these communities are properly represented and where we can actually end up with diversity in research chairs and in general in the post-secondary system.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du ministre du Logement, de la Diversité et de l'Inclusion.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to say that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Fredericton. Today, I'd like to rise to speak about the importance of diversity as an undeniable reality for Quebec and Canada. As a society, we need to work for inclusion in all sectors. In 2016, 22.3% of Canadians said that they were members of visible minorities. 4.9% said that they were First Nations, Inuit or Métis. And 70% of peoples who identified as part of these groups said they were born outside the country. Today, more than 250 ethnicities are represented in the Canadian population. According to Statistics Canada, by 2036, between 31 and 36% of the population will be part of a visible minority. But despite these statistics, Indigenous people, Black people, racialized communities, and minorities daily face racism and discrimination, whether in the workplace, when they're trying to get hired or promoted, or when they rent or buy. Racism and systemic discrimination are part of organizational culture, policies, directives, practices, and procedures which exclude, displace, or marginalize racialized communities and Indigenous peoples. This creates unjust obstacles and prevents them from accessing advantages and possibilities and opportunities, and ends up promoting the opportunities of non-racialized groups. Recently, our government has been doing important work to attack racism and systemic discrimination, for example, in the Canadian Strategy Against Racism, but also by ensuring that diversity and Indigenous peoples are included transversely in all government policies. With regard to research, it is important to recognize the necessity of taking sustained and ongoing measures to fight growing inequality. Our government is taking important steps in order to create a more inclusive society. For example, by creating a national anti-hate strategy and by increasing the funding for the anti-racism strategy. Budget 2022 announced $85 million over 4 years, starting in 2022-23, to support ongoing work for a new anti-racism strategy and a national anti-hate strategy. That funding will support community projects so that Black and racialized Canadians and religious minorities have access to resources to support their full participation in the Canadian economy, while also raising awareness about racism and hate in Canada. Fighting discrimination and racism also means working to better represent that diversity with our scientists and researchers. After decades of negligence, our government has reinvested in the scientific community. In Budget 2022, there are $38.3 million over 4 years in order to add new research excellence chairs in Canada. The Canada Research Chairs program aims to make Canada one of the best countries in the world in research, and to do that we need more representation. There has been progress, but there's still a lot to do. In 2016, there was a proportion of about 13% visible minorities, and now about 22%. Now, for new researchers, particularly those from a diverse background, it can be hard to make a place for oneself in the scientific community, because historically, the Western scientific community has been white and based on white knowledge. With a white elite that grew up with conscious and unconscious privilege. There is still a great deal to do to integrate diverse communities and Indigenous communities into the scientific community. We also need to move away from historic white paradigms that do not represent multiple perspectives. Today, we need to work hard to make sure that knowledge proliferates in its perspectives. Paradigms are diverse, and having different paradigms of knowledge helps populations have a greater understanding of the world, one that is more open to different possibilities. research criteria and scientific rigor are the same for everyone. And I think it's dangerous to say anything else. And we need to recognize that it can be a challenge for Indigenous people or people from a diverse background when they enter the scientific community. It is a real challenge on many occasions, and it's critical because, once again, we need to ensure that there is a variety of perspectives. It opens a broader spectrum for our understanding, broader and more inclusive understanding of the world. This variety of knowledge can be expressed by the diversity of researchers who have lived experience of racialized communities, Indigenous people. Otherwise, you end up with a monolithic identity. And that is the danger that is hovering over Quebec. If you're from a diverse background or if you're Indigenous, that means you're not white. And so, trying to integrate these diverse perspectives is not a lack of scientific rigor. I would like to remind colleagues that in the 80s in Montreal, the police, an independent organization, if there had not been hiring criteria to ensure that police represented their communities, well, we wouldn't have the diverse police force that we have today in Montreal. Now, we have a solid legislative framework to support diversity and the fight against discrimination. For example, the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We have seen some troubling events in Canada, just as we have seen abroad in recent years. And all of this shows that the Charter and other legislative instruments are not enough. We need better representation of diversity and Indigenous people in the scientific community. That's all part of the work that remains to be done. Eliminating racism and discrimination is part of the federal government's responsibility, and everyone's responsibility, in order to support a society that values all its members and treats them with dignity and respect. And treating people with dignity and respect means understanding that we're not calling into question scientific rigor. Instead, we're talking about equality of opportunity in order to ensure that research chairs represent our Canadian and Quebec population. All Canadians and Quebecers have a duty to play their part to counter all forms of hate and discrimination, including in research chairs. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. I'd like to thank my colleague for Hochelaga. I have a great deal of respect for her. I have a simple question for her. If she had two candidates, one who has a remarkable CV and remarkable experience and an excellent personality, and if she also has another candidate who is from one of the four groups, would she really feel comfortable? I mean, we're talking about science here. We're not talking about flipping burgers. Would she really be comfortable hiring the second candidate? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. I have a great deal of respect for my colleague, and I'd like to thank him for his kind words. And I find that question dangerous, Madam Speaker, because it presumes that there is no rigor in research programs currently. But I can tell him that my aunt is part of research programs. She's a graduate student or holds a graduate degree, and I can say that rigor in these programs is a very real thing, very rigorous, and I think it's dangerous to ask this question.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for her intervention. I wonder if, through you, after the 15th year evaluation of the research program, they responded to their recommendations by implementing the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Action Plan. Does the member agree that the continued implementation is required to continue to ensure that there's transparency in their allocation, selection, and renewal processes of chairholders?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie ma collègue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. And I agree that we need to ensure that there is transparency in programs and in funding choices. In a way, it's a way of responding to my colleague's question just now. We're not calling into question scientific rigor. We're not calling into question the skills of Indigenous communities and racialized communities. What we're talking about here is equality of opportunity. I agree with my colleague. We need to ensure that there is transparency. We need to show that these individuals have the merit to be funded by research chair funding. Questions and comments?
L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Once again, I feel that this is a dialogue of the deaf. I agree with everything that she said. But when she says we need to fight all forms of discrimination, that's exactly what we're trying to do. Because in some cases, we're crossing a dangerous line where we're actually preventing people from even submitting their application. That's my question. How does she feel about a situation where we actually forbid that certain groups of people submit their application?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to say this to my colleague. I hear sometimes what happens in the scientific community is that people want to tick boxes. For example, we might invite research groups, people get together, and they ask a few researchers who are from visible minorities to tick boxes. No, Madam Speaker. People from visible minorities have the right to have their competences recognized. I understand my colleague. But this pernicious tendency, this trend, is something that has to be dangerous. And I'm somewhat disappointed by the motion presented today because I'm certain that the questions the Bloc is asking are not ill-intended, but I find it a bit too bad that they brought this motion forward because I don't think it's ill-intended, but it comes across badly.
L'honorable député de Fredericton.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, et merci à mon...
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for sharing her time with me.
And we are gathered on today is the unceded Algonquin territory, and I represent the unceded, unsurrendered Wolastoq-Galliag territory in Fredericton, New Brunswick. I think it's important that we predicate our conversation today on that piece. And Madam Speaker, I'll be honest, I could have started by stating really how deeply disappointed, even saddened I was by the motion that the Bloc decided to focus on today for their precious time in opposition as an Opposition Day motion. But you know what? I've changed my tune in listening to the conversations that we're having today because I'm going to thank them for this opportunity to discuss inequality in Canada, particularly in academia, because it is a pervasive issue that needs concrete steps to address, and so we're going to be able to take that chance to discuss that today. So I'm going to thank them for that. Alors, merci à mes collègues du Bloc.
So thank you to my colleagues from the Bloc Québécois, but I hope that they will pay particular attention to speeches by colleagues who are affected by this matter. Indigenous people, women, Black people, different visible minorities.
Listening to this debate at home, the Black or Indigenous researchers, the women, and people living with a disability, not only are you qualified, but your life experiences and your identity are an asset to your work and to improve the quality of the research in Canadian institutions. Hear, hear. And Madam Speaker, I am a white woman born in Canada. I've been so fortunate in my life that I was able to chase my dreams and reach my goals and have a good life for my children. The first point I would like to make on this motion is that there is no acknowledgement of the high privilege experienced by white males in particular in this country. Perhaps it's important for context to explain how we came to be debating this today. Le point litigieux est que le Bloc...
The point is that the Bloc is reacting to the fact that certain positions are reserved for women, Indigenous people, people with disabilities, or people from visible minorities.
It's mentioned, that actually I'll read the motion itself. The House denounced all forms of discrimination. Absolument. In the opinion of the House, research is necessary for the advancement of science and society in general. Absolument.
Of course.
The Canada Research Chairs program must be based on the candidate's skills and qualifications. Vraiment.
Absolutely.
Call on the government to review the program's criteria to ensure that grants are awarded based on science and not based on identity criteria or unrelated to the purpose of research. Well, there's a lot to unpack with such characterizations and assumptions that are baked into this motion. I've heard members warn of a dystopian alternate reality if such targeted hiring measures are allowed to continue. These arguments dangerously hinge on replacement theory rhetoric. We are all too familiar with that fact in Canada. Actually, knocking on doors in my riding this weekend, I was faced with these kinds of opinions. They're very real. They do not need us to stroke them, to encourage them in this place in particular. And so this idea that by not supporting Indigenous women, for example, from applying for research chair positions, is going to somehow threaten the existence of white males in our society and their positions of privilege is outlandish, to say the least. It's a fact, Madam Speaker, that when diverse perspectives and voices are at the table, the outcomes are better. But diverse voices historically have been excluded from participating in research, and today people continue to face systemic barriers within the research field, including pervasive systemic racism. Systemic barriers within academia and the research ecosystem are well documented in Canada, and it's our responsibility as a government to play a role in addressing these barriers to ensure that equity, diversity, and inclusion are integrated into all parts of the research ecosystem, indeed, even in the hiring practice. The lack of diversity leads to oversight, bias, and mistakes. I heard the leader of the Bloc in particular talking about the dangers of excluding. Dangerous. Madam Speaker, I would argue that the danger resides in the status quo. Years of not implementing direct action to ensure diversity among our institutions leads to gaps in our collective knowledge. And I can give so many examples. The fact that women are excluded from the medical field led to ignoring the impact of certain medications on their bodies, on not having accurate protocols, on ignoring their needs, and not understanding conditions specific to them. I'm thinking of the lack of knowledge and treatment on endometriosis, for example. So many women across this country suffer immensely from the fact that for decades, no interest was put into researching this topic whatsoever, because the vast majority of researchers did not have a uterus. Thus, not impacted by that condition, it was not seen as a priority to study or to provide that care. The lack of Indigenous voices in the sciences field, for example, led to deep gaps in our collective knowledge in fighting the climate crisis. For example, wildfires. Indigenous fire stewardship blends intergenerational knowledge, beliefs, and values with advanced methods of controlling several aspects of fire. A more holistic approach. Small, prescribed, or cultural fires can recycle nutrients into the soil, support the growth of plant species used for food and medicine. Fire stewardship can also protect communities in central British Columbia. So fire is commonly applied to the spring and the fall to reduce the risk of lightning fires that may cause harm in communities in the summer months. This is just a very concrete example. Indigenous knowledge regarding health, the environment, sociology, history, and language was not only ignored, but since the foundation of this country, institutions tried to suppress and indeed eliminate it. That is a fact. Other types of systemic barriers faced. Within the research field, there continues to be wage gaps between men and women, and between white and Indigenous and racialized staff. Across Canadian universities, Black people and Indigenous people continue to face racism from their colleagues, overt, internalized, face barriers in advancing their career because of unconscious or implicit bias on hiring committees, such as a bias in their perspective of their resumes from white versus non-white candidates, and a bias against people who have accents, for example. This is the reality in this country. Women also face barriers including stereotypes, lack of role models and mentors, and institutional practices and policies which prevent their further and full participation. We know that representation matters, Madam Speaker, and that's what these initiatives are about increasing that representation, removing those barriers in a concrete way. And again, there was conversation about the independence of universities. Allow universities to make these decisions for themselves. If they see this as an issue, if they recognize these barriers, certainly we can empower them to make those decisions to ensure that equity-seeking groups are represented on their research chair boards. And Madam Speaker, I'd just like to end with kind of a comparison conversation. I come from a province where there is a continuous debate on the importance of bilingualism, on whether or not we need to take concrete efforts to protect the French language. I find those conversations insulting, and I have found many of the comments in this House today regarding this motion from a perspective of a woman also insulting, Madam Speaker. So those are my comments for today, and again, I hope that our members across the way listened to some of the lived experiences of those who have made their way to this House despite some of these barriers that exist, and I look forward to their questions and comments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the impression that this motion was read at a very superficial level. It doesn't deal with a concept of discrimination. On the contrary, we are for equity, we are for diversity, and we are for inclusion. So I would like to ask my colleague who focused on women in her debate, well, that's an excellent thing. How did she react to the fact that at the University of Montreal in medicine, there are 70% of women who are the students there right now? Should there be criteria to reduce that proportion? The Honourable Member for Fredericton. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question.
Of a success story, and that institution should be applauded, and perhaps we should explore what measures they took to ensure that women had adequate representation, specifically in the medical field. And so these are the conversations we should be having, but I'm sure it's by no accident that environment was created, that culture was created to foster women in those positions and in those halls and institutions. So thank you for bringing that fact to our attention. Merci.
The questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for her advocacy. As you would know, I am the first female engineer in this House of Commons and began as an engineer when there were only 13% women. There was significant systemic discrimination at that time, which I experienced throughout my career. And of course, as I was in construction, that was also quite a toxic environment. And I was sad to see in 2017, when I was the chair of the status of women, and we studied how to get more women in STEM, sadly, we heard testimony that this situation still exists. And so I wonder if the member would agree that we've not made progress as we should have, and does she have any suggestions as to how we could accelerate getting to equity?
Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank Honourable Member from Sarnia-Lambton for that wonderful question. There's so much more that we could be doing, and I certainly identify with the example that she gave about being a female engineer in a space that wasn't necessarily fostered to promote women's inclusion. And I think about many of the women who are also here in this space, and I'm sure they've also faced some of the discrimination that we're talking about today. I'll give a couple examples that have come my way that really reflect the misogyny that's still in our society today. Whether or not I earned my position in this place, or whether or not I was offered certain things, or maybe I had relationships along the way, or maybe that I'm not doing my duties at home, that I'm really neglecting my children perhaps by being in this space. These are the things we have to face when we try to enter these spaces that were not designed for us. And so what we need to do is continue to have these conversations. We need to be bold. We need to be out loud, and we need to show women that they belong here, and they belong in engineering, and they belong in construction across this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'Honorable Député de Nanaimo.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
And thank you to the member from Fredericton. I wanted to just express my gratitude. I went from feeling quite frustrated and discouraged at the beginning of this debate to now feeling much more optimistic as we shift into solutions and addressing real barriers in accessing equity. And so I wanted to thank the member for that. We know that the rate of women holding research chairs in Canada still falls short of the parity goal. And I'm wondering if the member could share a little bit about, in the 7 years that the Liberals have had power, there have been lots of great words being spoken, but we're not seeing that translating into action. Women are still being discriminated against. And can the member please share her thoughts on how do we best move forward to ensure that everyone feels welcome within our systems, including that which we're debating today?
The Honourable Member for Fredericton has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member from Nanaimo, Lady Smith. Wonderful riding in Canada I'm very familiar with. being a relatively new member to the Liberal caucus, it was really a kind of a fact-finding mission for me to see what great work has been done. I have also heard some of the wonderful speeches in this place and wondered, are our actions matching what we're saying? And what I found is they are. I had roundtables in my riding over the last couple of weeks. I was fortunate to have ministers and parliamentary secretaries visit. We met with groups that represent women in particular, Madam Speaker. We met with groups that represent, victims of domestic violence. And what they told me, they have never seen so much support, funding. They really feel like their voices are being heard, and to me that's concrete action on the ground. So what we say in this House is critically important, but of course those actions must follow, and I'm really seeing that across the country, and in particular in my riding of Fredericton. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, I'm going to have to interrupt the member, the Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just to indicate that I will be splitting my time with the always charming member for Manicouagan. So no one's listening because it's right before question period, so I can say whatever I want. No, I'm just kidding, Madam Speaker, but I would like to begin by reflecting on the matter of positive action or positive discrimination. So when research chairs are assigned, do we need to apply affirmative action? And I'll tell you what I mean by that, because in certain professional activities, in certain sectors, in access to education, there are certain distortions, which mean that certain people can be given priority over others. And I'm talking about men here. For example, people from different ethnic communities might be favored for certain jobs. And so affirmative action is required in order to formulate a certain team. Now, can that be done in the university context? I don't think so, and I'll explain why. First of all, we have to agree on something. University research happens in universities. And what's a university? How can we define it? Well, it's a place where all knowledge is allowed. Now, why do we say that? And this is from the Middle Ages. Well, because perhaps they were trying to differentiate between different ideologies and the development of knowledge without falling into any religious or ideological constraints. So that's where I wish to begin, because I think that that's fairly essential. And I'd like to bring you back, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring you back to my former life. I used to read Michel Foucault quite a bit. And he wrote a book called The Archaeology of Knowledge. And he says that there are things in certain eras that we can know and that we cannot know. He talked about epistemics. Well, that is a structure during a certain era. So in the Middle Ages, for example, the knowledge of medicine cannot advance because the body was sacred. It couldn't be dissected. Now, that was for religious reasons. So therefore, medical knowledge could not progress. The university was established on that basis to allow fields to be open to different types of knowledge. Now, why am I coming back to that? Well, because I have the impression that what is being sought to do today by including in the criteria for the CR program identity, based on identity, well, what they're doing is limiting the progression of certain sectors of knowledge. Why? Because it's quite simple. In fact, how does the allocation or the attribution of a research chair, how is that done? Well, by peer review. And in addition, there are certain criteria, so that severely limits the pool of people who are allowed to apply for research chairs. And those research chairs are not assigned on these different criteria. whether it be LGBTQ or for religious purposes or from different cultural communities. The objective of assigning a research chair is for the advancement of knowledge, and knowledge is not according to any particular identity. Chemistry, physics, all pure sciences are developed by people who have those abilities, who have that knowledge and those skills to do so, to move forward, to develop knowledge in those sectors that are very specific. So there's a certain amount of rivalry among the chairs, and that does not really fit in with matters of diversity and inclusion. I'm sorry. When we come back, the honourable member will have 5 minutes to conclude his speech.
Statement by members, declarations,
Statements by member.
The honourable member for Scarborough North.
2 weeks ago, this House unanimously passed a motion recognizing May 18th as Tamil Genocide Remembrance Day in Canada. As we mark 13 years since the end of the Sri Lankan armed conflict, let us learn from the mistakes of the past so that future generations never repeat them. As we stand in solidarity with our Tamil community, let us commemorate the many lives lost and never forget them. As the pain and trauma ensues, let us continue to push for justice and accountability here in Canada and around the world. Mr. Speaker, my riding of Scarborough North is home to the headquarters of both the Canadian Tamil Congress and the National Council of Canadian Tamils. Allow me this opportunity to recognize these organizations for their tireless work at the grassroots to champion Tamil genocide recognition in Canada. On May 18th, let us remember, and we commit to a world of peace. Thank you. Merci.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the citizens of Oshawa, after 2 long, difficult years, I'd like to welcome everyone to celebrate our 48th annual Fiesta Week. Welcome back. We encourage residents to enjoy and experience Oshawa's rich and diverse cultures. We have many pavilions that will let us appreciate different traditions, from dance to, of course, the food. This year especially, let us recognize the Ukrainian community who will be welcoming and embracing newcomers who have traveled afar from Ukraine to the safety of Oshawa. After 2 years, we also welcome back our fun-filled Fiesta Parade, Sunday, June 19th. Let's line our streets and celebrate. Once again, congratulations and a big thank you to the Oshawa Folk Arts Council for organizing this wonderful week-long party. It's their hard work that will continue to make Fiesta Week such a successful, enduring celebration. Yakuyu, danka, grazie, merci, obrigado, gracias, dziękuję. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, to quote Andrew Brown from CBC Calgary, you can accomplish anything you set your mind to, unless Connor McDavid also wants that thing. I want to extend my sincerest congratulations to the Edmonton Oilers and to my fellow Alberta Liberal, the honourable member from Edmonton Centre, for his team's victory against the Calgary Flames in the second round of the NHL playoffs. After a hard-fought battle of Alberta, Oilers fans, including my wife, are thrilled to see their team advance to the Western Conference Finals. Canadians across the country have also been inspired by the story of Ben Stelter, the 6-year-old Oilers superfan courageously battling brain cancer while supporting his favorite team. Mr. Speaker, I hope members of this House can join Ben, Edmontonians, and Oilers fans across this great nation in supporting Canada's remaining team and the winner of the Battle of Alberta, the Edmonton Oilers.
I will thank the member for his intervention. I'm just checking to see if he's okay wearing that jersey all day long.
The honourable member for Lac Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This month, the Patriots Recognition Evening was held in my riding. 3 young people from my region were deservedly awarded the honor of being Patriots of the 2022 succession for their commitment to our community. Congratulations to Jeanne Bouchard from the University of Quebec in Chicoutimi, selected for her student and community involvement. And this dedicated woman works with various organizations and has helped vulnerable people throughout the pandemic. William Tremblay, a student in police technology at Collège d'Alma, known for his rigor and respect towards his fellow students. He shows leadership and represents the interests of his fellow students. And finally, from the Cégep de Saint-Félicien, Nathan Lajeune, an important ally for student life and academic success. He contributes to the positivity of his institution, and he's attentive to his peers. And finally, all those, congratulations and bravo. The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize the incredible students of John Paul II School in Val-Caron in my riding. The 7th and 8th grade students of the Val-Cur Club coordinated the sale of cocograms during the Easter season. They raised over $2,000 and donated it to the Canadian Red Cross in support of those affected by the war in Ukraine.
Generosity displayed by the students at École Jean-Paul II is inspiring. The funds raised will assist the Red Cross in fundraising for food, clothing, healthcare for those who have been impacted by the conflict of Ukraine. My sincere thank you goes out to Nathalie Lamontagne, Vice Principal, and all the staff who have supported this initiative. Bon travail, les Comets.
Great job, Comets. You are true role models as global citizens. We can all learn from you. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you. Today it is my honor to rise on behalf of Azerbaijan and Azerbaijan Republic Day. Azerbaijan is an amazing country full of diversity and even contradictions. It is a country where the population are majority Muslims. However, it has also been a refuge for hundreds of years for thousands of folks of the Jewish religion. It is a country where when the Soviet Union tore down churches, it was Muslims who paid to rebuild them. It's a country that embraces renewables, but is proud of its oil and gas industry, an industry that built pipelines over mountains, through seas, across multiple jurisdictions that literally kept the lights on in southern Europe. Azerbaijan is a country that has much to be proud of over the last 104 years, but perhaps even more importantly, it has much to contribute over the next 100 years. Happy Azerbaijan Republic Day!
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. Over May long weekend, my community of Ottawa Centre and many others across Eastern Ontario and Western Quebec experienced one of the strongest storms in living memory. What started as an emergency alert Saturday afternoon ended in tragedy, devastation, and darkness for thousands of residents. Mon cœur se brise pour ceux qui...
My heart breaks for those who have lost friends and loved ones.
In these trying circumstances, our community came together as they always do. Residents were checking on their neighbors. Community organizations like the Soloway Jewish Community Center, the Ottawa Mosque, and the Parkdale Food Center opened their doors to provide shelter, food, and electricity to thousands. And our hydro workers and first responders took immediate action to repair this historic storm damage. Notre rétablissement n'est pas complet.
Our recovery is not over, but our entire city has really risen to this challenge.
Volunteers and all our neighbors, I say thank you, merci, for all of your hard work. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the stories of Asian Canadians are unique, diverse, and deserve to be heard. As May comes to an end and we bid farewell to Asian Heritage Month, we must continue to amplify Asian voices while acknowledging the lived realities of being Asians in Canada and learning more about the vibrancy of each language, ethnicity, and tradition of Asian heritage brings to our country. Just last week, I was pleased to attend Here We Stay, an event honoring Canada's 155 years of multicultural history through the stories of 155 Chinese immigrants. all of whom have had such profound experiences. While this month of celebration may have come to an end, let's remember to celebrate their stories each and every day. From one generation to the next, they have helped build the inclusive Canada that we know and we love. So join me in thanking them now and always. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, fuel prices are hitting record highs in Canada. Skyrocketing fuel costs add to the already increased costs of goods, and driving is becoming more and more unaffordable. But for Canadians in rural communities like my constituents in Battleford's Lloydminster, there is no alternative to driving to work, to school, or to getting everyday essentials. The reality is that taxes remain one of the largest components of fuel prices, and this Prime Minister could provide Canadians some much-needed relief. Instead, he chose to increase the carbon tax burden. Canada is the only G7 country to have raised taxes on gas during a global energy crisis. The Prime Minister is completely out of touch with Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and it is time that this NDP Liberal government stop rejecting common sense solutions like a GST suspension on gas prices or the elimination of the failed carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better. Thank you.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague across the aisle for his work on the opioid crisis. I agree on the need for robust harm reduction strategies, including supervised consumption sites, diversion away from the criminal justice system, access to dignified housing options, and treatment. But from my years of working in this sector, I've seen the sad realities of what happens when you force a top-down national approach without taking into consideration regional differences. Each province and territory's ability to respond to this crisis differs based on the supports and strategies that they have in place. So I believe we must work quickly and first ensure that the foundational elements are effectively in place across the country before we address nationally mandated decriminalization. Too many lives have been lost and we must act, but I believe we must do the work at the community level. There is no one-size-fits-all answer to a crisis that differs so vastly across the country. Thank you.
The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Mr. Speaker, this week is National Accessibility Week, and I've been honored to have known many brave men and women that have spent too much of their lives confined to a wheelchair. I've always said that these people do more to get ready for their day than most people do during their day. Today, I want to highlight the circumstances that my friend Bob Blair faces. His medical needs are severe. As a quadriplegic, he requires 24/7 monitoring and has had excellent care for years, but now he faces a future without this help. Moving into a long-term care facility will not meet his needs. So when the government created a pilot program to bring in foreign personal care workers, Bob welcomed the chance to have quality constant care again, but that simply is not the case. Bob has asked me to share his plight with this House in the hope that he and others in the disability community can continue to live and function with dignity at home, not in some medical institution, forgotten and isolated away from family and friends. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend over 15,000 strong in Toronto's Jewish community gathered for UJA's Walk for Israel. It's the biggest event of its kind in Canada. Running for more than 50 years, it supports UJA projects that help vulnerable populations in Israel. While it's one of the most successful events in the community corresponding with Yom Yerushalayim, commemorating the reunification of Jerusalem after the Six-Day War, it's also a sober reminder of the exceptional measures that the Jewish community has to take simply to exercise their right to freedom of assembly and expression. As the most frequently targeted religious minority in Canada, the Jewish community, through the UJA, has no choice but to expend significant charitable dollars just to provide security measures needed for community members to stay safe at the walk. No targeted community should have to pay a security premium simply to exercise their rights as Canadians. Right. Sadly, this isn't just the walk. It's synagogues, it's schools, it's community centres. We have a problem in this country, and members of this House need to know it.
That's right.
The honourable member of Madawaska Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate all of our high school, college, and university graduates in Canada, and particularly in my riding of Madawaska-Restigouche. Congratulations on your success.
Are now rewarded. You have, through thick and thin, carried out your work with brilliance and perseverance. You have rolled up your sleeves and reached this important milestone in your life. Prenez le temps de
Take the time to savor all that you've accomplished. You are now well equipped to choose your next path, the one that promises you a bright future.
Follow your passions. Take pleasure in the personal and professional opportunities offered to you. And above all, always keep an open mind and an open heart. They'll be good guides in your future. To all graduates, once again, congratulations and good luck in your future projects. Encore une fois.
Once again, congratulations and good luck in your future endeavors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
I pay tribute to an extraordinary youth leader, the late Shannon Kustashian of Attawapiskat First Nation, who died 12 years ago tonight in a terrible highway accident in Northern Ontario. Shannon was only 15 at the time, but in her short life, she launched the largest youth-driven children's rights movement in Canadian history. Shannon had never seen a real school. Children on her reserve were being educated in deplorable conditions, but Shannon stood up and challenged the negligence of the Canadian state. School should be a time of dreams, she said. Every child deserves the right to go to a safe and comfy school. Shannon never lived long enough to see the beautiful Shannon's Dream School in Attawapiskat, but since her death, youth from across Canada have carried on the Shannon's Dream campaign for equal education rights. She's been recognized as one of the 150 most important women in Canadian history. That's a powerful legacy for a girl who just wanted to go to a real school. On this anniversary, we remember and miss you, Shannon. I miss you, but we know your spirit lives on.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, recently I had the privilege to meet the Minister of Catalonia, who met a large number of Quebec institution representatives, including those from the Quebec government. And we had a talk about the economic advantages by developing partnerships between such a prosperous territory like Catalonia and Quebec, which have characteristics in common. And we talked about the right of independence of our peoples and about the shameful repression that the Spanish government that is taking place. And Canada is supporting Spain in its repression, and I am committed, Mr. Speaker, to raise this issue at the House of Commons so that together we can act in dignity with respect to the Catalan people.
The honourable member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Everyone agrees that Canada needs a modernized Broadcasting Act that fits today's digital age. Unfortunately, Liberal Bill C-11 is another in a long line of bad Liberal bills. C-11 creates more red tape for businesses and creators, puts more control in the hands of the incompetent CRTC, and opens up a Pandora's box of internet regulation. If passed, C-11 could give the government the power to decide what Canadians can and cannot post on their social media profiles. C-11 is going to limit consumer choice, drive up prices, create further uncertainty for Canadian businesses and creators, and limit the free expression of all Canadians. It's time this government to scrap C-11 and get back to the drawing board once and for all.
The honourable member for Outremont. There were over 200 shootings in Montreal last year, and a few days ago, someone shot up a daycare in Quebec. Gun violence is real in our city. Yesterday, I stood with our Prime Minister as we announced a total halt on the sale and import of handguns. This is a frozen market nationally, period.
Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to thank some of the incredible advocates I've had the opportunity to work with. Police se souvient, the Coalition for Gun Control, the Danforth Families, Dawson College, La Grande Mosquée de Québec, Les Amis de Thomas, the Association for Women in the Law, and many, many others. It was with an enormous sense of relief that I stand in this House of Commons to say that our government is putting an end to the sale and importation of handguns. No more. In Canada, things will be different, and you will not be able to legally purchase a handgun. That is over 55,000 guns sold in this country off of our streets, period, for our children, for the safety of all Canadians.
Now, before we get to questions, I thought I'd bring in a backup.
Thank you. I'm almost speechless, almost. I'll just take a couple of minutes if that's okay, and just thank you for that warm welcome. Merci de l'accueil.
Thank you very much for such a warm welcome. It's really a pleasure to see you again.
Great to be back. Please don't let me regret saying that. Now, while I was away, I just want to thank you all for the texts, the calls, the emails, the fruit baskets, the flowers, the plants. It really made the time go faster, knowing that someone was thinking of me, and that's something that I really do appreciate, each and every one of you. C'est vraiment gentil.
It's very kind of you, and it's something that was really helped me see past the time. So thank you so much for all your support while I was away.
I also want to take a second to just a little bit of a shout out to some very special people. The folks at Health Sciences North in Sudbury. Dr. Batira, who was the lead surgeon, and Dr. McDonald, they were both outstanding. And Dr. Wan, who's my cardiologist, who said, you better go see these people, otherwise you're not going to be around much longer. So to all three of them, thank you very much. And to North Bay doctors, Dr. Graham, who's my family doctor, and Dr. Andrews, who's a cardiologist in North Bay, who's been following up to make sure everything goes well. And you know, doctors do great jobs, but when you're in the hospital lying there, there's a certain group that really, really do an excellent job, and that's the nurses. That's well deserved. A special shout out to Victoria, Leanne, Angela, and Shannon, who made my stay as pleasant as it can be. There's two people that I really want to thank, and that is my wife Chantal and my daughter Samantha. Les deux étaient là.
They were both there for me while I was in my bed, and they brought me all sorts of things, and they told me everything I had to do, which wasn't always easy.
The staff in the constituency office and the staff in the Speaker's office, who just did yeoman's work to make sure that everything continued to work well. And I didn't get any major complaints. aside from what you guys were doing here on both sides, but other than that, but overall, they took good care of constituents. And the table officers in the clerk's office, who did outstanding work. To the point where they even signed an order making sure that I would get better. So I had to follow that order. I mean, they did an excellent job that way. And, of course, in my absence, there were some very special people here. Il y a une personne en particulier.
There's one person in particular, the honourable member for Joliette, who was here every day, and he made sure that everything went smoothly.
Was he here? Oh, okay. Then, of course, there's the chair occupants, the honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, and the honourable member for Brussels Saint-Lambert, who did outstanding work. And, of course, last but not least, the Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Member for West Nova, who did outstanding work. And once again, thank you. Merci beaucoup à vous tous.
Thank you very much to you all.
Parliament, oral questions. Question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
You back. Hopefully we give the government and not you a hard time today. Speaker, the Prime Minister is penalizing Canadians at the pumps on purpose. That's because he wants to end Canada's energy sector, and so he's quite happy when gas prices soar. The fact is, a carbon tax does nothing but increase the cost of gas and everything else. But still, the Prime Minister wants it because he wants high gas prices, and he doesn't care that it's hurting Canadians. Isn't it true that Canadians paying excessively high gas prices is exactly what this Prime Minister wants?
You're right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the global pandemic and inflation caused by Vladimir Putin's war on Ukraine has led to rising prices across the country and around the world. That's why we continue to be there to support families with investments in childcare, with investments in increases to the CCB, with investments in supporting our seniors and our young people. But, Mr. Speaker, when the member opposite attacks the price on pollution, she perhaps forgets that $832 is what we send to families in Manitoba on average to support with the price of fuel.
Leader of the Opposition.
Well, yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we saw Liberals engage in a game of smoke and mirrors. On one hand, they're banning handguns. On the other hand, they're pushing through Bill C-5, which tells criminals, don't worry. If you're convicted of a gun crime, you just hang out at home for your sentence. This is not keeping communities safe, and it is not reassuring to moms and dads who are worried about their kids. So, will the Prime Minister get serious about keeping vulnerable communities safe, scrap Bill C-5, and legislate tough penalties for gun criminals?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, it's absolutely true that we move forward to present legislation that, once passed, will make it no longer legal to buy, sell, transfer, or import handguns anywhere in Canada. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-5, the legislation does not stop police from charging people with gun offences or prosecutors from pursuing convictions. What it does do is make sure criminals face serious penalties while addressing the overrepresentation of Black Canadians and Indigenous peoples in the criminal justice system.
Hear, hear. Right. Of the Opposition.
I'm a mom, and I know all
of us want our kids safe in their schools and in their communities. That's why I'm so frustrated with what these Liberals are doing. They're banning guns, and then when the criminals ignore their gun ban and use the guns to rob someone or commit a carjacking, the Liberals are letting these gun criminals do their time at home. How can the Prime Minister claim to be keeping people safe when he refuses to have jail time for violent criminals who ignore his useless gun bans and are hurting and terrorizing our children?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our criminal justice reform legislation turns the page on failed conservative policies that ignored systemic racism and discrimination. What our communities need is a justice system that punishes criminals. What we don't need is a system that targets racialized people because of systemic discrimination or sends people to prison because they struggle with addiction. This bill is another step forward to create a system that is fair, effective, and keeps Canadians safe.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the fact is that violent gun crime has only gone up under this Prime Minister. Actually, it's gone up significantly since he's formed office, and the data proves this, Mr. Speaker. He has failed to keep Canadians safe from gun violence in our cities like Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, Winnipeg, and at the same time, he's been weak on violent crime, soft on criminals by allowing them to avoid jail time with bills like Bill C-5. Mr. Speaker, when will this Prime Minister drop his failed approach, stop putting our communities at risk, and go after dangerous criminals with guns?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, over the past 7 years, we've continually moved forward on strengthening gun control in this country. And that's exactly what we announced yesterday, making it no longer legal, as of the passage of that legislation, to buy, sell, import, or transfer handguns in Canada. On top of that, the assault weapon ban that we brought in place 2 years ago is going to be matched with a mandatory buyback. These are measures that are going to keep our communities safe, measures the Conservatives vote against because they're against gun control.
Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is misleading Canadians. Bill C-5 and the other measures by this Liberal government are failing to keep our communities safe. They are putting them at risk. If they wanted to stop gun violence, they'd put more resources to border agents to stop gun smuggling. They'd put more resources to police to stop violent criminals with guns. They'd put more resources for anti-gang community groups to divert youth from a life of crime. That's how you stop gun violence, not useless gun bans or bills like Bill C-21 that will do nothing to stop gun violence in this country. Isn't that right, Mr. Speaker?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, while Conservative members parrot talking points from the gun lobby, we will continue to act on keeping Canadians safe. That's exactly what we've continued to do over the past many years and what we continue to move forward with on stronger gun control, while at the same time we do invest in communities, while we do invest in more tools for CBSA and RCMP to interdict guns at the border. Indeed, over the past year, we interdicted twice as many guns as we had the year before. Our plan is working, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to keep Canadians safe.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, you have clearly exhausted my colleague for Joliette, but I am still very happy that you are back. However, the Minister of Justice and the Prime Minister have clearly expressed that they plan to go to the Supreme Court against Bill 21 and Bill 96, which in itself is an extension of Bill 101. So ultimately, the government will be bringing the debate onto friendly territory with a predictable result. And how can we explain all that? Well, the real question for the Prime Minister is the following. Is English really threatened in Quebec? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, with regard to Bill 21, we are on the side of Quebecers who are shocked and disappointed that a young teacher can no longer practice her profession. We support Quebecers who are defending their rights in the courts. With regard to this legislation that they find unjust, we expect this matter to be appealed to the Supreme Court of Canada, and if that occurs, our government is determined to contribute to the debate, given the broad implications for all Canadians throughout the country, and the necessity of defending the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Contributing to the debate means cash, and also perpetuating a real lie because we need to stop telling this lie, this partisan lie about non-practicable jobs. Ultimately, the Quebec language and secularism is being attacked, and that's actually now what all of the Conservative leadership candidates are doing. The basis to all this, and this question was not answered, is English threatened in Quebec? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we all agree that French is threatened throughout the country, and therefore we are here to protect French not just in Quebec, but also in official language minority communities outside Quebec. And in order to be consistent, in order to protect minority French communities outside Quebec, we also need to be there to protect minority Anglophone communities inside Quebec. We are consistent in our approach. We will always be there to defend minorities throughout the country. That's why we have our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, we just learned that the government approved BC's request to decriminalize small quantities of drugs. It took them 27,000 overdose deaths over 6 years until they finally saw reason. But there are also families who are mourning their loved ones in other provinces. My colleague for Courtenay Alberni has proposed a bill which will be voted on tomorrow, which takes a public health approach. Will this government stop playing games with people's lives and vote in favor of that legislation tomorrow? It's a question of life and death. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the opioid crisis has hit families and communities hard. We have lost many to an overdose. Our approach follows up on other measures that we took previously to fight the opioid crisis, including investments of over $800 million in community-led projects to reduce risks and for treatment and prevention. We also recently approved BC's request to remove penalties on possession of small amounts of drugs in the province, and we will continue to collaborate with all provinces and territories in the country to save lives and end the crisis.
Bernie.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government has finally approved British Columbia's request to decriminalize simple possession of controlled substances after dragging its feet for months. This is an important step to stop the harms of failed drug policy. But we're dealing with a national crisis. There are thousands of families burying their loved ones outside of BC. Provincial and local governments shouldn't have to fill the void of federal leadership. Lives are at stake. A patchwork approach is completely irresponsible. Will this government save lives by supporting my bill tomorrow for a national health-based approach to substance use?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes that problematic substance use is a public health issue, and we're working with partners to advance a multifaceted health-based strategy to end the overdose and toxic drug supply crisis. That is why we've approved the BC proposal to decriminalize personal possession of small amounts of certain illegal drugs within the province. There is, of course, more to do, and we're taking action with a range of provinces and territories, as well as other partners, to end this ongoing tragedy. We know that we need to move forward on proper supports, and that's what we're doing with BC, and we look forward to talking with other provinces about that as well.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, when the government is asked about inflation and the cost of living, it continually downplays the real struggle of Canadians that they face while referring to the strength of the economy. But now reports confirm what Canadians are feeling. In March, the economy grew by just 0.7%. In April, the economy nearly stalled, and inflation is at 30-year highs. Mr. Speaker, so what does the Minister of Finance have to say to the Canadians that are struggling with inflation and now facing a slowing economy? Is relief on the way?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I have to urge a little bit of economic literacy on the members opposite. The reality is, in data released today, the Canadian economy grew by 3.1% on an annualized basis in the first quarter of this year. Mr. Speaker, that is the highest growth rate in the G7, a very impressive performance. And I want to thank Canadians for their hard work that leads to that strength of our economy.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, has the minister seen the price of gasoline lately? Well, of course not. She's got a chauffeur. But in Vancouver, it's as high as $2.35 per litre. A huge chunk of that cost is GST and the carbon tax. In fact, it's a tax on a tax. Conservatives have asked the Prime Minister to suspend GST on gasoline purchases. He refused. The only winner is this Liberal government, which is raking in billions in extra taxes, but is refusing to share that windfall with Canadian families. Why has this Prime Minister and this government so badly failed Canadians in their time of need?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I have tremendous respect for the member for Abbotsford, but I must say that his economic analysis here is just off. The reality is a price on pollution is the most effective way to fight climate change. The IMF, among others, has recognized the Canadian approach as an international model. And Mr. Speaker, that money goes back directly to Canadians. Ontario, where I'm an MP, a family of 4 will get $745 back. In Alberta, more than $1,000.
The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Well, Mr. Speaker, with that answer, I would suggest, and it sounds like that the minister isn't speaking to Canadians whatsoever. Gas prices are hitting record levels, and Canadians are struggling to fill their tanks. The Prime Minister likes to point the finger elsewhere. The reality is that taxes on fuel are lining his government's pockets on the backs of hardworking Canadians. The latest carbon tax hike could not have come at a worse time and is even more punishing for constituents like mine who live in rural Canada. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister offer Canadians some much-needed relief and finally abandon his failed carbon tax?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the question because it gives me an opportunity to remind members of the fact that the price on pollution goes back directly to Canadian families. A family of 4 in Saskatchewan, for example, will get $1,100 back. In Alberta, $1,079. Manitoba, $832. And Ontario, which I represent, $745. That is real money back in the pockets of Canadian families, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives care about Canadian creators, but the Liberals continue to ignore the negative impacts of C11. This morning, digital creator and 47-year-old skateboarding mom Orby Roy told this to the committee. Not only does this bill not help me, it hurts me and actively undermines my needs. Wow. I have never gotten a seat at the table, except now as a digital creator, I'm getting a seat at the table. Representation matters. Please don't suppress my voice." End quote. Mr. Speaker, will the government do the right thing and fully exempt user-generated content and remove Section 4.2 from Bill C11?
The Honourable Minister for Canadian Heritage.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about representation. Yesterday, we heard a troubling revelation at committee. Our organization dedicated to opposing Bill C11 admitted that it was paid by YouTube and TikTok, but they claim to represent exactly that, digital creators saying they're grassroots. That's called astroturfing. And of course, this was never, ever revealed before. And it raises serious question, Mr. Speaker. Did the Conservatives know this when they indicted that organization?
Member for Perth Wellington.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what Conservatives know is that we will always stand up for our creative industries and fight on their behalf so we can see Canadian creators succeed here at home and around the globe. Yesterday at committee, communications expert Monica Auer said gaps in C11 will make current serious problems with CRTC's transparency, accountability, and timing even worse. Wow. Court challenges of its implementation by CRTC will create long delays and cost Canada and those working in its creative sectors quite dearly. Mr. Speaker, will the government stand up for new creative industries and admit that their strategy is flawed and fully exempt user-generated content?
Yeah, exactly.
Honourable Minister.
We are, Mr. Speaker, standing up for them. We are, like we're standing up for other cultures workers, for our producers, for our actors. doctors, for our technicians, something they can't do. They cannot say, yes, we're going to support Bill C-11 because it's important to tell our stories, because it's important for music, because it's important for television. They never said that, and they never will, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member, l'honorable député de Richmond-Arthabasca.
The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals claim that user-generated content in C-11 will be exempted from regulation. But it is clearly written that the CRTC could regulate any content that generates direct or indirect revenue. That means that almost all content could be regulated, which is something that experts are concerned about. Can the minister clearly tell us that all user-generated content will be exempted? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, I've been very clear from day one. Platforms will have obligations, not users. Platforms are in, users are out. It's been clear from the very beginning. My question, and I have a lot of respect for my colleague, but he's from Quebec, and he knows how important this bill is for Quebec. And yet, for some reason, he's refusing to support the government in its efforts to support the French language and Quebec culture. I'm surprised and disappointed. The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, the firearms bill is progress, and the Bloc Québécois will be working with the minister to improve it. But nothing has been fixed. Assault weapons have not been banned. And the mandatory buyback program is still just a promise. It's not in the bill. There's also the problem of there being a lack of a precise definition of what an assault weapon is, which means that new models could be created that get around the restrictions. If C-21 was adopted today, assault weapons would remain in circulation. Does the minister agree that we need to correct these problems? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to thank my colleague for her offer to work together on Bill C-21. It represents a significant step forward in our agenda to fight firearms violence. Now, on the issues my colleague raised about mandatory buyback, for example, we will be taking concrete next steps immediately to be sure that we bring these assault weapons back out of communities. That's the right thing to do. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, let's not forget that C-21 does not sufficiently address the heart of the problem that we have in Quebec currently, which is illegal weapons. Illegal firearms crossing the border that end up in the hands of organized criminals and that are not being dealt with at all. There will be no kind of freeze or buyback for those weapons. Mr. Speaker, 2022 is shaping up to be the most violent year in the recent history of Montreal. Can the minister really guarantee that the measures in C-21 will be enough to turn around that trend? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, my colleague has had a chance, or when my colleague has had a chance to read the bill, she will have seen that there are many increased sanctions for organized crime and criminals who want to traffic weapons across borders. That is exactly why we have added resources for border services and the RCMP to reduce or end firearms smuggling. We have already taken measures, but we need to go further, and that's what we're going to do. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the Prime Minister said that the shooting outside a childcare centre in Montreal convinced him to table C-21, but that bill would not have prevented that shooting. I don't think so, because criminal gangs are not targeted by the bill. And yet, it is criminal gangs that are at the heart of illegal firearms trafficking. And that's what's leading to the wave of shootings in Montreal. Will the minister finally create a register of criminal organizations to help our police forces arrest members of recognized gangs? The Minister of Public Safety. I completely agree with my colleague, Mr. Speaker. It's unacceptable when there are tragedies caused by shootings. These are tragedies, and that's exactly why we are introducing this bill. This bill will attack criminals, those who are causing these tragedies. There will be new provisions like an increase in punishment for criminals, an increase in resources for police forces. We will be working with the Bloc Québécois and all members in this House.
Member for Peterborough, Kawartha.
Send your complaints to your MP. That's the proposed solution to the outrageous passport delays by the Minister of Families and Children and Social Development. Canadians expect service from Service Canada, yet we know that 11 of 35 passport offices have chronic lineup problems. People are waiting for hours on hold and often get disconnected after waiting. This is not service. This lack of accountability and lack of preparation is unacceptable. When will the minister stop telling Canadians they are doing a great job and actually acknowledge the severity of this issue and serve Canadians?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, we have acknowledged that this is a challenge since the beginning, that these volumes are unprecedented, that we have passports that are up for renewal this year as well as from the past 2 years, plus additional passports for people who've never requested them before. But unlike the Conservatives, if a constituent has a challenge and needs support for an urgent passport, please contact their MP so that we can ensure that they get the help they need, particularly when travel is urgent. And so I am sure that all members in this House would like to help those urgent cases get their passport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, my office has been inundated with emails from constituents feeling frustrated by passport delays. Now we're hearing countless stories about missed trips, extra costs, and hour-long wait times. Passport Canada's website still says it only takes 2 weeks to process an application, but we know countless number of people who applied back in March that still are being told not to book summer travel. The system is failing. What is this minister doing to fix these unacceptable delays?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
And let me just clarify for the member, because when you read the website, it is 10-day processing for in-person services at a specialized passport office, and 96% of applicants are getting their passports within less than 10 days when they go to a specialized passport office. The challenge is in the mail system, and as I've explained to this House before, pre-pandemic, 80% of applicants happened in person. Now that's the reverse. We are working hard to address this issue, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to do everything we can to make this process as smooth as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's quite out of touch for the ministers to suggest people should just wait in line in these overnight lines to get their passports. I spoke to Jana in my riding. She has 2 children under 5. She can't bring them with her to wait overnight in line. She applied in March. Her credit card was charged on April 20th. She had to cancel a trip that was supposed to take place on June 13th. She still hasn't gotten her passport. She's rebooked for the end of June, and she's still waiting and she can't get a response. What is the minister prepared to do to help Jana and those like her get their passport and not have to cancel their trip a second time?
Honourable Minister of Families.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would encourage that Member of Parliament to reach out to my office. Everyone who has done that, we've been able to ensure that their passport is received in time. We are experiencing challenges, but we will continue to do everything we can to address these challenges. Thank you, Mr.
I'm just going to ask if you can keep it down. I'm having a hard time hearing the minister. I've got magnification here with speakers behind me. It's still not enough.
The Honourable Member from Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, wait times for processing passport applications are ridiculous. Imagine, last week, there were people who went to the passport office with their camping chairs. People don't want to spend their vacation at the passport office. They want to spend their vacation somewhere nice in the world. So the solution is very easy. All we have to do is allow employees to go back in person to the office. So when is this going to happen with Service Canada, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that it's very frustrating for Canadians because over the past 2 years, people have followed directives, they've stayed home, and now they want to travel. And they're everywhere in the world, for example, the UK, the US, Sweden, France. They have delays of from 9 to 11 weeks, and that's something that is happening the world over. But still, we are putting in additional resources to ensure that we can fix this situation. But it's going to last because there's an enormous volume. Thank you.
Shaw.
Mr. Speaker, today's Auditor General's report confirms Canadian veterans are still waiting months or even years to access disability benefits and says better data is desperately needed. This has been an issue since 2014, but the government continues to fail Canadian veterans. It's completely unacceptable that veterans are forced to do without the supports and services they need because this government hasn't fixed the problems. It's been 8 years. What will it take for the minister to finally get Canadian veterans the help they deserve?
Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate my honourable colleague's question. I thank the Auditor General for her work and welcome her 4 recommendations. Our investment of $340 million has allowed us to hire hundreds of staff and speed up processing. With that, we have reduced the backlog by 50%, from 23,000 down to just over 10,600. We're on the right path, and we will continue on the path to make sure veterans receive their appropriate remuneration.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, veterans need the government to get down that path a lot sooner. Today, the Auditor General also said that Canadians in the middle of a cost of living crisis aren't able to access the supports Liberals say are available to them. He made it clear that for these vulnerable Canadians, the government doesn't even have a plan to help. A plan would look like supporting a motion to make profitable oil and gas companies pay their fair share instead of voting against it. A plan would look like raising the GST rebate and declaring a low-income CERB repayment amnesty instead of trying to collect debt from the poor. So when will we see a real plan from this government that includes the relief people need to feed their families and keep a roof over their heads?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we welcome and accept the report from the Auditor General today. We have an initiative called Reaching All Canadians to try and ensure that Canadians have access to the benefits that they are eligible for. We have been working with third-party organizations to ensure that those that are eligible for benefits like the Canada Child Benefit, Old Age Security, the Guaranteed Income Supplement, know that they can access them and they have support in applying. We'll continue to do more as we know that we want to reach every single Canadian who is eligible, and we'll keep doing that work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We know that the skilled trades are at the centre of Canada's economic recovery. That's why this government is investing nearly $1 billion annually to support apprentices. I think of smart investments like the Union Training and Innovation Program, which helps kickstart lucrative careers in well-respected trades, including for Canadians from underrepresented groups. Yesterday, I was privileged to have witnessed the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion announce the launch of the new federal apprenticeship service in Halifax. Can the Minister please share with this House and all Canadians the importance of this initiative?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague for her important question. Skilled trade workers are essential to Canada's economy, infrastructure, and to our everyday life. To ensure Canadians can seize the opportunities in the trades, we're helping create 25,000 new apprenticeships across Canada. We're investing $247 million to help small and medium-sized businesses hire mechanics, electricians, and other apprentices. We're also doubling incentives for employers who hire persons with disabilities, Indigenous peoples, and other marginalized Canadians. We'll keep working with unions and business to build a strong, skilled workforce for the future.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, our country's housing crisis is at a critical point. This impacts everyone, including our soldiers. Recently, a senior BC officer told soldiers that they should go to Habitat for Humanity for assistance. These are people who are prepared to lay down their lives for our freedom, and they are told to go to charity. Shameful. When will this government provide adequate housing for our soldiers who are prepared to lay down their lives for our freedoms?
The Honourable Minister of Defence.
Mr. Speaker, military members and their families are our top priority, and we are investing $445 million over the coming years to tackle this very important issue that the honourable member raised. In February 2021, we increased military members' rates of pay to ensure alignment with increases received by the Federal Public Service. We also implemented an interim relocation policy to enable remote work options and to facilitate flexibility for members. Mr. Speaker, we have more work to do. We will continue to seek ways to support our members and their families. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, Top Gun Maverick came out this week, but Canadian military families are not feeling the need for speed when it comes to getting military housing. They've lost that loving feeling that families of four are being made to sleep in single PMQs. Mr. Speaker, the hard deck for building homes is 6,000 homes needed for military families, given the great ball of fire that is also the housing crisis, which is on a highway to the danger zone. When will the government be a wingman and build homes for Canadian military families?
The Honourable Minister of Defence.
Mr. Speaker, in all seriousness, we will continue to support our Canadian Armed Forces posted across the country and their families. For example, the post-living differential allowance is intended to help reduce financial burdens for Canadian Armed Forces personnel and their families, and to ensure that the PLD allowance effectively supports CAF members and their families and addresses affordability concerns. The Department of National Defence is reviewing the policy as we speak. We will always seek to support the people who should serve our country with robust compensation and with a benefits framework that works for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, this minister needs to look up from her talking points. These are people, men and women, that we've asked to serve our country at home and abroad. And unbelievably, they are being asked to go to Habitat for Humanity for accommodations. They have failed to provide our troops with equipment that they need. They have failed to protect our troops from sexual misconduct. And now they have failed to ensure our troops have a place to live. This is an absolute disgrace, and this minister needs to answer for it.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that I have military members and their families as my top priority. From day one, as stated in my mandate letter, I have continued to commit to ensuring that our members have the support and resources that they need. That is why we are increasing our defense spending by 70% over a 9-year period beginning in 2017. That is why we committed another $8 billion in defense spending. That is why $6.1 billion of that will go to the needs of the military, and we will keep working on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Military personnel sacrificed to serve our country. They knew they would be moved, but they didn't expect that they would not be able to afford to live because their government would let them down. There should be some expectation of a similar cost of living when military personnel are posted from base to base. However, that's not the case with the rates of military housing varying widely across the country. The rates at Bagotville are almost double those at Cold Lake. Both are Air Force bases that are home to our CF-18s. When will the minister address this housing inequity?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to put forward a few facts. After significant cuts made by the previous Conservative government, we actually are delivering results for our Canadian Armed Forces members and their families. Tax-free income for members to...
I'm gonna ask the minister just to stop for a second.
That was terrible.
I think everybody wants to hear the answer to that question, and especially the honourable member for Fort Murray Cold Lake. So maybe we'll let the minister start from the top so that everyone can hear the answer. The Honourable Minister for Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I'll try this again. Thank you. After significant cuts made by the previous Conservative government, we are delivering results results for our Canadian Armed Forces. Some of these results, Mr. Speaker, tax-free income for members deployed on international operations, close to $200 million to improve access to health care and implement a joint suicide prevention strategy, $6 million per year in new funding for military family resource centers, which mean more child care hours, and enshrining a victim's Bill of Rights in the military justice system. Mr. Speaker, this is our top priority. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, university research is essential to the advancement of science and greatly enriches our societies. It is vital that the recruitment process for research chairs be solely based on candidates' qualifications and the type of the research. But in the case of the CRC program, Ottawa is putting diversity over excellence. Does the minister agree that no discrimination should be used when assessing competence? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague because he's allowing me to speak to the investments that we've made in science. In the past years, Mr. Speaker, you have seen the importance of science, technology, and innovation to bring forward solutions to major human issues such as climate change. We've seen the importance of diversity and inclusion within scientific research, and that, Mr. Speaker, is why we expect research councils put the right policies in place to achieve that objective. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois has always advocated for research funding to be based on skill. The federal government, though, wants it to be based on diversity. But in Toronto, visible minorities account for 51% of the population, while in Rimouski it's only 2%, and yet both regions are subject to the same criteria. Mr. Speaker, our universities are doing everything in their power to recruit and represent diversity, but this needs to be realistic. Why does the government not trust universities, and why doesn't it fund scientific research according to scientific potential? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Indeed, we trust the universities on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we've invested massively in science, research, and innovation, and we must also ensure that colleagues in this House want that the scientific community represent the diversity of Canada. That is why we ask the research councils to put the right policies in place to ensure that scientific research in Canada looks like Canadians. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Pont-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, we need to act urgently in terms of the labour shortage. There are solutions, but this government has shown that it's lost control. For example, a temporary foreign worker who's been coming to Canada for 10 years still has to go through an eligibility interview. Hello? That worker's been here for 10 years. Here's another example. A manufacturer who has plants in both Ontario and Quebec needs 4 times longer to obtain a permit in Quebec, and that is not Quebec's fault. What is the problem with Immigration Canada? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and welcome back to the House, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question from my colleague because we know that immigration is essential to fighting our labour shortage. And we are looking for workers in certain professions, and I'd like to tell my colleague that over the first quarter of this year, we processed some 100,000 requests for work permits, which is double the number processed last year. We're going to continue to ensure that Canadian employers have access to the workers they need to ensure that we launch an excellent economic recovery in Canada and Quebec. Mr. Speaker, our economy is being adversely affected by the labour shortage. Not only are we lacking workers, but fewer and fewer people want to work. Why? Because the government has created a culture of dependency. Because the Liberals aren't expediting temporary foreign worker applications, when will this government put in place work incentives? The Honourable Minister. This is important to ensure our food security, especially during the pandemic. We need to protect our workers, and that is why we are ensuring that workers are ready to welcome their workers safely. We make sure that the Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, Liberal inaction strikes again. It has created a vicious cycle that is without precedent for Canadian workers and businessmen who are stuck with dire situations caused by the labour shortage. This is something else that is added to the EI problems, passport problems, problems with temporary foreign workers, permanent residency, and identity theft in Canada. When finally will this Prime Minister fix his general problem of incompetence? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, listen, I'm smiling because I always appreciate these questions, and it's clear that my colleague is very passionate, and we should applaud him for that, because on this side of the House, I can assure you that our government works very closely with Quebec to ensure that workers can work. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, we doubled the number of work permits that were processed as compared to the same period last year, and we're going to continue to work hard to ensure that Canadians and Quebecers can work. The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Mr. Speaker, after 2 very difficult years for the tourism sector, it is high time to underscore the importance of this sector. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance, can she tell this House what the government is doing to advance this industry, which is at the heart of Canada's economy? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question and for her very hard work. Mr. Speaker, yesterday was the beginning of National Tourism Week, and Canada is ready to welcome visitors and travelers from the world over. And I'd like to also thank Beth Potter and her association for the excellent success of her conference last week, and for her leadership at the head of our tourism sector, and for everything they do to maximize Canada's visibility on the international scene. Happy National Tourism Week.
The Honourable Member for Desnete, Mrs. Nippy Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, since 2015, the cost of living in northern Saskatchewan has skyrocketed. People travel great distances for groceries, medical appointments, and to check on loved ones. There's one charging station, no public transit, and there are more deer and moose trails and bike lanes in my riding. The cost of gas, groceries, home heating fuel, and farm inputs, nearly everything is getting more expensive under this Liberal NDP coalition. This is another attack on Saskatchewan's rural, northern, and remote communities. Isn't that true, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government has been taking measures in order to address the cost of living increase, which we all know is caused by the war started by Russia. Mr. Speaker, I do believe that the member opposite will find in this budget a number of measures that go directly to his point. Mr. Speaker, there is a one-time trouble finding affordable homes in our budget. Mr. Speaker, there is a proposal to subsidize dental care in our budget. Mr. Speaker, we have already reduced the taxes on middle-class families, and the Conservatives voted against it. Will they vote for our budget?
The Honourable Member for Peace River, Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the topic of Russia, we know that during the war and conflict, women and youth are at increased risk of exploitation. The 2021 U.S. Trafficking in Person report notes that the Ukraine has been a long-time source country for human trafficking victims. Now that millions of women and youth are fleeing Ukraine, we know that human traffickers have been targeting them. What specific steps is this government taking to ensure that Ukrainian women and youth seeking refuge in Canada are not being trafficked and exploited?
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Thank you to my colleague for his important question. Indeed, the question of human trafficking is an issue, and indeed, this is something that we've raised through the G7. Many of the G7 ministers have made clear that we need to do more to counter any form of human trafficking, particularly in the context of Putin's war of choice against Ukraine. I look forward to working with my colleague on this issue and with many others within Cabinet, because we need to give particular attention to this issue. Thank you.
Well, member for Brandon Souris.
Speaker, the Liberals reduced operating hours at dozens of border crossings during COVID-19. But Canadians are traveling again, crossing the border to visit families, to do business, or just to get away for a few days. 40 ports of entry, 13 of which are in Manitoba, are still operating at reduced operating hours. When will the Liberals restore the full service at our border crossings?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to report that thanks to the advocacy of the members of this chamber, including on our side of the House, we've reopened the vast majority of ports of entry, which is seeing an increase in trade and travel, which is driving our economy going, all the while protecting Canadians from this pandemic. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to work with my honourable colleague to make even more progress as we head into the summer season so that we can get our economy even going better. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome back again. Mr. Speaker, over the past 2 years, Canadians have been rocked by this pandemic, and it comes as no surprise that the harsh realities faced by our most vulnerable have been exacerbated, especially for women and children fleeing domestic violence. Far too many in this situation have nowhere to turn. Could the Minister of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion please tell this House about what our government is doing to ensure those fleeing domestic violence have the support and space they need? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge for his excellent question and work on this really important file. Last week, I was thrilled to announce $121 million to build over 430 shelters and transitional homes in over 15 municipalities across Canada. This work is being done together with 14 provincial and territorial shelter associations. These extra shelter beds as well as transitional homes will ensure that women and children fleeing gender-based violence will have a safe roof over their heads. This is the National Housing Strategy at work, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I asked the government a very straightforward question and that warranted a very straightforward answer. I did not get that. I rise again today because of the gravity of the situation. Yesterday, I found out a third Indigenous woman was murdered in Winnipeg this month. She was the mother of 4. Women are dying in Winnipeg, ground zero for MMIWG. So I will ask again, will the minister confirm last week's funding announcement includes a low-barrier 24 safe space as requested by my community, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday's news is indeed part of the ongoing tragedy in this country of missing murdered Indigenous women and girls. The announcement last week will create the infrastructure necessary to operate a facility that will be welcoming for people that are in distress. And as to the member opposite's current request, that is part of many, it is clearly one that needs priority and is something that we support as a government.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are horrified by the recent mass shootings in the United States, and they want a government that acts to prevent tragedies before they happen. We want to believe that addressing gun violence is an urgent priority for the Liberals, but we have seen this pattern before. They table legislation, and then they don't do anything to push it forward, and nothing actually changes. Is the government just trying to score political points, or are they really serious about making changes to keep people safe?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure my colleague, and I hope all members will agree, that we grieve with the communities of Buffalo. We grieve with the communities in Texas, and we will always stand with our American friends at this very difficult time. But yesterday's announcement, which launched this new sweeping and transformative piece of legislation. The largest gun reform package in a generation is about taking concrete action. And I assure my colleague and all members that on this side of the House, we will work tirelessly to tackle handgun violence. We will work tirelessly to take on the illegal trafficking at the border. We will work tirelessly, Mr. Speaker, until we eradicate gun violence, and we will do that with all members and all Canadians. Thank you very much.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for today. Comme il est 15h17, conformément à l'ordre adopté le jeudi 25.
As it is 3:17, and now pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the third report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics.
Call in the members. The question is the following one. Mr. Bazin, seconded by Mr. Brassard, moved that the third report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics presented on Thursday, March 31st, 2021 be concurred in. Amendment, Mr. Couric, seconded by Mr. Viss, moves the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Le troisième rapport du comité.
The third report of the Standing Committee on Ethics to Information, Privacy and Ethics presented on Thursday, March 31st, 2022 be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the committee for further consideration, provided that A.
To 1, make every effort possible to receive evidence from Ben Chin, Rick Thies, and Amital Singh, the witnesses who did not comply with the House's order of Thursday, March 25th, 2021 to appear before the committee.
2. Consider further the concerns expressed in the report about the member for Waterloo's failure in her obligation to be accurate with the committee.
May I dispense? No, I have to keep going. 3, report back within 60 sitting days, and B, the committee be empowered to order the attendance of the member for Waterloo from time to time as it sees fit. La période de 10 minutes pour...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started. And the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
In favor of the amendment will please rise.
Bergen. Mr. Moore. Monsieur Brassard. Monsieur Berthold. Mr. Fast. Mr. Albus. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Obach. Mr. Schmale. Mr. McCall-Edmonton West. Mr. Lawrence. Mrs. Gray. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Calkins. Mrs. Kuzi. Mr. Perkins. Mr. Melillo. Mr. Viss. Mr. Caputo. Mr. Small. Mr. Williamson. Monsieur Gould. Mr. Steinley. Ms. Rude. Mr. Ellis. Mrs. Goodridge. Mrs. Cramp-Nyman. Ms. Ferrari. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Baldinelli. Ms. Gledu. Mr. Zimmer. Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abouteff.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Monsieur Lew.
Monsieur Lew.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Mazur.
Mr. Mazur.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Chasek.
Ms. Jasek.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Chegar.
Ms. Chegar.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Sproul.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Haidou.
Ms. Haidou.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garretson.
Garrison.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. De Brusen.
De Brusen.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Vancouverden.
Ms. Jones.
Jones.
Mr. Calloway.
Mr. Calloway.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. Damoff.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Fragiscados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield.
Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Morrissey.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Turnbull.
Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Effner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. McDonald Malpic.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Ms. Matheson.
Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
McPherson.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la...
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that electronic voting period has now ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Wagenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote for.
Wagenthal, pour.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les résultats.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 114, 114. Nays contre 204, 204.
I declare the amendment defeated. The next question is on the main motion. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Bazan, seconded by Mr. Brassard, moved.
Thank you. If a member of the recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division of the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member.
Speaker.
I'm sorry?
I request that division, please.
Okay,
yes.
Very good. Well, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house
yes,
leader.
Mr. Speaker, we're requesting a recorded vote, please.
Okay. Now that we've got that straightened out, the 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started. The House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen. Mr. Moore. Monsieur Brassard. Monsieur Berthold. Mr. Fast. Mr. Albis. Ms. Dancho. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Hoback. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Schmale. Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West. Mr. Lawrence. Mrs. Gray. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Calkins. Mrs. Kuzi. Mr. Perkins. Mr. Melillo. Mr. Viss. Mr. Caputo. Mr. Small. Mr. Williamson. Monsieur Gould. Mr. Steinley. Ms. Rude. Mr. Ellis. Mrs. Goodridge. Mrs. Cramp-Nyman. Ms. Ferrari. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Baldin. Mr. Baldinelli, sorry. Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Zimmer. Monsieur Reyes. Monsieur Généreux. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Abultaif. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Shields. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Motz. Monsieur Lew. Mr. Bragdon. Mr. Epp. Mr. Cram. Mr. Kurek. Mr. Mazer. Mr. Doherty. Monsieur D'Entremont. Mr. Morrison. Mr. Patzer. Mr. Soroka. Mr. Van Papta. Mr. Brock. Mr. Muse. Mr. Ruff. Mr. Williams. Monsieur Terrien. Monsieur Garon. Monsieur Simard. Monsieur Bergeron. Madame Gill. Madame de Bellefeuille. Monsieur Thériault. Monsieur Savard-Tremblay. Monsieur Lemire. Madame Chabot. Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca. Madame Bérubé. Mr. Julian. Mr. Massey. Mr. Cannings. Ms. Kwan. Mr. Garrison. Ms. Idlout. Mr. McGregor. Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Backrack.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Cirillo.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulery.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Monsieur Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
McPherson.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Holland.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mme Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Jasek.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Groh.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Haidou.
Ms. Haidou.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur Hussein.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sandagari.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Dillon.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Vancouverden.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidou Brampton East.
Mr. Sidou Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. Fragiscaros.
Mr. Fragascato.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Ms. Bradford.
Bradford.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Effner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpic.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Morris.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Je désire informer la...
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
To vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Wagenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote yea.
Ms. Wagenthal, pour.
Everything's good. Le bureau va maintenant
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 169, 169. Nays contre 153, 153.
I declare the motion carried. Conformément à l'ordre
Pursuant to the order adopted Thursday, November 25th, the House will now proceed to the recorded division on the amendment to the motion for second reading of Bill C-18.
The question is the following one. Mr. Rodriguez, seconded by Mrs. Saint-Onge, moved. May I dispense? No, we don't have unanimous consent to dispense. That Bill C-18, an act respecting online communications platforms that make news content available to persons in Canada, be now read a second time and referred to a standing committee on Canadian heritage. Renvoi de l'objet de projet appuyé par Madame Vecchio propose l'amendement suivant, que la motion soit modifiée par substitution au mot suivant, le mot que de... Est-ce que l'interprétation est...
Is the interpretation working? Do we have a problem? That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following.
Respecting online communication platforms that make news content available to persons in Canada be now read a second time, but that the order be discharged, the bill withdrawn, and the subject matter thereof referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
Those in favor... the point of, in the middle of the vote, are we... Oh, I'm sorry.
Not now read.
Isn't that not what I said?
You missed not.
Let me repeat that then.
Thank you.
It's a double negative.
Not a problem. Believe it or not, my eyes were not affected by the surgery. That's the scary part. Now, do you have where that is? I'll start that whole paragraph over then. Bill C-18, an act respecting online communications platforms that make news content available to persons in Canada, be not now read a second time, but that the order be discharged, the bill withdrawn, and the subject matter thereof referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Did I get that right? Thank you. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Moore. Monsieur Brassard. Monsieur Berthold. Mr. Fast. Mr. Albus. Ms. Dancho. Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Minton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Lansman.
Ms. Lansman.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Mott.
Monsieur Leroux.
Mr. Leroux.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Petzer.
Mr. Petzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Jasek.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Gros.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Haidou.
Ms. Haidou.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Bittle.
Little.
Mr. Fillmore.
Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Iacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Vancouverden.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. Fragiscaros.
Mr. Fragascato.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Turnbull.
Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Ms. Bradford.
Bradford.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Effner.
Ms. Hepner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
McPherson.
Ms. Maysanish Gulf Islands.
May Spanish Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
I'm just going to double. The House will now wait for electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter en
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Ms. Wagenthal.
I vote yes.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 117, 117. Nays contre 206, 206.
I declare the amendment defeated. The question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez, seconded by Mrs. Saintonge, moved.
Okay, very good. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division, or that the Honourable Deputy Whip for the Government side.
I request a recorded division.
Good. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. Que tous ceux qui
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Jasek.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Gros.
Madame Saintonge.
Madame Saintonge.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Haidou.
Ms. Haidou.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Vandenbelt.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Fragiscaros.
Mr. Fragiscato.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madam Shanahan.
Madam Shanahan.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madam Mendez.
Madam Mendez.
Mr. Turnbull.
Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Effner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Julian.
Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. McGregor.
McGregor.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Dejale.
Mr. Dejale.
Ms. McPherson.
McPherson.
Ms. May Sanish Gulf Islands.
May Sanish Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen. Mr. Moore. Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albis.
Mr. Albis.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms.
Sorry, correction. Ms. Ferreri.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Monsieur Leroux.
Mr. Leroux.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that electronic voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter.
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Thank you, Speaker. I vote no.
Monsieur Champoux.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voulais juste vous souhaiter un bon retour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Welcome back. I vote for.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les...
The table will now compile the result of the vote.
Yeas pour 207, 207. Nays, contre 116, 116.
I declare the motion carried.
Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Second reading of the bill.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, reprise du débat sur une motion d'opposition.
Resuming debate on the opposition motion on the Canada Research Chair brought by Mr. Blanchet-Jonca.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 56 minutes. I'm going to wait a bit till... Resuming debate, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to pick up where I left off earlier. To begin, I would like to repeat something I heard, something the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie said. He said that if the Bloc's true priority is to protect white men who want university positions, that they should take ownership of their position. This reminds me of something I accuse conservatives of often. I accuse them of using populism. If right-wing populism can exist, so can left-wing populism. And I'm trying to undo an idea in this debate. The member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie said this because he was referring to something very central in the ideology of identity politics. In identity politics, there is a simple concept, that of Anglo-conformity. Western societies were designed for one person only, with one person in mind, a white man, white Anglo-Saxon man. The white Anglo-Saxon man has his place in all institutions in Western society without any trouble and is accepted. I agree with the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. That is often the case. Often we have to do a little extra work to ensure that our institutions are diverse. If I am to agree with the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, though, then we need to see whether EDI fits into this desire to have a more representative institutions. Mr. Speaker, this reminds me of a text that everyone should read, Le savant et le politique by Max Weber. He distinguishes between the knowledge holder and ethics. So he says that there is ethics of responsibility and then ethics of conviction. And I'd like to read to you from this. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So what does Max Weber mean? He meant that often a good idea that's tainted by ideology can lead to disastrous results. I agree with the member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie that we need to make our institutions more representative. Absolutely. For example, in employment, in the public service, we should absolutely put in place measures so that institutions better represent ethnocultural diversity. But if that works well in employment and in public service, does it necessarily also work well in university research and academia? This brings us back to the ethics of responsibility and the ethics of conviction. What is the ethics of responsibility?
We need to look at the negative effects of the ideas that we are considering. Responsibility ethics is often what is used in academia. In politics, we often use a conviction ethics, which are based on our ideology. So people are encouraging representation because of Anglo-conformity. But can this really be applied in real-world conditions? I'm not quite sure. I don't know if we should be considering research the same way we look at other industries. I don't know if we should be looking at research and development the same way we look at the public service. And we should be asking ourselves, well, right now there will be job postings that are only available to certain categories of people. And I think we can all agree that this is a result of identity politics and the ideology associated with it. But let's talk about what can happen if we add non-academic conditions to the requirements for becoming a Canada Research Chair. First, we should note that hiring committees are already working in an unbiased way. These are. Sorry, am I out of time? I was trying to hint to you your time is out, but there will be time for a Q&A. So you started your speech before QP. Now you're out of time. Maybe you'll have a chance to resume in Q&A.
Questions and comments, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Le Pointe-de-l'Île. Montcalm, sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I love what my colleague from Le Pointe-de-l'Île has to say, even though my writing is better than his. This is a very interesting topic area. Maybe that's true. Conviction ethics might not be the right approach for R&D. Very kind of my colleague. Here's what everything amounts to for me. When we look at this ideology of diversity, it might be appropriate in some areas, but not others. And it brings up questions like, can a non-Indigenous person study Indigenous studies? And these questions concern me. This ideology of diversity is leading us down the wrong path, and it could even lead us to what we saw in the 70s. when social science departments in universities were completely led astray by Marxism, and that people with an alternative viewpoint were denied funding. The institutional autonomy might be threatened, and this can lead us down some very dangerous paths. It may also harm our abilities to complete research. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Madam Speaker, finally the member got the name of my riding correct. I don't know if he was trying to make some kind of a pun. I agree with the ideology of diversity. I believe that our institutions should reflect diversity. Does the member not think it's problematic when only 6% of researchers are visible minorities, but 12% of the population is visible minorities? Does that not mean that things are progressing too slowly? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. The member seems to believe that hiring committees that select Canada Research chairholders are made up of people who don't care about diversity. That's what the honourable member seems to be saying. Sorry, just to clarify, this is not a debate between two individual members. If the member has any questions, he must await his turn. The member for Jonquière. We cannot base science around ideology. The ideology of diversity, while useful in certain areas, is now trying to lead universities about, and that is unacceptable. If we accept this phenomenon, we will set up stumbling blocks to the progress of knowledge.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member from Jonquière for his speech. I'm perplexed by the NDP Liberal government places ideology and political correctness above competency and ability, and I'm wondering if the member could expand a little further on his thoughts on that.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière, 1 minute. I'm as perplexed as my colleague. I brought up the work of Weber earlier, and Weber draws a clear distinction between the role of politicians, which is to create a policy orientation, and the role of academia, which is to advance human knowledge. With all of these EDI questions, policy is intruding into the realm of academia. This can lead to unfortunate results. And society may not benefit from this shift. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just going to get into position. Sometimes words matter. We're talking about EDI, and these jargony terms sometimes prevent us from understanding what is going on. EDI stands for Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. And these words have been used so much that they're almost meaningless. And when you use meaningless words, you can easily get lost in details. So let's try and reinstill some meaning to these buzzwords. So equity, diversity, and inclusion are important. I represent the riding of Trois-Rivières, and as such, I care very deeply about this motion. The president of the Université de Québec à Trois-Rivières is always seeking out leading researchers, regardless of the subject area. And this president often has trouble finding excellent candidates. It can be very difficult to find the right person to fill a job. I want to make the university president's job easier. But now we're getting stuck in a philosophical debate. First, I will be quoting a philosopher that I've always appreciated. All is one. This comes from Heraclitus. Under the principle of all is one, you cannot have light without darkness. You cannot have cold without heat. All is one. Everything is bound together. So, according to Heraclitus, we need everyone in order to solve problems. That's why inclusion is important. Now, some people have been bringing up discrimination. Some people have been avoiding that topic. Discrimination is when we distinguish or when we create divisions. Discrimination isn't always negative. We can also talk about positive discrimination. But I prefer the word discernment to the word discrimination. Discernment is when we distinguish two ways of thinking based on context, because, of course, context is extremely important. EDI, equity, diversity, inclusion. This actually excludes certain people, but we'll get back to that. Of course, it is completely legitimate to want to correct inequalities, but we cannot create inequalities while trying to make up for others. All is one. We need to strike a balance. Progressing human knowledge must be the only criterion taking into account. Science has no sex, no gender, no race or color, rather. Science is about being qualified. Science must remain objective. Of course, all discussions are made more lively by differences of viewpoint. Of course, it can be difficult to reach objective conclusions. All sorts of viewpoints are represented. When we look for truth, when we seek out knowledge, we need to have lively discussions. And this aligns with what my colleague said earlier about different types of ethics. Diversity makes us richer. Now, in order to get a scholarship, you need to know the right terms. This, unfortunately, we see anti-Francophone attitudes because of this. But for everyone, research can cause challenges. There's also discrimination when we encourage researchers to publish their work in English instead of French. And visible minorities do suffer from discrimination, but we cannot solve problems by creating inequalities. All sorts of minorities in Canada, including Francophones, have suffered due to discrimination. So we do need to act, but we cannot solve one problem by creating another. We should not be ruling out certain colleagues from the position of Canada Research Chair. Diversity cannot figure into scientific knowledge. Under the current criteria of the CRCP, you're only qualified if you are from a designated group. The CRCP has a number of different criteria, and looking at them, it can only be concluded that the criteria are Kafkaesque. They are based around a faulty understanding of the world. It's like trying to build a plane that would fly underwater. Now, the government of Quebec has 10 regional universities. There's the whole Université de Québec network with locations across Quebec. And the goal of these universities is to develop rural Quebec. Now, in rural Quebec, there are demographic differences compared to other regions. You cannot compare Montreal and Rimouski in terms of demography. And you cannot compare these Quebecois regions to regions in English Canada because Quebec is distinct. Rimouski just does not have very many visible minorities. So English Canadian criteria are being imposed on Quebec even though they do not line up with Quebec's demography. And this represents an injustice. I will reiterate that diversity is a good thing. Diversity makes discussions more lively, but in order to value diversity, first you have to have diversity. The government needs to review its criteria. The government needs to let science be what it is. Science must remain objective, and universities must remain independent and autonomous. This government doesn't seem to care about institutional autonomy. They're willing to hand out money to anyone who meets their diversity criteria. Of course, it is very important to advance science, but the CRCP should not tell universities what to do. This would represent an intrusion into the jurisdictions of universities and into the jurisdiction of Quebec. The government is meddling in issues where it does not belong. The motion also calls on the government to review its EDI criteria. And the E in EDI stands for equity, and we need to look at this notion. Equity is not the same as equality. Equity is more powerful than diversity and inclusion. And if you'll let me get back into the philosophy again, we need to appreciate what each one is able to do, and we need to value each person's unique contribution. That needs to be our guiding principle. But the CRCP has labyrinthine criteria. It should also be noted that some groups may be more attracted to one area of study than another. We should not replace discrimination with colonialism. Of course, discrimination has no place in society. But going about imposing principles blindly should not be valued either.
Madam Speaker, and I listened to the member opposite, and I guess I don't necessarily share the same concerns in many ways, but my focus of the question is in regards to women specifically. Women make up more than 50% of the population in Quebec. And would he not see that in principle as a reason in itself that we should be having policies to encourage and that women are represented as much as possible, getting up to that 50%? Does he not see that as something that we should be striving to achieve?
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for his question. These criteria are already in place, but one thing is for sure, we do need to encourage the representation of groups such as women. Having said that, I do not think we should outright exclude people just because they're not a member of a certain group. Going back to the end of my speech, some groups, for whatever reason, may not go into a certain field. We don't want to take this notion too far, but in general, I do agree. We do need to increase access to academia. Now, I think that universities are already doing important work on this front.
For Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have to say that I am just furious and disappointed hearing the arguments from my colleagues today. We are talking about initiatives and policies that correct the underrepresentation of marginalized groups of people. And the Bloc wants to take away those policies, wants to continue to marginalize, to continue to push for the underrepresentation of these groups. And hearing the member speak a bit about how some groups don't want to go into certain fields, I really think I would caution him in his assumptions, and that we as members of this House should be working to increase diversity, increase equality in our institutions.
Honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think my colleague is blinded by this ideology of diversity. Some groups just don't want to go into certain fields, and forcing them into these fields would be paternalistic.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Honorable député de Thérèse de Blainville.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In Quebec and in Quebecois universities, we are very proud of what we have done to promote equity. We bring women and people with disabilities into the fold. They are present in the health field, in academia. Given all of this, we are fine with certain levels of affirmative action. But we don't want to exclude people, we want to include people. And this federal government is imposing exclusive criteria on the CRCP, and that is a problem. These criteria are not aligned with institutional autonomy.
The Honourable Member for...
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je suis tout à fait d'accord. Vous savez, il y a aussi un élément qu'il faut ajouter. J'ai parlé beaucoup de la démographie un peu plus tôt. Puis la démographie, c'est un art impitoyable. On peut savoir qui a quel âge quand. Si dans une région donnée, la présence...
Let's say there are no minorities in a certain region. Then what do you even do? Under the current criteria, the university in that region would lose its research chairs, and that doesn't make any sense. We want to bring people in. We want to increase access. The universities are well placed to go about this process. We need to appreciate everyone's unique contribution. That would be a valuable guiding principle.
Conformément à l'article 38 du règlement.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Saskatchewan Foreign Affairs, l'honorable député de Saanich Gulf Islands, l'environnement, et the honourable member for Vancouver East, housing. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government, House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with my friend and colleague, the member from Waterloo, and I wanted to be able to address the Bloc Party's opposition day motion. Somewhat surprised in terms of the positioning that they're taking on this issue. I thought it would have been a little bit more progressive to be open-minded to what I believe is a policy that has been fairly effective over the years. And in fact, we should be looking at ways in which we can even enhance opportunities more for minority groups and women, which make up a majority of the population in Canada and is often not reflected in many different sectors in our society. I was very proud of the Prime Minister when we had taken office back in 2015, when he made a very clear statement about women in politics. And 50% of the cabinet was made up of women, Madam Speaker. And I think as a government that we have a healthier, a more progressive government as a direct result. Women that play very strong leadership roles within our caucus, and in particular in our cabinet, whether you can talk about the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, to Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Justice. Madam Speaker, we have done some incredible work in regards to the last number of years, And it's really quite encouraging when we see women leading in many, many different ways. So I don't think it's an issue of trying to find qualified. The qualifications are there. We have to ensure that barriers are in fact being taken down. I represent a riding of Winnipeg North where, and I'll give you some ballpark percentages of, let's say, just under 40% are of Filipino heritage. We have about 20% Indigenous. And then, Madam Speaker, if you factor in other communities like my Indo-Canadian community and so forth, you can get a sense of why it is the issue of equality and taking down systemic barriers is so critically important to me as the Member of Parliament for Winnipeg North. For many years, we talk about issues such as systemic barriers that are put into place, trying to get credentials recognized. In fact, Madam Speaker, we have Ambassador Robles from the Philippines, who's the ambassador here in Canada from the Philippines, and he's been raising the issue with members of Parliament in regards to getting credentials recognized here in Canada. So, for example, nurses can be nurses and practicing nurses here. And there are some gender issues related to that. When we talk about the importance of diversity, we say that our greatest strength in Canada, or one of our greatest strengths in Canada, is our diversity. And if we, look over a group or neglect to take the actions that are necessary to support inclusion and ensure that people are provided the opportunities to take on the many important roles in our society, I think we do a disservice to the whole issue of diversity. We should be taking ownership of it, promoting it, and encouraging its development in all aspects and different sectors of our society, Madam Speaker. When we think in terms of science and research and the importance of the Canada Research Chairs program, let there be no doubt that you have before us, Madam Speaker, a government that understands the importance of research and science. We have invested literally hundreds of millions of dollars. In fact, if you take a look at just the research chair's position, you're talking about tens of millions of dollars that is allocated annually for it, providing well over 2,000 opportunities, and our post-secondary facilities are capable and able to attract the best people in the world to be able to ensure that we're getting the research and developing based on science that's going to enable Canada to exceed into the future. And, Madam Speaker, I truly believe that it's so critically important that our institutions, whether they're academic or other forms of public, especially where there's public dollars and beyond, it should also go into the private sector, Madam Speaker, that if we take and make the effort to have our community as a whole be reflective of, or I should say our institutions as a whole reflective of our nation, we will have a healthier nation. I remember Romy Maxino, Dr. Romy Maxino from Manitoba, Madam Speaker, person of Filipino heritage, who went on to play a very prominent role at the University of Manitoba in the Department of Education as its dean. And through that, Romy was, I believe, inspired many within the community. There's no doubt he had the expertise and the talents and so forth, Madam Speaker. But he inspired many others, minorities that go beyond, let's say, the people of the Filipino heritage community. And I think that that does a great deal. What message do we send if we're attaching significant amounts of public dollars going to an area such as the chairs of our research, and we're not encouraging and promoting that diversity, Madam Speaker? I think it's absolutely critical for our youth to see that firsthand. That can be very inspiring. You see mentorship programs grow from it, Madam Speaker. I think that there's so much more in terms of making and taking the sacrifices necessary in order to be able to have the diversity that reflects our overall population in Canada. You know, I look at the University of Manitoba, and it is one of many post-secondary facilities that has greatly benefited by the federal government taking an interest in supporting research here in Canada. Through those dollars, our post-secondary institutions are better able to retain and ultimately educate what I say is some of the smartest people in the world, Madam Speaker. And those and the research that they have done has led to incredible inventions. You know, a number of years ago, you know, the University of Manitoba played a critical role in the development of in the area of agriculture with the canola. And take a look at what canola and the role canola is in the world today compared to, 30 years ago. And the University of Manitoba and some of the research that's done at our universities is what enables much of the exportation, the transferring of knowledge to many different industries. And on that particular point, when we talk about investing, we recognize that our post-secondary institutions have a leading role. But often you will see partnerships, Madam Speaker, and I realize the time's running out, and I do want to recognize it's just not the public sector that invests in research and science. You know, I look at agreements between things such as Red River College and Magellan aerospace industry, and the way in which you'll see classrooms from a college being put into private sector institutions in order to advance research and technology. I see my time has expired, and I do appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for 1 moment. Is it Rimouski, Neige, Témiscouata, Basque? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to come back to my colleague from Winnipeg North's comments, and I want to rectify the situation. The facts. Quebec is the society in North America where the school system is the most accessible. That's the first point. But does the member for Winnipeg North understand that Quebec is a united society? Does he recognize when it comes to social justice, Canada has something better to do than to impose dysfunctional criteria? I want to hear the member of Winnipeg North talk about another thing. We talk about diversity and diversity of opinion. 3 members in April said they were uncomfortable with the funding criteria. The member for Louis-Hébert, Petite-Nation, and Montréal. Where are they today? Can my colleague from Winnipeg North, does he agree with the censure that his party is imposing on the colleagues who don't agree with these funding criteria for the research chairs? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, Quebec is a beautiful province with a great deal of diversity in itself. One could talk about rural communities to, Quebec City is a beautiful city. We've actually had a caucus many years ago in regards in Quebec City. I've had the opportunity to visit. And there's so much rich heritage that is there. So whether it's Quebec City rural or the diversity You know, Montreal is like a world city, very much diverse. And I think that the province of Quebec, like the province of Manitoba, should cherish the diversity that's there and support it. And one of the ways in which you support it is you have good government policy, Madam Speaker, that enables full participation in all sectors.
Comments? The Honourable for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I always like to hear about the University of Manitoba. It's where I went to school, Madam Speaker. For the member from Winnipeg North, I would note that the member from Winnipeg North and also the member from Kingston both get a lot of time in this House, and Kingston and the Islands, and I would encourage at some point in time to maybe cede some time to some equity-seeking groups and marginalized groups in this community. I did want to just visit the people with disabilities, and we know that too many of these roles are not being filled by people in equity-seeking groups, and certainly people with disabilities have even more barriers and challenges to getting access to academic grants. So my question is, does the government have any affirmative action type initiatives to make sure that persons with disabilities are equally able to access grants, research and funding in this country? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, in the first comment, the member might recognize that I said that I would be sharing my time with my colleague and friend, the member from Waterloo. And in regards to, you know, enabling people to participate, whether it's gaining education or dealing with issues such as disability, I think not only have we taken budgetary actions to support that, we've also initiated legislative actions. And, Madam Speaker, I would reference the member to you know, maybe have some dialogue, in particular with the Minister Quattro, or I shouldn't say the Minister of the Minister. Workforce Development. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm sure she'd be more than happy to share with some of the initiatives that her department's been taking.
We have time for a brief question. Bref question.
A brief question.
Honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would just appreciate the member for Winnipeg North just comments on the importance of equity to achieve equality. We know that many times we've not necessarily had the diversity of our country reflected. I heard him speak about the University of Winnipeg. I'm very proud of the University of Waterloo as well as Wilfrid Laurier University, institutions that are leading the charge because we actually are embracing diversity and bringing in policies that are working for more Canadians. So I think inclusion is important. Would love to hear the members' comments.
Very brief answer, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I've really been impressed with University of Winnipeg in recent years, where we have seen a very progressive move towards Indigenous studies, right from the top of the president of the university to the way in which it's opening to the entire student body. There is so much that our universities can do to support the diversity of Canada.
We have a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, following private members' business on Wednesday, June 1st, 2022, a motion to concur in the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security presented on Monday, May 30th, 2022, be deemed moved and seconded, and at the conclusion of the 3 hours provided for debate, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion be deemed to be put and recorded in the recorded division be deemed requested and deferred until Thursday, June 2nd, 2022, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions, and that during the debate no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the chair.
All those opposed to what the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is proposing will say nay.
D'accord.
Okay.
This has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Motion is carried. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am happy today to participate in the debate on the Bloc Québécois motion in relation to the Canada Research Chairs Program, and to have the opportunity to discuss the government's commitment to achieving a more equitable, diverse, and inclusive Canadian research enterprise. Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada is proud to support science and research from coast to coast to coast. Canada's highly skilled and talented researchers are world-renowned for their leading scientific breakthroughs, discovering bold, innovative approaches, and contributing to solving our world's toughest problems. Returning our country to evidence-based decision-making is one of the main reasons I chose to run as a Liberal candidate in the riding of Waterloo. The government invests over $4 billion annually in academic research through the federal research granting agencies and the Canada Foundation for Innovation. Through these investments, we are committed to cultivating a rich and diverse research ecosystem that welcomes researchers from across the globe who choose a Canadian institution to call home. Research demonstrates that diversity within the research ecosystem helps drive research excellence and strengthens its quality, social relevance, and impact. If we want Canada to achieve its greatest potential in research, we need the rich diversity of Canada and all its intersectionalities to be reflected in our research institutions. It's critical that no researchers, especially those from underrepresented groups such as women, persons with disabilities, Indigenous peoples, and racialized communities, face systemic barriers in accessing support for their work. Moreover, to retain this excellent talent in Canada, individuals need to be supported, valued, and included. Our country needs to benefit, to gain from this talent, these skills. Our country loses when we leave these populations on the sidelines. Madam Speaker, we know that such systemic barriers persist within academia and within Canada's research ecosystem more broadly. There is well-documented evidence of the challenges these groups face, including unconscious and implicit biases in hiring, tenure, advancement and promotion, peer review, wage gaps, precarious work, and institutional practices and policies that perpetuate disadvantages and contribute to a climate that is not inclusive. For Canada to tap into its full potential for research excellence, these barriers must be eliminated so that all researchers can participate fully. That's why the Government of Canada has made concrete efforts to support systemic change and build capacity within Canada's post-secondary research enterprise to foster equity, diversity, and inclusion. Canada's granting agencies are implementing an ambitious tri-agency equity, diversity, and inclusion action plan to ensure fair access to research support and promote equitable participation in the research system. We recognize that systemic change is hard work, and institutions need support in their efforts to drive transformational change in the research environment if they are to succeed. Through Dimensions, Equity, Diversity and Inclusion Canada, a pilot initiative that is among the world-leading programs promoting equity, diversity and inclusion in higher education, we are encouraging institutions to take part in a transformation to increase equity, diversity, and inclusion and help drive deeper cultural change within the research ecosystem. As well, the pilot Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Institutional Capacity Building Grants have provided over $10 million to support post-secondary institutions in identifying and eliminating barriers faced by underrepresented groups. These grants are supporting institutions as they adapt and implement organizational and systemic change informed by evidence and meaningful engagement with impacted groups. The Tri-Agency Research Support Fund also provides support to institutions for projects related to equity, diversity, and faculty renewal through the program's Incremental Projects grant stream. In the 2021-2022, the program supported 29 such projects totaling over $6 million. Earlier this year, the government provided $19.2 million through the Race, Gender, and Diversity Initiative to support 46 community-based and community-led research partnerships pertaining to the causes and persistence of systemic racism and discrimination, grounded in lived experience of disadvantaged groups. Madam Speaker, The Canada Research Chairs Program is a flagship funding program that supports some of the world's brightest scholars and scientists. This program is a catalyst for amplifying new voices, insights, and groundbreaking discoveries that respond to society's economic, social, and health needs and help us make better sense of the world we live in. Given the program's mandate to support research excellence, it is imperative that all excellent researchers have access to these prestigious positions. Since the program was first launched in the year 2000, it has had a history of continued underrepresentation of women, persons with disability, Indigenous peoples, and racialized communities, demonstrating that the barriers for individuals from these groups are systemic and persistent. To suggest these individuals are not qualified is ridiculous and frankly disheartening. The government has taken a variety of measures to address these barriers within the program and encourage institutions to do better. Some of these measures stem from a legally binding settlement agreement reached in 2006 and its addendum in 2019 pertaining to human rights complaints about equity within the program. The program uses institutional equity targets, considered a best practice by the Canadian Human Rights Commission, as a tool to address systemic barriers to participation. It also requires most institutions to develop robust action plans that will enable meaningful progress towards addressing the disadvantages experienced by underrepresented and underserved groups. These measures help ensure that the program meets its objective of attracting and retaining a diverse cadre of world-class researchers at Canadian post-secondary institutions to reinforce excellence in research. The emphasis on equity, diversity, and inclusion within the Canada Research Chairs program is delivering results. In the most recent group of new and renewed chairs announced in January 2022, 53% were women, almost 30% were racialized individuals, close to 3% were Indigenous, and almost 6% were persons with disabilities. These outstanding scholars are poised to make critical contributions in diverse research areas such as photonic devices, health economics, substance use, artificial intelligence, ocean sustainability, northern wildlife biology, hydrological modeling and analysis, among many others. Today, women make up 41% of all appointed chairs, up from less than 25% in 2009, when the first equity targets were set. In the same period, the representation of racialized communities in the program has almost doubled to 23%. That of persons with disabilities has increased more than fivefold to just 6%, and that of Indigenous peoples has increased more than eightfold to just over 3%. This strong progress is a result of collaborative efforts on the part of the participating institutions and the government. I would like to acknowledge the University of Waterloo and Wilfrid Laurier University for their leadership and efforts in advancing a more equitable, diverse, and inclusive research community and ecosystem. Madam Speaker, these actions are helping to ensure that all of our best and brightest researchers have fair access to the support they need in their pursuit of scientific discovery that will lead Canada to a more equitable, a more prosperous, and consciously more inclusive Canada. Madam Speaker, this is part of the importance of ensuring that the decision-making table is more reflective and representative of Canada's diversity, because that will ensure better outcomes for even more Canadians. And I think we can all agree that we can do better. The COVID-19 pandemic highlighted, once again, exposed and brought to the forefront the inequities that exist within our society. And one way to ensure that we're responding to these is by making sure that the decision-making table, Canada's researchers included, are actually better representative of our diversity. I thank you for the time, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to comments and questions.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from Waterloo for her speech. I also thank her for having made an effort to have a conversation rather than trying to get at the underlying goals of the Bloc for this opposition day. Our goal, our duty is to oppose rather, and that relates to what my colleague was saying about the ethics of debate. The member for Mirabel this morning explained how difficult it is to find competent people anywhere in the world. Competent, qualified people, because there are all sorts of challenges, such as being able to pay them. Is my colleague aware of the fact that in Quebec there are access and equality programs? Now, I'm young, but when I was a teacher, it was always with this access program. Does my colleague understand that in Quebec we have recruitment challenges which are not necessarily related to the criteria that she wishes to apply wall-to-wall everywhere in Canada?
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I thank my colleague for his comments. I think that the topic we're debating today is very important. I understand that, yes, it can be difficult to find more candidates or more diversity. We must continue to try. We shouldn't use as an excuse the fact that it's difficult. Oh, it's difficult, so we're not going to do it. I know that we can do better. I know that we can create more inclusive spaces. I hope that we can continue to work together to find qualified candidates, because I know there are some.
Gloria.
Questions and comments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her speech. And to the member for Waterloo, really, this motion seems to be based on a faulty understanding of who gets appointed, and that an assumption that when affirmative action policies are in place, that means a less qualified candidate is put forward. When in fact, what it actually means is that we get a larger pool of qualified candidates, and that we're removing barriers for those people who have traditionally been marginalized. I'd love to hear her comments.
The honourable member for Waterloo.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Victoria for her comments. I've been watching her engage in this debate throughout the day, and I've really appreciated the approach that she's taking, recognizing that we need to do better, and the fact that this is actually about much more of a conversation in how, you know, if we see a woman such as myself or herself be appointed, how quickly we see the headlines become that it's not merit-based. We are qualified individuals, we are educated, and to suggest that when we have more diversity and intersectionalities represented, that candidates are all of a sudden less qualified, I personally think is, first of all, ridiculous, and I would also say it's disheartening, hence why I mentioned it in my comments. I know that we have very qualified people for far too long who have been overlooked. We are creating systems that actually work for more Canadians, for more talent, and that's why dismantling the systems, the systemic issues is instrumental, and I would like to assure her that I'll keep fighting to ensure that we do better.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for Waterloo for her really powerful speech. In particular, she mentioned the progress that Wilfrid Laurier University and the University of Waterloo from our community are making. I wonder if she'd be open to elaborating more on the impact it's had as they've made progress with respect to equity, diversity, and inclusion. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Waterloo.
The honourable member for Waterloo.
Speaker, thank you, and I'd like to thank the member from Kitchener Centre for that question. We come from the same region, and it's been impressive to see that we have we've got post-secondary institutions who are recognizing that the best natural renewable resource we have in our community is our people, it's the talent. And that's why it's important that we continue to invest in them. Both the University of Waterloo, Wilfrid Laurier University have continued to push themselves. And to an earlier comment in regards to having a challenging time finding qualified talent, what the universities in Waterloo demonstrate is that that talent does exist, and we can find it if we work hard enough to try to secure it. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to rise to speak on Opposition Day. First, I'd like to say that I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Shefford, my very esteemed colleague. I think this is my first time remembering to say that at the beginning of my speech. Today's debate is very important. I'll start with a comment. I appreciated the last few speeches. I've been listening all day. I've missed a few bits of debate here and there, but some are saying that they're disappointed in the choice of subject, that they're disappointed in the Bloc Québécois. Those who have few arguments are those who are saying that. So I've heard people saying that they're disappointed. Okay. Now, this subject is critical. I have a message. I have a message for all women, for all visible minorities, for all First Nations or Indigenous peoples, persons with disabilities, any underrepresented group. You are qualified. You can do whatever you want in life and apply for positions anywhere. The Bloc Québécois motion today does not say the contrary. What the motion does say is that these groups are underrepresented in the overwhelming majority of our institutions. We must ensure that these groups are properly represented. We thus support affirmative action measures. It's important for me to clarify that. We're not standing today to protect the power that white men in their 50s hold. No. Here's the issue, though. The issue is when people are prevented from applying for certain jobs. There are many different opinions, but I think that that's a serious issue, Madam Speaker. I think that's a line that we should not cross. That's what this debate is about today. Applicants are being told if you don't meet XYZ criteria, physical criteria, cultural criteria, you cannot apply without taking into account qualifications. That's a problem. Now, I am not saying that minorities are not qualified. No, not at all. What I am saying is that people should not be prevented from applying. It's very important. Now, in general, Madam Speaker, when there are social issues, and we can see many examples of this in history, the pendulum always swings. Here's an example in the 80s and the 90s. Parents wanted their children to be more free. They weren't putting any restrictions on them, but that was in fact positive because earlier parents were too strict. So we realized, though, that if we went too far, it could be harmful. So the pendulum swung back, and a lot has been written on this subject of child rearing, the importance of saying no, of setting limits for our children. All this to give an example of pendulums swinging back and forth. And now we are in a certain place with these groups, which are underrepresented in research chairs, and we must take action. We do need to bring the pendulum back, but we shouldn't go too far so as to just exclude other groups. I hope the questions I'll get today will not be accusatory in nature. How can we increase representation of these groups? A colleague mentioned, as an example, the programs we have in Quebec. I was a teacher in a school board in Joliette, the Industrie School Board in Joliette. We were one of the first to take action like this. In the 90s, following a complaint that was received, we realized that women were seriously underrepresented in management and principal positions. We put in place a system with the equivalent qualifications, of course, because qualifications are important, but a program to promote female applicants. It worked well, Madam Speaker, very well. We didn't succeed in a year or two. It took several years. Nowadays, there are more women in higher up positions in that school board. It's not possible to wave a magic wand and say, boom, tomorrow everyone will have the same representation. A long history has led to the ratios that we have today. We can't say to people, well, now, despite your qualifications don't matter anymore because we are going to hire someone more diverse. I'm being ironic here just to make my point, but something bothers me. I've asked a question to this effect several times today. Others asked a similar question. I haven't heard any of those who are opposed to our motion from parties who are opposed answer my question. So here's the question. They're welcome to answer it. Are they comfortable with telling people, sorry, you're not in the right group, so you don't have access to such and such a position? We want to be a country full of opportunities, equal opportunities, and this is a problem, Madam Speaker. Some government members also asked questions of us. My colleague, the member for Rimouski, Témiscouata, Les Basques, I'm good for getting his writing name, aren't I? But he said earlier that 3 government MPs have raised doubts about refusing the applications of 3 people from ethnic minorities. But those 3 MPs, we haven't heard them today, and if they'd like to speak to that, then we'd like to hear them. Another aspect of my speech that I'd like to come to is the wall-to-wall aspect. A previous member spoke about coast to coast to coast. This seems to be a wall-to-wall strategy for everywhere in Canada, but it doesn't make sense to apply it everywhere in Canada in different communities. Several times today, we've brought up the example of Rimouski. 2% of the population is a visible minority, so it'll be hard with these criteria to fill these positions. Now, of course, we should still try. We should still implement measures.
From
outside the region or outside the country in order to fill these positions. The thing that I have a problem with is that we're telling universities, if you don't succeed, we're going to cut your funding. Because it would seem the federal government thinks it knows everything. It wants to apply one-size-fits-all policies across the country. Well, if Quebec represents 23% of the population, maybe 23% of research chairs in Canadian universities should be francophones. I'm being sarcastic, of course, and you may find this ridiculous, but that is the logic that is being applied. I will reiterate. We believe in diversity. People do need to have their voices heard in academic settings. But, Madam Speaker, you cannot solve every problem by waving a magic wand. Sometimes it takes time to resolve problems. What is more, you cannot solve injustices by creating new injustices. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member Kitchener Centre.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to the speech of the member from Berthier-Masquinongé, and we are in agreement about a number of aspects, but I disagree with him today. Does the member understand that there is systemic discrimination out there that we have never faced as white men? If he understands this, Should we not do more to address these systemic obstacles? The member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my esteemed Green colleague for his question and for the quality of his French. Of course I understand. I hope I made it clear in my speech. I am aware of these problems. But when I say that I understand this as an old white man, I can't really say I understand it because I've never lived through this sort of discrimination. So let's say that I can conceive of these difficulties. So yes, we do need to put measures in place to ensure fairer representation, to ensure representation that matches broader society. But you shouldn't discriminate against people, and you shouldn't prevent people from applying to a job. I do not want to try to solve an injustice by committing another injustice, because that would not be the progressive approach. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague mentioned that he recognizes historic discrimination. But he also says that we cannot push the pendulum too far in the other direction. I find this curious. Women, racialized Canadians, Indigenous people, all of these groups are still underrepresented. Given all of this, does the member really think that the pendulum has swung too far in the other direction? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I'd like to thank my colleague from Victoria for her excellent question. What I was saying is that we are in the process of pushing the pendulum too far in one direction. I'm not saying that the proportion of underrepresented groups is too large. That's not what I'm saying. But we need to look at what measures are being put into place. We should not discriminate against one group of people just because another group of people was discriminated against historically. The goal of all this is to correct historic underrepresentation, but we need to do this the right way. We need to do this the correct way, and we need to allow universities to go about hiring while improving representation. But we should not outright ban people from applying to a job because of the color of their skin, and I think that would be going too far.
Question.
Oh, well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think these are such important issues that we're discussing in the debate today. And I often reflect on the words of Martin Luther King Jr., who said that the ideal that we seek as a society is one in which people are judged not based on the color of their skin, but on the content of their character. We have to recognize that there are historic and ongoing instances of injustice and discrimination that people face, while at the same time working towards that ideal in which people are seen fundamentally on the basis of the content of their character, of what they offer, and that we're not placing such a focus of discussion on issues of race and identity that they overwhelm other points of discussion. I wonder if the member has thoughts on how we can address injustices while also moving towards this ideal that Martin Luther King Jr. described.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. 50 seconds, please. Well, that's exactly what I try to do on a daily basis. I'll give another example. Sometimes I hear that someone I know is from the LGBT community, and I sometimes I'm not aware of this. Why am I not aware? Because I don't really care. It's the same when I meet a black person, an Asian person. I just see a human being. That is what we need to work towards. However, it is necessary to restore a balance. Let me be clear. I am not against measures to improve the representation of underrepresented groups. These measures are necessary because there has been lots of discrimination throughout history. I just don't want to go too far in the other direction and discriminate against another group. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for letting me finish my sentence. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Berthier-Masquinongé, who has agreed to share his time with me. I am happy to discuss the Bloc Québécois view regarding higher education. As the status of women critic, I recognize that women are underrepresented and that more work needs to be done. However, we are not talking about positive discrimination writ large. We are talking specifically about the Canada Research Chairs Program and its equity, diversity, inclusion policies, or EDI policies. We are not against equity, we are not against diversity, and we are not against inclusion. I am pleased that Quebec has done great work on this file, so I'm going to talk about what has already been done in Quebec. Then I'm going to talk about Ottawa's Ottawa Knows Best approach. And finally, I'll talk about the importance of this issue for women, people with disabilities, and Indigenous people. But let's start with Quebec. In order to promote EDI, there should be a preferential hiring policy put into place. This means that some candidates are prioritized if they have the right qualifications. That's what we did to improve the representation of women in Quebec, and it worked. We are not against every single EDI policy. In fact, Quebec uses these policies very fruitfully. We just need to have a discussion about the details of the exact right approach. So in Quebec, we have CEGEPs. And even though we are talking about universities today, we should not forget CEGEPs. There are no universities in Shefford, but there is the Cégep de Granby, which trains future researchers. And we need to include CEGEPs in the conversation. Now, I have spoken with the director of the CEGEP, Yvonne O'Connor. He talked about the issues of his institution and issues obtaining visas for international students. If the federal government wants to do something for higher education, it should finance infrastructure adequately. I will also note that we are only opposed to one specific federal policy because it is poorly put together. This policy also intrudes into areas of Quebec and provincial jurisdiction. Section 93 of the Constitution Act 1867 puts education within provincial jurisdiction. So in Quebec, Quebecois universities belong to Quebec and they are funded with Quebec taxes. Right now, the federal government is outstepping its boundaries. They are trying to meddle in the hiring of professors. They're dictating procedures to universities, and this is a problem. The government may use its power of the purse to fund research, but it cannot meddle in the way universities operate, and that is what is being done through the Canada Research Chairs Program, in particular, policies relating to EDI. These policies are unreasonable. What is more, the federal government is not respecting universities' institutional autonomy. The government certainly cannot set out criteria for which professors to hire. If the government wants to spend on universities, it cannot spend with strings attached. It is also inappropriate to threaten Quebecois universities with penalties. Quebec universities are perfectly able to set their own EDI policies and should not be threatened with a funding cut. This represents inappropriate meddling in Quebec's universities' affairs. Sure, sometimes positive discrimination works, but in order for these policies to work, there needs to be a pool of interested candidates. Right now, the federal government is imposing its ideology on higher education in Quebec. If we really want a more representative higher education sphere, you cannot just impose arbitrary quotas during the hiring process. Instead, you need to address the problem at its source to ensure that there is a diversified candidate pool that represents broader society. So as a society, we should seek out positive measures that would encourage students to enter art, science, and other fields. In Quebec, education is at the heart of our society. The job of the federal government is to increase the size of research grants handed out through the tri-councils. And yes, these quotas lead to inequality, because right now, certain groups of researchers are being forbidden from even applying for chairholder positions just because they're not members of a designated group. Some chairs are not even being filled. The targets for the 4 designated groups made headlines when Laval University went about hiring of a biology chair in winter 2022. This was detailed in an editorial by Jean-François Lisset. Quebec specifically chose to set up universities in rural areas so that knowledge is not concentrated within major urban centers. Right now, these rural universities are being forced to import professors from outside the region and even from outside the country. This goes against Quebecois priorities. The federal government is being rigid and it is being ideological. It is meddling in provincial and Quebecois affairs. And it is not respecting institutional autonomy. The federal government must review its funding policies and let universities set out their own path. In Quebec, we need to prioritize EDI without excluding qualified researchers. And we certainly need to respect universities' institutional autonomy. That is not what the federal government is doing. The federal government is being authoritarian and bossy. I would be remiss if I did not mention the labor shortage. Universities are dealing with complicated problems. They're being asked to hire from specific groups in order to meet quotas. It is strange that women, Indigenous people, people with disabilities, and ethnic minorities are being put in the same basket and managed by the same policies. All of this flies in the face of institutional autonomy. It is illegitimate to... It is entirely legitimate to use certain positive discrimination policies. That is what has been done for women. But the federal government's approach is illegitimate as it does not respect institutional autonomy. It is not by excluding people from hiring processes that we will solve the problems facing society. Instead, we need to improve the hiring process. For example, we could use anonymized resumes. Maybe Canada Research chairs should be appointed through a blind process. I hope that we will be able to have a thorough and measured debate on how we can address accessibility problems at the source, that we can address the underrepresentation of women in entrepreneurship, in politics, why women need to be actively sought out to fill Canada Research chair positions, especially in economics. At the end of the day, I would like our daughters and granddaughters like Naomi to be able to do what they wish. And so we should also let universities do what they wish in terms of hiring. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Madam Speaker, I enjoyed my colleague's speech, and I think there is, a good point that was raised at the end about anonymous process. I think that's something that works in some fields, but my question to her really is that we're not at a point where diversity inclusion targets are being met, and in many of the speeches throughout, I've heard that because there were historic injustices, we shouldn't be committing a reverse injustice. Well, I would argue that these injustices and the lack of diversity in these research institutions, universities, is not just an historic injustice, but continues today, and there still exists racial discrimination in the workforce. That is a reality and a fact in Canada. And I've heard that we need to do better, but without setting goals and targets and requiring institutions and corporations to meet those, I feel, and I want to know what the member feels, that we'll make backward progress. We won't make progress on inclusion, having more women in the workforce, if we don't set targets for ourselves. So I'd like to hear what the member has to say.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I listened to speeches today, I got the impression that we were setting up a solution in the wrong way. There is a lot of work that needs to be done to nip these problems in the bud, but quotas are not the right approach. Here's an example. During the pandemic, according to the numbers, many women left the field of research because they were affected by the pandemic, and the pandemic derailed their careers. Will quotas address this problem? I don't think so. You need to go back to the root of the problem. You need to figure out why the pandemic caused women's careers to be derailed. Why are women expected to be more present at home? This, of course, impacts their careers. Why are women the ones expected to balance home and professional life? I explained how the current policies create complex situations for universities, including Quebecois universities. I really think we need to take a step back. We need to address the problem at its source. And I don't think targets and criteria will help resolve the problem. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech. It was very thorough, and I greatly appreciate it. I heard some other speeches earlier, and I would like to note that if there is one group in Canada that is particularly aware of discrimination, it would be what my grandparents would call French Canadians in Lower Canada, because we Quebecers suffered discrimination. We suffered linguistic discrimination. At certain points in history, universities thought we were not smart enough to work in Hydro-Québec. Having said that, this attitude, as noted by my colleague from Thérèse de Blainville, this attitude was started showing up in major unions. Now, we should hire qualified people regardless of their origins. Quebec has been working on this for a long time. People recognize this. But does my colleague not think we are now going a little too far? Should we not go back, take a step back when it comes to universities?
The Honourable Member for Shefford, 25 seconds. I want to thank the Honourable colleague from Montcalm for the question. In fact, listening to him speak, I realized that unfortunately, and I said it too quickly in my speech, that this issue of paternalism from Ottawa and the failure to recognize our uniqueness as a nation and this sensitivity that we have and this desire to ensure equal opportunity for all. And here we're being told by Daddy Ottawa, and they're going to impose conditions, as they do everywhere, as if we weren't able to manage our schools, our healthcare system ourselves. We must resume debate.
Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise today to speak to a very sensitive subject, but a very important subject as well. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that I think different members of the House have different experience with the issue of racism. Quite obviously, it's not something that I experience myself, but I think for those of us that have that have close personal relationships, perhaps are married to someone from a racialized background, these issues, your eyes kind of get open to certain things in the context of those relationships that kind of deepen your sense of commitment to addressing them. So this is a very important conversation we're having about how we can address issues of injustice, of racism, while also ensuring that our systems, our institutions are protecting access in an equitable way. So I want to just read the motion that's coming from the block. The motion says that A, the House denounce all forms of discrimination. B, in the opinion of the House, research is necessary for the advancement of science and society in general, and access to the Canadian Research Chairs program must be based on the candidate's skills and qualifications. And C, the House call on the government to review the program's criteria to ensure that grants are awarded based on science and not based on identity criteria or related to the purpose of, or unrelated to the purpose of the research. So essentially what this motion is saying is that it condemns discrimination and it takes the view that research chairs grants should be awarded on the basis of science and not on the basis of the identity criteria of the individuals involved. Now, on the face of it, I don't think I've ever said this about a proposal from the bloc before, but on the face of it, that seems eminently reasonable and desirable, that the decisions that are made in terms of awarding of positions or research grants be based not on identity criteria, but on the work and the products of individuals putting forward. And I think this motion expresses an ideal that we would, I think, generally agree that we should work to as a society, an ideal that recognizes the equal dignity and value of all individuals, an ideal that seeks to support and give opportunity to individuals without reference to identity markers that are not the criteria of the position. And I do want to note that I'll be splitting my time, Madam Speaker. This again, on the face of it, is a reasonable motion that emphasizes an opposition to discrimination and a desire to move towards equality. Now, to dig further into it, Madam Speaker, in terms of saying that the criteria for awarding positions shouldn't be identity markers, it should be related to the work being done and a person's experience and so forth. I think it's important to acknowledge the reality of systemic racism in many of our institutions, the reality that people from particular backgrounds can often face barriers that are not facial barriers or officially intended as barriers, but that nonetheless are unseen barriers that exist that prevent people from receiving access to certain positions. And we can see that expressed in the fact that it can be underrepresentation in certain spaces and overrepresentation in certain spaces. So I think we need to acknowledge the reality of systemic racism, but then the question that today's debate has been focusing on is then what is our response to that recognition? I think some members would say that when we have instances of this discrimination, that things like binding quotas are the way to guarantee that equality. But I think a better approach, actually, rather than that one recommended, is to dig into a question of cause, to ask the question of why do certain individuals face these barriers, and to try to discern the origins of those barriers. So maybe an example that is a bit illustrative is that, Madam Speaker, if there's a particular place where a meeting has taken place, a group is holding a meeting on a regular basis, and they're saying, well, we have an underrepresentation at our meeting of people with disabilities, and yet the only way to access that meeting space is there's no ramp, there's no elevator, it's through stairs, right? So hypothetical situation, people are having a meeting, they're wondering how come we don't have any representation from people with mobility issues. Well, it's obvious it's because there is a barrier that's preventing people from accessing that space. So these are the kinds of questions we have to ask. Are there barriers that prevent people from accessing certain spaces that we're not paying sufficient attention to? But then, can you solve that problem by introducing a quota, by introducing a regulatory requirement, or is a better way to say, can we try to understand what that cause is and address that cause directly? In the case of the hypothetical example I'm using, can we put in a ramp? Can we make the kind of renovations, or can we hold the meeting in a different place so that it is actually more accessible? So let's acknowledge the reality that there's a problem of systemic racism. Let's acknowledge that equal treatment of groups or individuals that face barriers doesn't necessarily lead to equity. You need to recognize when there is not an intentional differential treatment, but there is what is in effect a differential treatment because of barriers that exist that are particularly applied or that apply in a particular way to some communities as opposed to others. But that still then requires us to try to understand and examine root causes. And I don't see anything in the motion that the Bloc have put forward that is inconsistent with that question of trying to confront issues of systemic discrimination, to confront issues of barriers as they exist. But what I think this motion is saying, on the other hand, is that if we have positions where we say, okay, only people of certain backgrounds can apply for these positions, or there is a mandatory level of representation that has to exist, that's not actually confronting the issues of what the barriers are, right? That's not actually confronting the broader problems. And I would say as well that when you put in those kinds of requirements, the individuals who get those positions as a result of those requirements obviously benefit. But they do not address sort of the broader social issues that are creating challenges, I think, for more people across the board. I do want to, I guess, identify another issue, Madam Speaker, and that is the question of how we define some of these equity categories. So, on the issue of race, for example, we have kind of a particular North American way of understanding, okay, what are particular race groups, and yet they're defined differently in different kinds of societies. So, what are considered different races in some parts of the world are actually different than what are considered different races in North America. And of course, there's individuals who are of a broad range of different backgrounds, where it wouldn't be obvious to someone to say, okay, what category do you fit into? So some of these equity programs, I think, risk kind of essentializing this categorization, and that then raises sort of questions and problems for how do you define exactly who counts as being in one particular racial group and another. And I think in some cases the way to resolve this, or the way around this potential problem, is to say, well, it's a question of how an individual identifies, right? How an individual identifies. So, my children, their father is white, their mother is East Indian. So, will they have access to certain programs that are, if there is a policy of setting aside certain positions? I don't know. I guess it would be up to them to decide or define. But I guess fundamentally, I don't want my children to grow up in a world where they are defined by someone else's arbitrary sense or their own need to choose, am I part of this particular category or that particular category? I would prefer for us to be a society in which people can understand their are able to make choices, of course, about their own identification, but are not, in a sense, I'm out of time, Madam Speaker, already. So maybe I'll be able to develop some more of these thoughts in response to questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Thank you. I wanted to ask my colleague who I've gotten the chance to work with in some capacities, and I would say some of those capacities are my colleague's passion for protecting religious freedoms and religious rights in Canada. And so I have a lot of respect for him in that regard, and I'm wondering if I can get his comments and feedback, because I have some concerns. I know personally really highly qualified, well-trained people who used to live in Quebec that have moved to Ontario in recent times due to the change in laws in Quebec, and whether Quebec could, my fear is, face even a smaller capacity or a smaller population of diversity in their province, and therefore find it even harder to be able to fill positions of diversity.
Well, member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think my honourable friend is maybe dancing around Bill 21 a little bit. So if that's the question, I've been on the record repeatedly in saying that I strongly disagree with Bill 21. My own province, Alberta, has certainly been blessed by immigration by Francophone immigration. We see many people coming to Alberta from all over the world, and I think our province has been well served by a policy that says not only are people free to practice their faith while working in the public service, but that we have tended to have a very open policy in terms of school choice and allowing different minority faith, minority language programs to be represented within our education system. I think that's been a great source of strength for us as a province, and it's been about diversity, choice, freedom, and part of the result of that is that Anglophones, Francophones, people from other language groups are choosing to come to our province in large numbers.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The experience that I have with university, particularly in the research area, is that these are very competitive fields. And we've never seen a university refuse a candidate when the candidate has a high potential in research and is somebody who will publish and somebody who will make the university shine independently of the color of their skin or their ethnic origin. So what I retain from the Liberal and NDP position is that their position to our motion implies that universities without federal criteria would make hiring decisions on a discriminatory basis, and I think this is extremely insulting for Quebec and Canada research. I think they're highly educated fields, and they already favor diversity. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks of that. Does he believe that this is the position from the opposite side of the House, and it's an insult for our institutions of higher education?
For Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Respectfully, I mean, the point I would make on this is a bit sort of more subtle, right? It's to say that there are barriers that people do face that are not necessarily the result of the intention of somebody to discriminate. There may be issues of unconscious bias, there may be structural issues that lead to an effect of discrimination without there being an intent to discriminate. But my point is also that the solution to that problem isn't saying, let's slap a Band-Aid on and have quotas. My solution to that problem is saying, let's do everything we can to understand what the root causes of those barriers are, and let's try to remedy them. That's important not only for those who would otherwise benefit from a quota, but for everybody society-wide if we can try to understand and confront those root causes.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Port Moody. Quick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the mention of unconscious bias by the Speaker. And the Speaker is asking about the underlying problems, the root problems. Well, there's a lot of research, Madam Speaker, about that and about unconscious bias. And there's actually something called the Matilda effect that's in the science community that I would encourage the member to look at if they haven't. My question is around who's adjudicating, who's deciding. We have a lot of talk out in industry about meritocracy and about skills and knowledge and ability, but really it's about who's adjudicating, who's deciding who has skills and knowledge and ability. So I wonder if the member could just talk a little bit about this myth this fallacy around meritocracy and what he thinks about who adjudicates, what impact that has on who gets chosen.
Short answer from the honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Okay. I think meritocracy is an ideal. We want to live in a society where everybody is judged based on merit. But we have to also acknowledge that we are inevitably going to be imperfect in living out that ideal of meritocracy. And that's why we need to try to understand and respond to issues of barriers. It's not that meritocracy isn't desirable, of course it is, but we shouldn't presume that we're living it out perfectly. We should continually be working towards it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battle River Crowford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as always, it is an honor to be able to rise in this place and to speak to the issues that are facing Canadians. And Madam Speaker, I appreciate having had the opportunity to listen to this debate over the course of the last number of hours, and am certainly appreciate the fact that this House is able to address some of the serious issues that face our nation, such as things like discrimination and racism, while also touching on, as this motion does, about the quality of Canada's research and ensuring that there is processes and whatnot that while condemning and denouncing racism, but also talking about how research and academia is able to be conducted fairly. So, Madam Speaker, I rise and I would simply note and share first, I think, what would be valuable is a story. And this is a very, very recent story. I, just a number of hours ago, had a chance to speak with a group of young people that are in town with the National Prayer Breakfast, an event that the Prime Minister attended and spoke at this morning, along with the Leader of the Opposition and other representation from across government, and certainly very, very powerful as a Christian. Seeing our nation come together in prayer was a very, very powerful time this morning. And Madam Speaker, this group of young people that I spoke with just a few short hours ago is a part of a program that's associated with the Prayer Breakfast that brings young leaders together from across Canada. And I'll summarize what was said, because I certainly wouldn't want any the stories that they shared to come back and impact the individuals that shared them. But this group of individuals, people of color, from Eastern Canada, shared some of their experiences. And one woman in particular talked about the clear difference between words, between programs, between quotas, between nice ideas of ensuring that there is equality and actual acceptance and opportunity in the workplace. This individual works for our level of government and spoke and in fact implored me, Madam Speaker, to ensure that I do what I can to encourage there to be action so that there is that equity of opportunity, Madam Speaker. So that it's not simply a program that an HR individual or a public servant related in the field of HR, when conducting initial hiring or assessments, doesn't simply check off boxes, but, Madam Speaker, address some of the very, very root causes of some of the discrimination that exists. And this individual, over the course of our conversation, shared very, very much about how, although in a workplace that talks the talk, doesn't necessarily walk the walk, even though there are things like quotas that do exist. And, Madam Speaker, my overall message as I look at this and ensuring that we address some of the significant issues surrounding the discrimination that does exist in this country is to ensure that we simply don't talk, that we simply don't have a Band-Aid solution, as my colleague, I think, very aptly referenced, that we don't simply put a Band-Aid and say, okay, there has to be a certain number of people with a certain designation, whether it be race or another factor, that doesn't address the roots of what are causing the challenges, whether it be systemic or implicit bias, or whatever the case may be, Madam Speaker. So on behalf of this young woman, a public servant working for a level of government, Madam Speaker, let's not look at Band-Aid solutions. Let's address the real and root causes of discrimination, but also acknowledge that when it comes to the idea of freedom, and certainly as a conservative, we talk a lot about freedom. When we have the conversation of trying to get somebody ahead by holding somebody back, Madam Speaker, ultimately there is a loser. And my encouragement is that we ensure that we can create a economy, create a public service where everybody is given that equity, that equal opportunity to ensure that we can have a diverse workforce representative of Canada and ensure that some of these significant challenges are addressed. Madam Speaker, I would like to mention how often, and I've heard today, some accusations made about the Conservative Party, made about the Bloc Québécois, but certainly when it comes to the Conservative Party, I'm proud to be a part of a party that has a strong history of seeing individuals empowered. Madam Speaker, there have been there's been one female Prime Minister in this country. That Prime Minister was a Conservative. And that's certainly something that I'm proud of, that legacy. There's been a number of leaders of our party that have also been women. And Madam Speaker, I would share with you what the current leader of the opposition shared with on numerous occasions, how she's proud that she was selected not based on her gender, not based on any other factor than the fact that she was most qualified for that job. And certainly, Madam Speaker, I find it ironic that there are those who come from privileged positions that would suggest that somehow those who have made it to the top, who have been chosen, are somehow less valuable when simply when they're given those positions, Madam Speaker. So, and I know further to that, there are many examples, in fact many firsts, that this party has had in terms of ethnicities, individuals that have taken their place in this chamber, that have served in cabinet positions, that have been a first for those ethnic communities in our country. And I'm very, very proud to be a part of a party that has seen those firsts in this country. And as well, various Conservative Prime Ministers that have appointed some minorities to be senators that have done incredible work, Madam Speaker. So just to come full circle here, I would note as there's a very relevant study that the Ethics Committee, which I'm honored to be a member of, is currently undertaking, and that's racial bias that exists in facial recognition technology. And like the previous speaker had mentioned, some of the barriers that do exist. And I know, being that my time is short, I can't get into some of the fulsome details and quite frankly revealing how there is some what would be very aptly described as systemic racism, and in some cases very, very overt, that's backed up by the numbers, Madam Speaker, that have a very troubling trend in terms of addressing the realities that exist for certain communities, people of color in this country. So, Madam Speaker, the motion today, I believe, is quite reasonable. It denounces discrimination. It talks about research and the necessity of that, and that it should be based on those who are most qualified, and that it ensures that the government, and I'm paraphrasing, Madam Speaker, does not have use exclusive criteria to hold certain people back while to try to advance the cause of others. So simply, I would repeat what this individual who I referenced earlier, the story that she shared. Let's not look for a Band-Aid solution. Let's not simply talk, but let's, instead of things like quotas that don't necessarily, and some of the details of the story that I won't get into out of privacy for this individual, Madam Speaker, let's ensure that we in an effort that is.
We are going to be running out of time for questions. So questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague what he thinks would be a good solution. He had called this a Band-Aid solution, and my fear is that if you don't set some type of goal, you never really get there. And to think that without having requirements or criteria that the province will, or all provinces, would improve their institutions, make sure that people don't have barriers, I find that a little bit, I'm a little skeptical about that idea, because we've seen for so long that institutions, corporations don't necessarily take that initiative unless there's some reason to do so. So I think this could be a motivating factor for them to do so. What does the member have to say?
Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question. And forgive me, Madam Speaker, but I would simply say I'm very, very skeptical that a heavy-handed approach from a government based in a capital city of an incredibly large and diverse country like Canada would be the solution to the challenges that are faced. Madam Speaker, there are 1,000 solutions to the very significant challenges that exist. Empowering young people. I look at ensuring that, and certainly when it comes to my political involvement, whether it be personally as a young person or now as I endeavor to ensure that young women and diverse communities are given every opportunity possible, not because they are a certain gender or ethnicity, Madam Speaker, but because there are people that are passionate about this country, to ensure that they have all the opportunities that should be afforded to Canadians, to give them that ability to succeed in our country. So forgive me, Madam Speaker, if I return the skepticism to suggest that a heavy-handed approach from our government, which has been shown to perpetrate some of the worst acts of discrimination in world history, Madam Speaker.
It being 6:11, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca, supported by Mr. Terrien, proposes that this House, A, denounce all forms of discrimination, that B, research is necessary to the advancement of science and society in general, 2, that access to the Canada Research Chair program should be based on skills and qualifications of candidates. May I dispense?
C, la Chambre demande.
C, the House calls on the government to review the program's criteria in order to ensure that grants are awarded based on science and not based on identity criteria or unrelated to the purpose of research. If a member of a recognized party in the House wishes to call for a vote, may the member rise and inform the chair. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is with pride and honor that I request a vote based on order of the 25th of November 2021. The vote will occur after question period.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to see the clock to the beginning of private members' business so we can resume with the business of the House.
D'accord? Est-ce qu'on est d'accord?
Are we in agreement?
Orders of today.
Private members' business, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-235, Loi sur le développement d'une économie verte dans les prairies.
Building a Green Prairie Economy Act.
Debate, reprise du débat. L'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to speak to Bill C-235 today. This is an interesting bill brought by the member for Winnipeg Centre South. This bill basically tells his government to better coordinate and organize its action in the prairies because the government does not have should make an action plan and rearrange financial investments. The bill calls on ministers, Minister of Finance, Minister of Transportation, Minister of Natural Resources, and all ministers responsible for economic development in prairie provinces. So it's very clear. The bill asks the government to coordinate its efforts. Many successive governments have discussed these issues, but an action plan, we don't have one yet. This has been voted on many times. It's important to be rigorous and take serious action for the environment. Every single day, articles are published about climate change. Climate change increases the natural risks we already deal with: droughts, floods, fires, and more. These events are becoming more extreme and more frequent. The Bloc Québécois has informed this House of the consequences of decisions that the government has been putting off and putting off and putting off. The member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie was ahead of the curve on this. In general, climate action is essential. That's clear to us, and it has always been essential. There is an evolution in consumer preferences. There are changes in wealth creation and competitive advantage. This bill gives a solution for communities who feel that they need to change course ASAP. Consumers want products with a low carbon footprint. Some solutions are really minimal. We need good solutions that will lead to quality jobs as well. We need healthy management of the government and access to markets. We need lasting, sustainable solutions. We know for sure that we need tangible action to fight climate change. We need strong measures, including in the provinces mentioned in this bill, provinces which contribute to producing GHGs. A bill to force Western provinces to join forces with us doesn't necessarily fit with this bill. I would also like to say that it's important to respect provincial jurisdiction. This bill is an opportunity to shed light on the money that the oil and gas industry receives. There's an economy which is based on oil and gas, and that is not sustainable in the long term. These provinces, oil and gas provinces, are condemned to have a decline in these industries unless they transition to a greener industry. This transition will be less painful the sooner we get started with it. Quebec has made massive efforts. Quebec's industry participates in the industrial transition toward a green industry and electrification, for example. Western provinces profit heavily from federal government investments in their oil and gas big companies. Is the member for Winnipeg Centre South saying that these investments don't help the West make this transition? Does this serve communities? Does this really serve those who want to make a necessary energy transition and change their habits? A green economy creates growth opportunities, but the Western economy is starting a few steps behind because they still have an industrial era economy, which is from days past. And yes, I agree with this bill that federal players have an important role to play. I was saying, as I was saying about Quebec, and even in Ontario, the government could invest in energy corridors and support projects that would lead to the green transition, or support projects that would use Quebec electricity. The Saint Laurent area has a lot of good projects. There should be strategic advantage for businesses in all industries, in input and in finished products. And the Port of Montreal does good work with that. The federal government should fund the development of heavyweight vehicles and contribute to converting fleets of trucks and vehicles that handle containers toward final destination. Canada Post is an example. There could be electric charging stations everywhere in Quebec. And when the federal government takes these actions, the provinces and all businesses will benefit. The this transition will make things more effective, but would also deal with workforce challenges, labor challenges. In the era where consumers are now more critical and more aware of what businesses have to do to be more environmentalist, businesses should now take this into consideration at all steps of their production processes. Businesses should become more helpful for citizens who want to contribute to a better planet and should play their part in green transition. Now, as for green finance, the government should be investing in green businesses who produce very little carbon. The member from Mirabel could talk to you about this for hours because there's been such a windfall for Quebec. Let's look at what Canadian banks are doing now.
These banks are immersed in the oil and gas industry up to the neck. The 5 main Canadian banks injected $694 billion in fossil fuels, $477 billion in loans, and $217 billion in stock purchase warrants. We now know that 88% of the total went to oil and gas industries, and the rest went to the coal industry. They received $85 billion. We need to change the way we invest to focus more heavily on green and durable industries. If we could redirect some percentage of people's mutual funds or some investments of the financial sector towards renewable energy, low carbon emitting energy, infrastructure that will protect our communities against climate change, futuristic technologies rather than oil and gas, well, if we could do all this, hundreds of billions of dollars would be freed up, and this funding could help put Bill C-235 into effect. Now I'm going to talk about investment and economic diversification in rural regions. Madam Speaker, I would like to talk about something my office did so that we could better coordinate my region's biofood industry. Abitibi-Témiscamingue is fairly far north and is quite far from major urban centers. As such, I understand my colleague's motivations, the motivations of my colleague who wants to equip similar communities with the tools they need. Climate change calls on us to look at the best use of our land. And my region has a lot of potential, not just because of the minerals underground, but also because of the great percentage of our land mass set aside for organic farming. My colleague has noted that the economy needs to serve people. This sort of work is far from being a waste of time. It prevents people from having to constantly go back to the drawing board because they've found their plans have become socially unacceptable. This is one thing that makes the members' bill so intriguing. We need to really reflect on the place of major corporations in our communities. And we should perhaps offer more support to SMEs who work in resource processing. This will make regions like that of my colleague more attractive, as well as regions like Abitibi-Témiscamingue. We need to work to promote our rural communities. Now, the Liberal government has made a lot of promises, and they keep breaking them to the point that we no longer believe them when they talk. The Bloc Québécois has long been calling for an end to fossil fuel subsidies. What is more, the banking sector should rework its investments to focus more heavily on energy. Why not sell Trans Mountain and invest the profits in prairie economic diversification?
Speaker, and first I want to thank the member from Winnipeg South Centre for choosing to table a bill focusing on building a low-carbon economy. This bill would require the Minister of Industry to consult about, prepare a plan for, and report out on a strategy to create a green economy on the prairies. And while this bill is a welcome step in the right direction, ultimately we need bolder, more concrete action if we are truly to meet the urgency and scale of the climate crisis. My New Democrat colleagues and I support efforts to better coordinate climate action, but we expect the government to move ahead on more concrete initiatives and far sooner than the timeline proposed in this bill. The climate emergency is here now, and Canadians need their government to take real action to reduce emissions and support workers in the transition. From coast to coast to coast, we have seen the impacts of the climate crisis: devastating floods, wildfires, record-breaking heat waves. Canadians can't afford any more delays. I think of the work of Seth Klein, who reminds us that we need to move at a speed and scale not seen since the Second World War. The Climate Emergency Unit reminds us that we mobilized then, and we can mobilize now. Sound the alarm and jumpstart the needed transition. Transform our economy to tackle the greatest existential crisis of our time. Every sector of society, every level of government, every one of us. This is about protecting our communities. It's about protecting our future. It's about protecting everything that we hold dear. This is our opportunity to meet the biggest challenge of our time, and it is now or never. And while young people, the UN Secretary General, our own Environment Commissioner, and the world's top scientists are calling on us as elected officials to take real action, the unfortunate truth is that this Liberal government continues to fail to answer this call. In the words of Seth Klein, quote, "The uncomfortable conclusion is this: Canada's approach to climate is a hot mess of incoherence and contradictions, and it is fundamentally at odds with what the IPCC demands of us." End quote. But I do welcome Bill C-235 and any initiative that works to secure a green and prosperous future. And I especially welcome the parts of the bill that push for identifying innovative public transport solutions for small cities and communities. The parts that push for fostering job creation and retraining for a zero-emission green economy in regions that rely on traditional energy industries. The parts that push for developing natural infrastructure projects and using new sources of clean energy, for integrating clean energy into agriculture, forestry, manufacturing, transportation, and tourism. Establishing programs and projects that stimulate a green economy. And last, but perhaps most importantly, the parts that push for infrastructure projects that facilitate tackling the climate crisis. But while I welcome this bill, I think it's important to note that the member who tabled it as a Liberal MP, and especially as a former minister in Trudeau's cabinet, is accountable and responsible for the situation.
Member. Oh, I'm sorry.
So, as a former minister in the Prime Minister's cabinet, is responsible for the situation that we find ourselves in and for the Liberal government's inaction. The continued pattern of saying the right thing but doing the opposite, of talking about climate leadership while handing out billions to big oil and gas, of declaring a climate emergency while buying and building a pipeline, of promising to reduce emissions while approving Beta Nord, of saying that they believe in climate change while ignoring the science. What we need is a Green New Deal, a just transition for workers. What we need is massive investments in green infrastructure, in retrofits, in supports for workers. And we need a real plan with good, family-sustaining jobs for the communities that are most impacted. And while communities are paying the price of the government's inaction, the biggest polluters, the biggest oil and gas companies, they continue to make record profits while collecting billions in fossil fuel subsidies. We need to stop giving our public money to the corporations who are fueling the climate crisis. We need to redirect those funds into climate solutions now, not sometime down the road, not in a few years, but now. It's not about the environment versus the economy, not a trade-off between jobs and climate solutions. Climate solutions are job creators. Unfortunately, when this Liberal government talks about balancing the economy and the environment, what they mean is increasing oil and gas production while making promises about meeting the targets that they keep missing. The climate crisis is here now. We are already seeing the impacts. We need to drastically reduce our emissions, and we need action that aligns with limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius if we have any hope of avoiding the most catastrophic outcomes. But instead, this government continues to leave Canadians with an uncertain future, continues to fail workers, particularly those in the oil and gas sector. A green economy should mean good, sustainable jobs, not more boom and bust economies. It should mean creating employment in the sectors that tackle the climate crisis, in the sectors that tackle the biodiversity crisis. It means cleaning up our environment, reducing our emissions, and doing it in a way that supports workers. We need a well-managed and inclusive transition to a zero-carbon economy, and that transition must be in line with the needs of the communities most impacted. An inclusive transition means ensuring First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people are not only at the table, but supported in leading the conversation. We need a transition that addresses the needs of women, of racialized communities, young people, newcomers. To quote Blue Green Canada, quote, "We must find solutions so our economy is just, green, inclusive, and fair," end quote. Denial is no longer possible. Delay is no longer an option. Canadians want ambitious action on the climate emergency. A climate-safe and more just future is possible. We just need a government with the political will to make it happen.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable friend and colleague, the member for Winnipeg South Centre, for his passionate work to bring forward this proposed legislation. As a member from the Prairies, I am proud to stand in full support of Bill C-235. In a time of significant change, a strong prairie region is critical for a strong nation and our post-pandemic economy. The bill is about recognizing our innovations and ensuring that we make smart investments that are good for prairie communities, good for the Canadian economy, and good for the planet. It's about building on the prairie's economic strengths and increasing sustainability in sectors such as energy, agriculture, forestry, transportation, manufacturing, technology, and tourism. It's about seizing the opportunity to maintain our leadership as a source of food and energy for the world through wise stewardship of our natural resources and sustainable development for the future. It's about long-term infrastructure projects that anticipate and adapt to the effects of climate change. It's about protecting and developing our natural resources and building a clean economy that will provide the good-paying middle-class jobs of today and of tomorrow. Madam Speaker, Bill C-235 represents a new way of doing business as a nation, and we are already heading in the right direction. Since 2015, our government has invested more than $100 billion to help fight climate change and protect the environment. We are helping companies and communities on the prairies capitalize on opportunities in the transition to clean technologies and a low-carbon economy. For example, in Calgary last January, my friend and colleague, the minister responsible for Prairies Can, announced more than $3 million to support innovation in Alberta's clean tech sector. That includes a new energy transition center in downtown Calgary, a world-leading center of expertise that pairs industry and the University of Calgary to help small and medium-sized businesses develop new technologies to meet the growing global demand for environmentally friendly energy projects and processes. Clean tech benefits from our existing energy expertise, a talented workforce, and emerging capabilities in the energy transition. As we shift gears into the future, carbon capture, utilization, and storage, or CCUS, will play an essential role in a prosperous net zero economy. In this year's budget, we propose an investment tax credit for CCUS to secure Canada's place as a leader in CCUS and support the Canadian innovators and engineers advancing this technology. Decarbonizing our economy is a long-term piece of work, and hydrogen fuels are poised to play a key role. The expanding global hydrogen market is estimated to be worth $2.5 trillion within the next three decades, Madam Speaker. Investing in it during these early days is why our government developed the hydrogen strategy for Canada. Alberta is a natural for this. It has the natural gas reserves to feed it. It has the right people, talent grown in our energy sector to participate in it. Edmonton is positioned to be at the epicenter of the new hydrogen economy. For example, our government is supporting CFR technologies to upgrade their testing facility. Our investment means more businesses can develop and refine their products and technologies to ensure they are suitable for use with hydrogen and capitalize on future growth. This is just one example of the ongoing transition and how the prairies can be a worldwide leader in the net zero economy. Indigenous communities on the prairies have long understood the need for sustainability. For example, the Birdtail Sioux Dakota Nation is a joint venture partner in the Birdle Transmission Project to flow up to 250 megawatts of Manitoba hydropower, clean power, to the Sask Power grid. And 2 years ago, Fisher River Cree Nation launched Manitoba's largest solar generation project built entirely by Indigenous employees with financial support in the way of $1 million from our government. Now, other Indigenous communities are reaching out to Fisher Creek for advice on starting their own solar farms and cutting their reliance on diesel generators in the north. Madam Speaker, building a green prairies economy is also about using our know-how to build sustainable things that people need. I'm proud to say that this government has supported the electrification of Manitoba's heavy vehicle manufacturing industry. As an example, in the great city of Winnipeg, where I'm from, the not-for-profit Vehicle Technology Center is working with local companies to design and build zero-emission urban and intercity buses, fire trucks, recreational vehicles, as well as agricultural and mining equipment. So just concluding, Madam Speaker, this bill would develop a framework for local cooperation and engagement in the implementation of federal programs across various sectors to build a sustainable green economy for the prairie provinces. I know my honorable friend is proud of the work that he and other colleagues played to bring Prairies Can into being, to work with others to meet the unique needs of more prairie communities. I thank them for that. Madam Speaker, on the prairies, we know the value of collaboration. It's how our ancestors made it through bitter winters and turned survival into success. A common thread running through my meetings with Indigenous, business, and community leaders is the hope for greater cooperation as we address the challenges ahead of us. We make progress when we work together, municipal governments, Indigenous governments, and communities and provinces, local community organizations, learning institutions, and private sector companies, large and small. Together, and recognizing this is not an easy thing, we can stimulate a green prairie economy. This bill will create a new collaborative plan for the prairies, a game plan for us to meet the challenges we face and achieve our ambitions. And finally, Madam Speaker, I am proud that this bill is an opportunity to stand up for prairie workers and communities as we continue to build a green economy that works for everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Dauphin-Swan River Nippewa.
Here. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on Bill C-235 this evening, an act respecting the building of a green economy in the prairies. I am always eager to speak to any legislation that will impact the prairies. So I want to thank the honourable colleague, my honourable colleague from Manitoba, for his interest in our province and in the Canadian prairies. The fact that this bill was introduced as a private member's bill and is not a government bill shows the lack of priority this government continues to display towards the Canadian prairies. I sincerely hope that more members, such as my colleague from Winnipeg South Centre, call on the government to support the Canadians who proudly call the prairies home. Madam Speaker, Bill C-235 is an attempt to increase local collaboration and to build a green economy in the prairie provinces. I applaud the intent of the legislation. However, I cannot help but notice the lack of focus for agriculture. I have always said that Canadian agriculture should be a part of the solution and not treated as part of the problem. And when it comes to the environment, Canadian farmers are world leaders in environmental leadership, and their record proves it. They are some of the most sustainable stewards of the natural landscape across our country, and their efforts to preserve and conserve the environment should not go unrecognized. Any plan to build the green economy must include Canadian agriculture, especially the prairie provinces. This is why I find Section 5 of Bill C-235 so disturbing. Section 5 states that the Minister of Industry must prepare a report on the progress and the effectiveness of the framework, setting out the Minister's conclusions and recommendations on this green economy. The legislation states that the Minister must collaborate with the Minister of Environment, Minister of Transport, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Natural Resources, and any minister responsible for economic development in the prairie provinces. However, it abruptly stops short of including the Minister of Agriculture. How can a plan for the Canadian prairies not have the minister responsible for agriculture at the table? Agriculture is an economic pillar to the Canadian prairies. Any plan to grow the green economy must include agriculture. If this bill makes it to committee, I urge members of this House to amend it so Canadian agriculture is included. The Minister of Industry should be mandated to consult with the Federal Minister of Agriculture on any plan to green the economy, especially the Canadian prairies. I believe that including this would dramatically improve this bill. Additionally, the absence of agriculture is shown in Section 2 of Bill C-235, which is focused on consultation. Section 2 requires the minister to consult with the provincial government representatives responsible for transportation, environment, and employment, but does not require the minister to consult with the provincial agriculture representatives. Canadian farmers and ranchers deserve a seat at the table, Madam Speaker. Bill C-235 could easily be improved by including agriculture in the provincial consultation process. Madam Speaker, I should also note that I have a lot of questions around the metrics that will be used to determine the outcomes of Bill C-235. Section 3 of the legislation states the framework must include measures that promote economic sustainability and growth and employment on the prairie provinces. However, how the government will measure these targeted outcomes appear to be unknown. The bill also requires the Minister of Industry to prepare a report on the progress and effectiveness of the framework. However, how the minister will determine what is considered effective is also unknown. My constituents know that I have never believed that in an Ottawa knows best attitude. Unfortunately, I hear that this bill may only fuel this approach. By adding a new layer of red tape and regulation to economic development at a time when we should be reducing it. Madam Speaker, I find it interesting that Bill C-235 is a bill focused on improving the environment within specific provincial boundaries. Because it was only a few years ago when this Liberal government rejected Manitoba's very own green plan that was specifically designed to meet the needs of the province. I strongly believe that a one-size-fits-all approach will never work for environmental policy, and I hope that this government will one day acknowledge this too. Madam Speaker, I do applaud the fact that this bill does give priority to making us a new sources of energy, including nuclear. As a member of the Standing Committee for Environment, I have heard loud and clear that we will never meet our climate goals if we do not embrace nuclear energy. The government must grow Canada's nuclear industry, and I'm pleased to see that the member of Winnipeg South Centre acknowledged that. In conclusion, I support the spirit of Bill C-235 to improve local engagement in building a greener economy. And I thank my colleague for focusing on the region that we both proudly call home. However, I have major concerns with the blatant neglect for Canadian agriculture in this bill. Simply put, there can and would be no prairie economy without agriculture. And Bill C-235 fails to acknowledge this in its current form. I hope that my remarks and suggestions changes on this legislation are considered by the members during this consideration in committee. I am always happy to work with any member of this House to grow Canadian agriculture and to grow the Canadian prairies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So it is with great interest that I read the bill from our colleague from Winnipeg South Centre. This bill calls on the government to work with key stakeholders to develop an action plan in order to move the prairies towards a greener economy. It's not necessarily easy, but Western Canada needs to get off fossil fuels. The urgency of driving a transition away from oil is recognized by everyone, except perhaps by some of our colleagues, unfortunately, some of our colleagues who are even trying to use the crisis in Ukraine sometimes to promote Canadian oil and gas. The challenge, however, will be enormous given the forces at play. The mover of the bill is well aware of this, having himself been Minister of Natural Resources from 2015 to 2018. A huge challenge, first of all, because no one here is unaware of the power of the big oil companies' lobbies. These behemoths monopolize talent and exert pressure on wages and costs. They hinder the creation of growth of innovative SMEs, small and medium-sized businesses that are trying to develop sectors that would diversify the economy of that region. However, Madam Speaker, the energy revolution is inevitable. It will have to happen no matter what the fantasies are of some who talk about green oil. Such an upheaval of the established framework requires the contribution of all economic stakeholders, whether we're talking about the political or financial sectors. For the moment, unfortunately, we can't say that with efforts and progress are impressive on the financial sector side. Several banks are making fine speeches promising to turn away from fossil fuels, claiming to adhere to the Ottawa's net zero target for 2050, the last of the announced objectives, whose plan is still being developed. Yet, investment in the oil industry has increased from $122 billion in 2016 to $160 billion in 2019. I admit there was a drop in investment in 2020 due to the pandemic, but the top 5 Canadian banks are still each of those 5 in the top 25 fossil fuel investors in the world. I apologize for interrupting, but he put the phone away from his desk because the interpreters are having difficulty. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would apologize to the interpreters. Sorry, thank you very much. I apologize. I usually put it in silent mode. So I was saying the top 5 Canadian banks are all still in the top 25 fossil fuel investors in the world. When we know that today's investments will be used to increase tomorrow's production, I would be polite in saying that we are not positioning ourselves to meet our environmental objectives. We hear about carbon capture and storage, but these measures will have little effect on reducing emissions. These strategies will never replace a real shift to renewable energy. The strategy of let's keep producing more and more, we'll capture more later, is doomed to failure. That's simply this case. I would remind the House of one of the objectives of the Paris Agreement, which Ottawa signed, and it's to use financial flows to promote the development of an economy that is low in greenhouse gas emissions and resilient to climate change. I would invite my colleagues in government to finally adopt a policy to implement this objective in case they've forgotten. It is the responsibility of this Parliament to send a clear signal and to encourage the green shift. It must be accelerated, but Canada is actually sleeping on the gas. In 2019, an expert panel jointly created by the Departments of Finance and Environment stated that this transition would not happen without a real change in financial models. And the panel emphasized the urgency of redirecting investments towards greener sectors. Instead of a real exit strategy from oil, we're told to support the industry towards a low-emissions future. In short, to keep pumping while we try to do the least damage possible. The time for such fads is over. To meet the goals of the Paris Agreement, we must stop funding the development of new oil and gas projects immediately. And I'm not the one saying it. It's the International Energy Agency saying it. And that agency cannot be accused of being ideologically anti-oil. We urgently need to redirect these investments towards sectors of the future. But to do this, as I said earlier, the players in all these sectors need to get down to work. That is why the Bloc welcomes Bill C-235, which we're talking about here. It would require several federal ministers to work together with the provinces and the private sector to implement an action plan for the development of a modern green economy in the prairies. This would be a step in the right direction. As they develop the action plan, I would invite the ministers to look at the Bloc's proposals, which might provide some inspiration, which clearly they've been lacking to date. One of the things they talk about is transparency. I'm coming back to the bill here, and the transparency on climate risks. We must mobilize savings by making green RRSPs more financially attractive than RRSPs that include investments in fossil fuels. In short, we need to make a large amount of capital available to fund the shift. We're talking about billions of dollars that need to be freed up. Public funds, although necessary, will be insufficient, and we must absolutely have the participation of the financial sector in taking up this challenge. Some people see the shift we're proposing only as a cost, a complication, a bureaucratic complication. However, the economic benefits of a green shift are many. First of all, by allowing the development of cutting-edge technologies and industries, and we know that Quebec is full of avant-garde creators. The green transition does pay off. Investors would have, therefore, more access to more dynamic and promising assets than assets whose balance sheets are doomed to collapse, as well as ensuring a more stable financial sector. This is a huge task, but it's a historic opportunity to drive a radical and beneficial change, and one that is incredibly motivating. Many here certainly claim to have entered politics to change the world. We often hear this, and it's time to be on the side of the visionaries and on the side of agents of progress. I would like to conclude by sincerely thanking the member who has put forward this bill by trying to force the hand of his government. It takes courage, and I assure him of our support. The Bloc will be here. We will vote in favor, and we will collaborate in all initiatives and all attempts to facilitate the urgent and inevitable transition to renewable energy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Debate, depot. The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre for his right of reply.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have to tell you, whatever happens to this bill tomorrow or beyond, from my perspective, it's already performed a wonderful piece of service. Because we have been witnessing over the last hour or so a debate in the Parliament of Canada about the future of the prairie economy that resonates not only with people who live on the prairie, but people from Quebec and from British Columbia and from all over the country. And to be able to focus the parliamentary mind on the future of Prairie Canada in the context of all of the regions of this diverse, disparate, and magnificent country is so satisfying. And I could take some of the quotes from all of the members who spoke today and say that they might have been speaking for me. And they may have been speaking for the intent of the bill. Better coordination on the prairie, says the member from Abitibi. Solutions for communities who want action, he says. Access to markets. Lasting, sustainable action. The federal government has an important role to play in the development of a sustainable economy on the prairie, as it has for every region of the country. And then a very interesting set of ideas on green finance. This is exactly the kind of debate and the framework that is envisioned in this bill, not in 45 minutes of discussion on the floor of the Parliament of Canada, but in hundreds of discussions in city councils, within the councils of provincial decision-making, within Indigenous communities, in the private sector that is going to have to take the lead. I also welcome comments from the member from Victoria about supporting workers in transition. Of course, we can talk about economic development all we want. We can talk about wealth creation, but if at the very basis and the motivation of that creation isn't the creation of good jobs for our people, then it's a bit empty and doesn't lead to where we want to be, which is prosperity that is rooted in sustainability right across the region. And I love her expression, a Green New Deal. Maybe I like it so much because I'm just reading a biography of FDR at this moment. And the incredible vision, and other members have spoken about, it's time for visionary politics. The vision that FDR had in 1933 and throughout his presidency that really created the entire new social structure and way of doing business in the United States is instructive for all of us. So for this debate to talk about a new Green Deal is also one of the points of why it was introduced in the first place. To my friend, the member from Dauphin Swan River, I think that we should talk at the committee about the importance of agriculture on the prairie. And I'm sure that there will be ways of ensuring that the bill not only refers to agriculture, as it should, but also about the role of agriculture in the new prairie economy, because people sometimes forget that we are growing in that region of the country what the world wants and what the world needs. And not the least of that, Madam Speaker, is protein, is food, and sustainable sources of what it takes to sustain life itself. So when people ask me, what do you think the impact of this bill might be? I say, it's a wide range. It could be from absolutely zero to changing the way we do business as a nation, or something in between, which is more likely. And what it requires is what has been referred to by everybody who has spoken in this debate. And that is an understanding that we in public office, those of us in positions of community leadership are at the table. Indigenous communities, those who work in universities and who are on the cutting edge of research in value-added agriculture, in the life sciences, where there is so much leadership in Prairie Canada. So, Madam Speaker, I want to thank members for their support. Sometimes that support was expressed as we admired the spirit of the bill. In other cases, even clause by clause and language that has been used to express its aspiration. I look forward to it. I look forward to moving this on to a vote into committee, and I thank my colleagues very much for engaging in a debate about a green prairie economy. Thank you.
The question is as follows. Mr. Carr, seconded by Ms. May, moved that Bill C-235, an act respecting the building of a green economy in the prairies, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the Chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
I would ask for a recorded division, please, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, June 1st, 2022, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Thank you very much. Ready? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Last Tuesday, March 24th, was the Global Day of Prayer for China. It was also Cardinal Joseph Zen's day in court in Hong Kong on charges of, quote, conspiracy to collude with foreign forces, quote, for his work with a fund established to provide legal aid to democracy protesters facing prosecution. These charges are arbitrary and political. Cardinal Bo of Myanmar, president of the Federation of Asian Bishops' Conferences, said it best, quote, in any system where the rule of law exists, providing assistance to help people facing persecution meet their legal fees is a proper and accepted right. How can it be a crime to help accused persons have legal defense and representation? Madam Speaker, the night after his court appearance, Cardinal Zen offered Mass. He prayed for Christians in mainland China who are facing persecution at the hands of the Chinese Communist Party. Religious communities in China have been facing persecution since the CCP took power, from strict laws restricting religious practice, arbitrary detention of believers, to altering holy texts, to efforts to co-opt and control religious bodies. Under the premise of public health restrictions, now the Chinese government has cracked down on people's right to leave their homes for any reason, including for religious worship. The last time I asked the Parliamentary Secretary about this matter, he told me that his government engages in Canada's relationship with China, that there are no more important issues than Canadian values and Canadian rights. He did not, however, specifically address the arrest of Cardinal Zen or the case of those arrested along with it. Sometimes it's easier for the government to talk about talking about human rights than to actually talk about human rights directly. So I hope that tonight we will hear clear and specific support for Cardinal Zen and condemnation of his arrest. Cardinal Zen embodies virtues that Canadians of all backgrounds hold dear. He is a fearless advocate not only for religious freedom in China but also for political freedom. He has been a champion of the pro-democracy movement in Hong Kong for decades, an unwavering defender of truth, freedom and justice. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, democratic rights and political rights, all of these are concepts that Canadians of course hold in high esteem. The situation in Hong Kong has been deteriorating since 1997, but the past 3 years have shown us the length the CCP will go in order to suppress dissenting voices, in violation of the explicit commitments that they made in the context of the handover. Cardinal Zen embodies values that Canadians hold dear and the CCP seeks to quash. This 90-year-old is still deemed a threat to the CCP. He continues to inspire and give hope to Hong Kongers during some of their darkest days. Mr. Speaker, it was an honor for me to be able to meet Cardinal Zen in 2017, along with Jimmy Lai, Anson Chan, Martin Lee, Joshua Wong, and many of Hong Kong's other heroes. They continue to inspire me every day. So tonight I hope to hear the government express their clear support for Cardinal Zen, Denise Ho, and others facing arbitrary detention, and to clearly stand up for human rights in Hong Kong and beyond. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in recent years, Canada has observed a dramatic decline in human rights and fundamental freedoms enjoyed by the people of Hong Kong. Canada first raised its concerns in November 2018 when it provided a recommendation to ensure the right of Hong Kong people to take part in government without distinction of any kind, as part of the Universal Periodic Review of China conducted under the auspices of the UN Human Rights Council. Since then, the situation in Hong Kong has continued to worsen. On June 30th, 2020, the Chinese central government imposed its national security law on Hong Kong without the engagement of its own institutions. The chilling effects of the new law and the growing restrictions on freedom of speech and freedom of assembly have been felt across civil society, academic institutions, business, and media, leading to a rise in unrest and protest on the streets of Hong Kong. The lack of clear definitions in that law and the language about its potential extraterritorial application to persons outside of Hong Kong have also raised alarm bells about the increasing reach of the Chinese central government beyond its borders. Madam Speaker, in response to these troubling developments, on July 3rd, 2020, Canada undertook a series of measures to address these concerns. These included suspending the Canada-Hong Kong extradition agreement, stopping exports of sensitive items, updating our travel advice and advisories for Hong Kong. In addition, on November 12, 2020, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada, IRCC, announced new immigration measures aimed at youth from Hong Kong by offering a new open work permit and broadening their pathways to Canadian permanent residency. On February 4, 2021, IRCC then announced that Hong Kong residents would be able to apply for new open work permits, beginning on February 8th. The Government of Canada later implemented 2 further pathways to permanent residence for young Hong Kong residents in June 2021. Madam Speaker, Canada has never shied away from expressing clear views about human rights in China and to express our support for Hong Kong's high degree of autonomy under the Basic Law and the One Country, Two Systems framework. Most recently, on May 9, 2022, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, together with G7 counterparts, issued a joint statement underscoring grave concern over the selection process for the chief executive in Hong Kong. This process was a stark departure from the Basic Law's intent of election by universal suffrage and further erodes the ability of Hong Kong residents to be legitimately represented. We are under no illusions that authorities in China share our assessment about the worsening situation in Hong Kong, which is why we are fully committed to working with our international partners and standing together with those who are seeking support. Canada and Hong Kong have long-standing people-to-people ties going back over 100 years, contributing to the diverse fabric of our country. The upcoming 25th anniversary of the handover of Hong Kong on July 1st will be an important moment for reflection about the future of the city and its people. Madam Speaker, we reserve the right to respond to any future developments as we deem necessary. Thank you.
Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, respectfully, it wasn't a trick question. I asked the member about the arbitrary detention of a religious leader and, in another case, the arbitrary detention of a Canadian citizen. And the member talked on and on, read a response about how the government has allegedly never shied away from talking about human rights, and yet he failed to address the specific cases that I asked about. We'll have to look no further from the response that was just read to see evidence of the government shying away from talking about human rights. So I want to ask the member, have the courage to deviate from the paper that he's been given and to actually speak about the cases of Cardinal Zen, of Denise Ho, of people who are trying to speak about democracy and human rights and face imprisonment in violation of the Basic Law for their advocacy. Could he name those names and address the cases?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, as I said, Canada has never shied away from standing up for human rights in China or from urging the Chinese government to uphold international standards, norms, and values. Our voice, alongside those of our partners, has been heard. a growing coalition of countries around the world have joined our calls for the protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms in Hong Kong. And Madam Speaker, as I said, Canada will continue to work with international partners to persuade China to live up to its international obligations. Madam Speaker, we reserve the right to respond to any future developments as we deem necessary. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise tonight in adjournment proceedings to pursue a question I'd asked on March 28th, which was the night before we were expecting, or actually I was asking the question in question period, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the day before we were expecting the emissions reduction plan from the federal government. And what my question was to ask the minister what we were to make of the fact that there'd be an announcement on March 29th, and knowing that by April 4th there would be a new IPCC report that could well make the emissions reduction plan outdated and requiring immediate overhaul. Not surprisingly, the parliamentary secretary who responded felt that we were really on track, but they did, I have to say that the parliamentary secretary did say we will need to do more. What I'm going to do with the 3 minutes I have remaining in my opening statement for tonight's adjournment proceedings is be brutally honest about the science and where we stand. And there's no sugarcoating this. It's not easy. I don't say these things because I want people to be afraid or because I want people to despair, but I desperately want people to wake up, particularly the people who have the power to make the decisions over whether my grandchildren and children survive on a livable, habitable planet or endure unthinkable deprivations from climate breakdown. What we didn't know when I asked this question on March 28th was what the third working group of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change in their 6th assessment report would say. And it advanced the clock. It advanced our timetable more than I'd expected. It shook me, and I've been working on the climate issue since 1986 when I was in Environment Canada. What the IPCC said was that to hold to 1.5 degrees Celsius, which is the target of the Paris Agreement, at best, at most, we must try, and at the very least, as far below 2 degrees as possible, global average temperature increase above what it was before the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. Hard concepts to get your head around, long to describe. But what the IPCC said on April 4th makes the government's plan from March 29th completely useless. Doing better, doing more, trying hard means nothing if you miss the main point. And the main point is this. The IPCC now says that we must ensure that between 2020 and at the latest before 2025, all around the world we must ensure that we stop addition and start subtraction. It's really math, it's a carbon budget. We can't go up anymore, we must peak and go down rapidly, such that by 2030, globally we're emitting about half of the greenhouse gases that we did in 2010, or else. Now this is the part that gets hard. If we don't do that, we run the risk of hitting tipping points in the atmosphere that we can't predict, but which could lead to unstoppable, self-accelerating global warming. At the very least, we can look at what's happening right now to us, including here in Ottawa, with a very dangerous storm that killed 11 people that people didn't see coming. That's at 1.1 degrees Celsius global average temperature increase. The heat dome in British Columbia that killed 600 people in 4 days, that was at 1.1 degree. Wildfires, floods, we see what's happening at 1.1 degree global average temperature increase. And we are pretending that we have it under control as we stand at the very edge of too late. And because it's not too late.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my friend and honourable colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands. And I agree with her that the recent IPCC report is a stark reminder of the impact of climate change As climate impacts intensify, it is only becoming more obvious that moving to a clean net zero economy is critical to protecting the well-being of Canadians and communities and securing Canada's economic future. At COP26, Canada announced it will take additional action to significantly reduce GHG emissions from the oil and gas sector by setting emission caps. At COP26, Canada also joined over 100 countries in signing the Global Methane Pledge to reduce global anthropogenic methane emissions by 30% by 2030. Canada will lead the way on oil and gas methane by going beyond our current target of 40 to 45% reduction by 2025 to reduce emissions by 75% by 2030. As countries and businesses around the world move rapidly towards net zero emissions, more ambition is needed today to ensure that Canada is not left behind and can secure a foothold in the low carbon future. In 2021, as the honourable member knows, the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act became law. The Act enshrines Canada's commitment to achieve net zero emissions by 2050, establishes Canada's 2030 target as the first key milestone for this path, and ensures a transparent and accountable process in meeting our climate objectives. The 2030 Emissions Reduction Plan, or the ERP for short, was established on March 29th and is the first of many to come under the Act. The ERP is more than about achieving incremental GHG emission reductions to reach Canada's 2030 target. It is also about putting in place foundational measures to ensure that Canada's future is not only carbon neutral, but makes energy alternatives more affordable and creates new sustainable job opportunities for workers. The ERP includes a suite of new mitigation measures and strategies, building on the foundation set by the Pan-Canadian Framework and the 2020 Strengthened Climate Plan, and considering the best available science, Indigenous knowledge, and the advice of the Net Zero Advisory Body. Achieving Canada's climate objectives will be a whole of economy and whole of society effort, Madam Speaker. Every economic sector has a role to play and responsibility to reduce emissions, but the pathway to achieving emissions reductions will look different for each. The 2030 ERP takes into account this reality, sets out guideposts for each sector to further reduce emissions, and highlights the measures and strategies towards emission reductions of 40% below 2005 levels. And just finally, Madam Speaker, the honourable member will know the emissions reduction plan includes $9.1 billion of new federal investments on top of the $100 billion that's already been invested since 2015. Very, very important investments indeed in climate action. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
With 1 minute left, Madam Speaker, let me be very clear with my friend, the Parliamentary Secretary. Net zero by 2050 is fraud. Net zero by 2050 in the absence of the targets I mentioned earlier, peaking well before 2025, dropping in half by 2030, not adding, only subtracting. Approving Bay du Nord is adding. Building the TMX pipeline is adding. Having an emissions reduction plan that says by 2030 Canada's production of oil and gas will go up by 21% is adding. And what is it adding? It's adding to the almost certainty that my grandchildren will not be on a livable world because too many people thought it was too hard to do what must be done. And I will not give up on this government doing the right thing because they must know better. They must know better than what they're doing.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, with respect, we are subtracting by investing in nature and natural climate solutions to deliver additional emission reductions and making significant new investments to support a sustainable future for Canadian farmers. Further, the Government of Canada is driving down carbon pollution from the oil and gas sector with an emissions cap. And following consultations, the cap will be designed to lower emissions at a pace and scale needed to achieve net zero by 2050 and put Canada in a position to achieve Canada's climate goals and seize new economic opportunities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Madam Speaker, Canada is faced with a housing crisis. There is no small part that we have to address this issue. The federal government, the federal Liberal government, walked away from the National Housing Program in 1993. Soon after that, we saw the financialization of the housing market take root. This is when corporations and wealthy investors make big money by putting people out of homes. They buy up rental housing units, often older buildings, rental evict everyone, and jack up the rent. This is what financialization of housing means, and it has to stop. REITs alone have grown from owning 0 residential units and apartment buildings in 1996 to nearly 200,000 in the year 2020. In total, the largest 25 financial landlords held about 330,000 suites last year, nearly 20% of the country's private purpose-built stock of rental apartments. According to researcher Steve Pomeroy, for every 1 affordable housing unit created by the government funding, 15 become unaffordable due to financialization of rental housing. Right here in Ottawa, we're seeing 300 tenants at Manor Village get rental evicted from their corporate landlord. The fallout are residents who find themselves without a home. A senior named Peggy has lived there for 30 years. She's a fixed income senior. People like Peggy are at the mercy of huge corporations and wealthy investors who are fueling the housing crisis. Rich investors should not be allowed to buy up affordable rental units, force existing tenants out of their homes, and jack up the rent to unaffordable levels. Canadians need the government to fix the mess they helped create. The reality is, left unchecked, the government can't possibly build affordable housing units fast enough as wealthy investors can buy them up, hike up the prices, and use the housing market to make money off of Canadians. For decades, Liberals and Conservatives have created a rigged system where wealthy investors profit and Canadians pay the price. That's why the NDP is calling on the government to take immediate action to stop corporate landlords and REITs from treating our housing market like a stock market. New Democrats are calling on the government to stop the financialization of housing by putting in place a moratorium on acquisition of affordable homes by REITs and other corporate landlords. We're also calling on the Liberals to put in place an acquisition fund to allow nonprofits or land trust organizations to purchase rental buildings when they come on the market. Changes must be made on how REITs are taxed as well, since the government is essentially giving massive tax breaks to wealthy investors. 7 of the largest apartment-owning REITs in Canada have saved a combined $1.5 billion through federal tax loopholes. The government must close these loopholes. Amendments to the Income Tax Act should be made to require landlords to disclose in their tax filings the rent they receive pre and post rental evictions, pre and post renovations, and to pay a proportional surtax if the rent is in excess is excessive. Attacking the Bank of Canada, as the Conservative leader frontrunner wants to do, is not going to fix the financialization of the housing crisis. And a meager foreign owner tax will not do it either. But a moratorium on purchases.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Vancouver East for a question and for her advocacy on affordable housing. This is an issue of great concern for our government, so I'm glad to have the opportunity to explain how we are addressing it through our 10-year over $72 billion national housing strategy. This plan is creating housing to suit every need in Canada, from shelter and transitional housing, to community housing, to market rentals, to helping keep the dream of a home ownership within reach of young families. Most of the strategies program focus on our most vulnerable population. This includes the Rapid Housing Initiative, which is already creating over 10,000 deeply affordable units for the most vulnerable. This includes 88 new units opened in the member city Vancouver in March, thanks to a $30 million federal investment. And we're not stopping there, Madam President. Through Budget 2022, we're extending the RHI to create an additional 6,000 units. But at the same time, we also need to address the issue of housing affordability for middle-income Canadians. In many of our cities, the people who work hard to keep their community running can no longer afford to live in them. Teachers, nurses, store clerks, construction workers, many find it impossible to live, work, and make ends meet in our urban centers. Even smaller cities and towns outside major urban hubs are seeing cost rises as more and more families leave the big cities. This is unacceptable. If treating the well-being of middle-class citizens and their families, the rental construction financing initiative that my colleague mentions help those who don't qualify for assisted housing, but still can't afford the escalating prices of market rent. It encourages a stable supply of rental housing for middle-class families in expensive housing markets. This includes many of the people who are essential workers and play an invaluable role in our communities, especially throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. The program provides low-cost construction loans for 10-year terms. This gives developers stable, predictable funding in the earliest stage of development. In my colleagues' riding of Vancouver East, it has created more than 400 units of rental housing, all near public transit, workplaces, and community services. But we recognize there is more to do to improve affordability. That's why through Budget 2022, we announced that the RSCFI will target a goal of having at least 40% of the units it supports provide rent equal to or lower than 80% of the average market rent in their local community going forward. Madam Speaker, we will not rest until we ensure that every Canadian has a safe and affordable place to call home.
We're East.
Period on March 21st, I asked the government why 90% of the funding under the Rental Construction Financing Initiative went to for-profit developers, and the units being built often end up being 30 to 120% above the average market rent. I called on the government to change the requirements to ensure housing units built under this program is substantially below market rent, and reforms are included in the agreement that the NDP had entered into with the Liberals. And I'm glad that the Confidence Supply Agreement has significantly reformed the RCFI, including changing the eligibility for the program to under 80% of average market rent and allowing for loans to be forgiven when rent is below this minimum threshold. The change also includes an increase in the percentage of rent of units per building that need to meet the criteria from 20 to 40%. By way of comparison, if no changes were made, rent based on the Liberals' affordability definition under the old RCFI is $2,294 in Vancouver per month. Under the new agreement,
Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government is fully committed to making housing more affordable for Canadians, whatever their housing needs. While our focus is on the most vulnerable population, Canadians can count on us to be there to support the middle-class families who are working hard to keep our city running. This is what builds inclusive, resilient communities where everyone has a chance to thrive. I encourage all members of the House to work with the community to make the most of the National Housing Strategy and all the program it has to offer, as well as over $4 billion we're investing in the housing through Budget 2022. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.